Dual chip monster, one for performance, one for display.
दिक्कत, लेकिन ओवेस यहाँ पर डाउन हो चुके हैं। दिक्कतें कहीं ना कहीं टीम फॉरएवर के लिए बन चुकी हैं। मैक्स कैश सामने की तरफ को मोलोटॉव करेंगे और ओवेस अभी भी नीचे जूझ जरूर रहे हैं। डेथ अगर हम उनकी बात करें, ये फाइट देखने वाली हो सकती है क्योंकि ये फाइट है जेनेसिस की ऑल अगेंस्ट टीम फॉरएवर। ऐसे में ओवेस के लिए दिक्कतें अभी भी यही चीज की प्लेयर्स उनको एज अ आप बोल सकते हो बाउंटी बना करके रखा हुआ, उनको फिनिश ऑफ करना जरूर चाहेंगे बट अभी नहीं। पहले वो चाहते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं डर है, लेकिन एक नीड चाहता है मैक्स कैश का। इंस्टेंटली प्लेयर को नॉक करते नजर आएंगे। रेन भी वहां पर डाउन हो चुके हैं, ऑल थैंक्स टू मैक्स कैश जो इस फाइट में धीरे धीरे आगे घुस रहे हैं। उन्होंने एक फिनिश निकाला जरूर है, पीछे प्लेयर इसलिए मुश्किल हो चुकी है और एक और प्लेयर फ्रैंकी को फिनिश किया जाएगा। सवितार और मैक्स कैश ये दो प्लेयर्स बचे हैं। देयर इज डेथ एज वेल। डेथ अपने लिए दो फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं, बिल्कुल लेफ्ट साइड प्लेयर को स्पॉट भी कर चुके थे। गोलियां कम है, 5 गोलियां हैं डेथ के पास। दैट वाज अ मिस्टेक। उसकी शुरुआत हो रही है क्योंकि एक्सलैंड को समझ में आ चुका है बाहर निकलना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है इस जगह पर।
एग्जैक्टली देखिए टीम एमएफ की अगर हम बात करें, उनको एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन पता है अभी टीम एक्स लायंस की, और बिल्कुल भी आसान नहीं होगा यहाँ पर टीम एक्स लायंस के लिए सर्कल के अंदर पहुंच पाना, क्योंकि टीम एमएफ जो है वो ऑलरेडी अपने क्रॉसफेयर पे उनको रख के बैठे। और आप ये देखिए ब्लेड कितना बढ़िया ये गेम प्ले हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। थोड़ा और क्लोजिंग करेंगे, कुछ और एंगल्स वहां पे कवर किए जाएंगे और अब कुछ प्रेडिक्टिव स्प्रेस जो है वो हमें आते हुए नजर आएंगे इस पूरे क्लाउड के अंदर। एंड ग्रेनेड जिसके लिए ब्लेड जाने जाते हैं वो एक बार फिर से कुक करके उन्हें थ्रो जरूर से करा। समुराई यहाँ पर डाउन होंगे और मोलोटॉव जो है उनको फिनिश ऑफ भी करते हुए नजर आएगा, लेकिन सिंपल जो है वो यहाँ पर डाउन। अब मात्र 2 खिलाड़ी बचेंगे। टीम एमएफ ई-स्पोर्ट्स यहाँ पर रैम्पेज पे देखने को मिलेंगे। योद्धा भी डाउन, एकमात्र खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करता हुआ, लेकिन क्या वो 1v4 कर पाएंगे? बिकॉज माधव की अगर हम बात करें, उनके पास अभी भी स्मोक का कवर, लेकिन स्पॉट कर दिए जाएंगे, डाउन करेंगे। माधव इज स्टिल सर्वाइविंग, लेकिन नॉट मोर।
एक अच्छा प्लेयर पीछे से आता है, इसके बारे में तो शायद किसी ने सोचा ही नहीं। एक और प्लेयर नॉक हो जरूर सकते थे। क्लाउन की एचपी देखिए कितनी ज्यादा कम है और वहां पर एक और प्लेयर को शॉट लेने की कोशिश है। 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन किया। अमान ओपी ट्रूली ओवरपावर्ड। ये फाइट पूरी बदल चुके हैं एकदम से। देखिए पूरा रश जा रहा है ये फाइट। गाड़ी भी मिलेगी इनको, प्लेयर्स भी मिलेंगे, सब कुछ मिलेगा, लेकिन वहीं पर हथियारा डाउन हो चुके हैं। पिछले गेम में सबसे पहले डाउन हुए थे। उस गैस कैन को यहाँ पर अगर ब्लास्ट करें तो काफी अच्छा स्प्लैश डैमेज मिल जरूर सकता है, बट यहीं पर 25 गोलियां लेकर के आगे मूव करेंगे। लेफ्ट और राइट दोनों डायरेक्शन में देखना जरूर है। एक आखिरी में बचे हुए ऑन 1 HP क्लाउन, ही कैन बी टेकन डाउन। एक आखिरी गोली जाती है एंड देयर इज अ वाइप, ऑल थैंक्स टू अमान।
एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पर टीम जीटी काफी खुश होंगे इस चीज से। वो जो एक प्लेयर पीछे से आए ऑफ गार्ड,
प्लेयर्स कहीं ना कहीं डाउन हो रहे हैं। वहां पर फ्रैंकी भी डाउन हो चुका है और यहाँ पर पोजीशनिंग कहीं ना कहीं आने की अच्छी, कॉज एक अपर एरिया है उनके पास। इन्फर्नो और विलन उनके पास एरियाज डिसेंट है, स्मोक कर रहे हैं अपने प्लेयर्स को बचाने के लिए, जो एक इंपॉर्टेंट चीज बन जाती है। फ्रैंकी को रिवाइव मिलना इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट वेल वो रिवाइव यहाँ पर अभी के लिए नहीं किया जाए। सवितार पीछे जाएंगे शायद उनको रिवाइव करने के लिए। नो, मैक्स कैश माइट बी द वन। आई मीन रिवाइवल देना इंपॉर्टेंट है, एक प्लेयर जीवित रखना काफी ज्यादा काम आएगा। एक शॉट सवितार ने मारा जरूर, हेड पर गया, बट यहाँ पर नेड्स अभी भी किए जा रहे हैं। नेड परेड जो बौछार होती है वो है जरूर। ओवेस के पास ग्रोजा है, ही हैज द पीस, बट उनको फाइट्स निकालनी पड़ेगी। धीरे धीरे आगे जा रहे हैं। लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर स्पॉट करना पड़ेगा प्लेयर्स को, इंपॉर्टेंट है। आईने के एक प्लेयर रिवाइव हो चुके हैं, एचपी बहुत कम है, बट लुक एट हिम, द ग्रोजा इज कॉलिंग। ओवेस बोल रहे हैं उस ग्रोजा के साथ कि प्लेयर्स यहां पर मेरे ही रहेंगे। फ्रैंकी ही टेक्स वन मोर डाउन एज वेल। टीम फॉरएवर
को नजर आ जाएगी सविता। एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पर नॉक करते हुए कॉन्ट्रानेक्ट को नॉक करने के बाद अब शायद स्मोक करके रास्ता बनाना चाहते हैं। एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पर सविता के द्वारा नॉक कर दिया जाता है एंड सविता इज राइट नाउ ripping things apart in this competition. एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट अगर करते हैं तो यश की भी बढ़ा सकते हैं और यश को गाड़ी से कुचल के यहाँ पे खत्म कर दिया। ऐसे हर रोज एक नया दिन होता है और हर रोज आपको प्रदर्शन करना पड़ता है और अभी के लिए 0 डिग्री अमन अटैक पे आ चुके हैं। देखिए स्पॉट करने की कोशिश, स्मोक करके अपने लिए रास्ता जरूर बनाया, बट सामने बहुत ओपन में जाते हैं। क्या यहाँ पे गलती साबित होगी? डैमेज देते हुए 2 प्लेयर्स को डैमेज दिया, बट खुद बहुत ओपन में चले गए थे, नॉक कर दिए जाएंगे। नेड परेड के साथ यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा मुश्किल में डाल सकते हैं, बट पीछे जो प्लेयर गए थे उन्होंने बहुत शानदार पोजिशनिंग हासिल कर दी एंड स्पार्क के इस पोजिशनिंग के बल पे उनको एक फिनिश भी मिल जाएगा।
एक बहुत गलत कॉल हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिलती हुई टीम 0 डिग्री की साइड से, बिकॉज अब पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर आते हुए नजर आएंगे वो एक खिलाड़ी स्पार्क जो था वो कितना क्रूशियल रोल, लेकिन देखना पड़ेगा टीम इंटेंस यहाँ पर पहले क्या करना चाहेंगे। आप देखिए वहां पर स्मोक जरूर से करा था, बट वो विजन रिपेयरमेंट उतना काफी था नहीं। एक बढ़िया ग्रेड जाएगा, पोप टॉप भी डाउन, सूर्या बीइंग द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। वो टीम जिन्होंने राउंड 2 में धमाका मचा दिया था,
आ रहा है, स्मोक बिछा दिया गया है, जोन के अंदर का सफर काफी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट यहाँ पे नॉक निकालते हुए सोल वाइपर ऑलरेडी 4 यहाँ पे फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं एंड ही इज एब्सोल्युटली लुकिंग अनस्टॉपेबल टुडे। युवा आगे जाने की कोशिश, बम्पर को भी यहाँ पे वीरू द्वारा ट्रैक डाउन कर दिया जाएगा। टीम सोल यहाँ पे पहली बार राउंड 3 में आपको देखने को मिल रहा है, दे आर लुकिंग गुड फॉर अ चिकन डिनर। काइलो इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। क्या ऑर्गेनाइज फाइट के काइलो एक क्लच निकालते नजर आते हैं, स्पॉट उनको भी करा जाएगा एंड टीम सोल विद अ विनर चिकन डिनर तो नजर आ जाएंगे। अर्शन बहुत ज्यादा केओस देखने को मिल रहा है मिरामार के इस मैच के अंदर।
स्पोक टू सून में भी आउटलेस 5 के चारों प्लेयर्स जीवित अभी भी और बेहतरीन खेलते नजर आए, बट खैर यहां पर जैको बॉय को नॉक किया जाएगा। काफी बेहतरीन फाइट्स निकल जरूर रही है रेट्रो के प्लेयर्स। आर्यन इज ऑलरेडी ऑन अ रैम्पेज, ऑन अ फ्रीकिंग रैम्पेज। टीम के पास 5 फिनिशेस है, इस इकलौते प्लेयर के पास है, और प्लेयर्स नॉक करते नजर आ रहे हैं। देख सकते हैं एंटायर स्क्वाड, एंटायर फ्रीकिंग स्क्वाड जस्ट बाय हिमसेल्फ। 8 फिनिशेस, आर यू फ्रीकिंग किडिंग मी? 8 फिनिशेस एक प्लेयर लेकर के बैठा हुआ है। लॉन्ग क्लॉ कहीं ना कहीं ऑफ एंगल बना करके बैठे हुए हैं। पीएलएम अगर आईसी पाईसी को ढूंढते रहे और देखते रहे तो जरूर दिक्कत हो सकती है। उन्होंने अपने एरिया पर स्मोक कर दिया, एक अच्छा नेड हो सकता है अगर आईजीएल पीछे की तरफ को आते। डैमेज उनको एज सच पड़ेगा नहीं, बट आईसी पाईसी को टेक डाउन किया जाएगा। बट देयर इट इज, लॉन्ग क्लॉ का नेड जाता हुआ लियो के ऊपर। काफी बेहतरीन नेड यहाँ पर देखने को आया। थोड़ा सा डैमेज नहीं पड़ेगा, थोड़ा सा पीछे रह जाएंगे, बट वही उस नेड में आ गए।
एब्सोल्युटली, देखिए बहुत ही ज्यादा chaotic ये फाइट बन चुकी है। रेजर ओपी स्पॉट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उधर आईजीएल अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव करना चाहते हैं। लॉन्ग क्लो भी चाहते हैं कि स्मोक करके एक दूसरी जगह पे जा सके, बट उनको भी डैमेज मिलता हुआ इतना आसान उनके लिए भी नहीं होने वाला। एक्सेल को यहाँ पर नॉक करा जाएगा। रेजर ओपी दोबारा से पोजीशन चेंज करने की उनकी तरफ से कोशिश जारी है। फाइटर अब फाइट करने पे मजबूर उनको होना पड़ेगा। अभी तक तो उन्होंने खास यहाँ पे स्प्रेड करने की कोशिश नहीं करी। लॉन्ग क्लो फंस चुके हैं, फाइटर को आना चाहिए। लॉन्ग क्लो के पास एचपी नहीं है, ना उनके पास फर्स्ट है जो वो लगा सके। जाने की कोशिश गलत साबित हुई उनके लिए।
काफी गलत कोशिश हुई जरूर, लेकिन इन सब चीजों के बीच में पीएलएम एक और फाइट निकालती हुई। आई वुड वांट कि अगर का फिनिश निकाला है एंड देयर इट इज मिनिमल के प्लेयर्स जो है एलिमिनेट होते नजर आएंगे। एंड सोल वाइपर और ग्लिस 5 तीनों गेम्स में फाइट्स होती ही रही हैं बैक टू बैक।
वेल एब्सोल्युटली, टीम सोल की अगर यहाँ पे बात की जाए कि बैकफुट पे वो जा सकते हैं, जोन के बाहर गेटकीप हो सकते हैं। इस फाइट को जीतना ही पड़ेगा। रिवाइवल यहाँ पे हो चुके हैं सिक्सो एंड अभी टीम सोल बैकफुट पे जरूर नजर आएगा। प्लैटिनम स्प्रेज यहाँ पे आते हुए क्या टीम सोल सर्वाइव कर पाएगी? अभी अगर एलिमिनेट होगी तो शायद क्वालिफिकेशन ना हो पाए। कितने फिनिशेस है टीम सोल के पास जरूर देखना चाहूंगा, बट अभी के लिए ऑर्गेनाइज 5 के पास एक फिनिश है। चारों प्लेयर्स सर्वाइव करते हुए और पोजीशन जो उनकी है वो काफी अच्छी है, बट जो जोन का शिकार होते हुए युवा आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। टीम सोल ऑन द बैकफुट, वाइपर अगेन जोन का शिकार एंड वीरू इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग फॉर टीम सोल।
जो वो फिनिश था जो अभी प्ले जोन का शिकार हुए, वो फिनिश भी ऑर्गेनाइज 5 के हिस्से में गया, बिकॉज़ नॉक उन्होंने निकाला था। वीरू आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं, सोल की उम्मीद यहां पर नजर आ रहे थे, बट वेल वीरू गोस डाउन एज वेल।
लास्ट मैन
माइट जस्ट बी अ मिस्टेक, क्योंकि एक प्लेयर सोल के बचे हैं। वेयर इज ही? वेयर इज दैट?
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. We are now in round 3 and funny enough, it is day 3 as well.
Oh, yep.
My name is Angat Singh Chehal. I go by The Experiment, and joining me is a gem of a person. It is Floki Hiraka Thakur himself. Floki, let me just come out swinging right now.
All right.
Day 1, round 3, we saw a few Goliaths being toppled.
Yep.
Day 2, however, looks like all the invited teams did manage to scrape through. What are we expecting today?
Yeah, this is kind of actually what I wanted to point out as well. So you sort of just took the words right out of my mouth. I was like,
We're syncing, we're vibing.
Absolutely. I mean, day 1, a lot of disappointments for a lot of the fans who have been supporting their favorite teams, their invited teams so far. VLT, of course, not making it over there as, a lot of people might have been expecting them to. So a bit of a disappointing end for them. But, we've seen things balance out as well. While VLT might not have made it, iQOO did. So, there was a little bit of give and take over there. But day 2, like you mentioned, we've seen all these invited teams really prove their mettle over here. So I'm very excited for the third day. I think we're going to see a lot closer battles.
Well, talking of medal, of course, the invited teams making sure that they still have what it takes. And again, for all the new teams over here, for all the underdogs, this is the spotlight they needed. And well, iQOO did provide just that. I mean, of course, that is where legends are made. But before that, let's quickly have a quick word from the official sponsors of BGIS 2021.
My mic.
Are you ready for this?
Well, there you have it. This device has it all. Of course, it also has a little monster inside, so you got to be careful when you are unleashing said monster. But again, I mean, all these features jam-packed into one little device, it almost feels a little impossible. It almost feels like a fairy tale. But you know what? It is true.
Oh, yep, absolutely. There you go. In case you're wondering what the iQOO 7 Legend has to offer, well, it's in front of your screens right now. It's got a killer processor with a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, 66-watt flash charge, which means that in 22 minutes, you can charge your phone from 0 to full, and in-display monster touch as well to work with, making sure that all, your pointing shenanigans are extremely accurate. Every single time you give some sort of input, it's going to pick the most accurate one and put it out there, making sure your shots are crisp, clean, and well placed.
Well, the thing is, I guess, Floki, I mean, this phone, if you do make a mistake, I guess it's going to be your fault because you can't blame the notification bar sliding down, especially when you have that gaming mode on. But again, if you want to grab a phone with ultimate performance, this is just the device for you. Now, speaking of legends, speaking of legendary status, we did see a couple of teams, go out swinging. I'm just going to bring up Seoul, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in hard. I mean, they did get the chicken dinner in game 1. Even in Miramar, I do believe, Viper did manage to get a few placement points for his team. But before we talk about them further, let's just have a look and see what all the fuss is about, because it looks like there's a lot of money on the line. And there you have it. 1 crore rupees is the total prize pool. And the first place walks away with half of that.
And guess what? Anybody from the open qualifying teams can be making it over here. We started off at 1,024. We're culling the herd, getting only 64 teams into the quarterfinals. And out of those 64 teams, only 16 will actually even see a cut of this. So there you go, folks. First place at 50 lakh, obviously, like you mentioned, life-changing money. But, we've also got enough money going around for, the second to 6th places.
I'd be happy with the lakh. I mean, if I get the MVP title, if I even come in at 7th, I am going to be a happy man. But again, like you said, no one walks away without anything.
Absolutely. I mean, all the solo performance as well being rewarded over here, with the MVP making 1 lakh, the Lone Ranger, Rampage Streak and Redeem at 50,000 each, and most finishes by a squad, as the name suggests, probably going to be split up amongst the 4 players themselves at 50,000 rupees. But a lot of money on the line, and the best part is anyone can take it home.
Most finishes by a squad, I mean, it could be distributed, but again, I mean, there is going to be one, if I was in that position, that, hey, I got more kills more finishes than you, I deserve a bit more. But again, let's have a look and see how the points are going to be distributed, because, this is the chart that you are familiar with. First place goes away with 15 points, and as we keep going down, the points are going to decrease. Now, you don't want to finish in even the 8th to the 12th position, because you just walk away with 1 point, but 13 to 16, 0.
Absolutely. I mean, that is exactly where you don't want to find yourself. If you make it anywhere above 6, it is amazing. You get 4 placement points starting with 6, moving up by 2 until you reach the 2nd place. And then if you get the 1st place, you get a 15-point finish. So that is an extra point going your way as well. And you have to remember, after a certain point, when there are only 8 teams left in the server, not only is eliminating an entire squad going to give you 4 points, but also the placement points that come along with it. So you got to be thinking of it like that. Let's have a look at the calendars and see exactly what the schedule looks like for now. I believe this is the 3rd day of the 3rd round, absolutely, like you mentioned earlier. But we started off with the first round from 16 to 19th. Culled the herd, went down to 5-1-2 teams. Culled it again, went down to 256, and now only 64 or a fourth of these teams are making it to the quarterfinals.
I thought you were going to half 256 over here, but it would have
128.
taken. There you go. My man is going to be sharp. And of course, as you mentioned, today is the 29th of December, and we're just 2 days away from the new year. And what's going to happen in the new year, or rather, what's going to happen next year, is that the action is going to commence on the 2nd, which is going to be a Sunday. And well, the quarterfinals are going to be quite an action-packed affair, followed by the semis right from the 7th to the 10th. Now, that is when all the players get that crucial 2-day break to make sure, A, they recharge themselves, and B, just
Homework,
do their homework and deal with all the kinks.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's the most important part, right? That is what separates some of these top-tier teams over here. They really do their homework well, and they have notes on these teams. They make sure that they condense it into small pieces of information that are easily digestible and they can easily work with whenever they're going up against that. So as soon as they see something on that finish feed, as soon as they see the tag of the team, they know exactly what to do. But that is going to take some time. We're going to get to the semi-finals first, and then the finals, where all that stuff is going to start pouring in and making the difference.
And well, on the 16th of January 2022, one squad is going to be crowned the Kings or Queens of India. But let's have a look and see what the action has in store for us today, because it is going to be Group 8, which is going to be kicking things off. Of course, we have 2 Erangels and 1 Miramar that is going to be played by each and every team. Again, one more game as compared to rounds 1 or 2. So, they have a little bit of leeway to make a few mistakes, but again, they can't really do much because only 3 games at hand to either make it or break it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, but the good thing is, because everyone gets 3 games, the qualifying teams also get an advantage, and then the teams who have been invited also have sort of a level playing field to make it back, right? Because we've been playing nothing but a Erangel against these teams. All of these teams, they're going to know how each other play because, 2 rounds have passed. They know exactly how the other teams think. They know exactly what to expect when they're in the same server as them. And on top of that, when the next map comes in, the invited teams have a level playing field on Miramar because that has never been played before. So overall, a very fair format, making sure everyone has a good chance to qualify.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. And again, it is going to be a little difficult, dare I say, in Miramar. But again, if you are well versed with the map, if you know every single nook and cranny, and if you have played it quite often, again, practice makes perfect. That is something that him and I are learning as well. We are learning on the job as well. So as far as the players go, they can do the same. But before we get into any of the details, we will have a little bit of a look up as to which all teams are playing, because I get it. You want your favorite teams to be pretty much ever present at all times, but you are going to have to wait just a little bit. And well, we do have some big names coming in tonight, Floki.
Absolutely. I'm quite sure these guys are going to keep their eyes peeled out for them because, if you've been following these players, you know who's going to be playing today. But if you don't and you've tuned into the stream blind, firstly, thank you for believing in us and actually clicking that subscribe button and the bell notification icon. You are very, very welcome over here. And let's just say this much. You're not going to be disappointed because there are some big names playing today. The tippity top of the line.
I just hope people just do one thing. They just go and scout out ahead and make sure they check all their corners, because that is what's going to happen today. Now, I have given you a little bit of a hint, but you are going to have to wait for that because, that is going to be in the latter half of the day. But before we jump into any of the action, I just want to go back to yesterday. Now, yesterday, I was going to talk about Seoul just moments before. We did see them win the chicken dinner in Game 1. We did see Viper end up, I do believe, in the 6th or 7th position. They didn't really have a lot of finishes.
On Miramar.
But, he did have that little shack for cover for quite some time. But unfortunately, the blue did push him out. Now, Game 3 wasn't what they expected. Although they did put up a fight, unfortunately for them, in that instance, they did just fizzle out a little bit. However, they have made it to the next round, so I'm pretty sure all you fans out there are going to be a happy bunch of people. Now, speaking of Seoul, let's have a look and see which all teams are going to be fighting it out in the Battlegrounds today, as we do have the matchup coming on our screens. And, today we are going to witness Group 8.
Absolutely. In case you're wondering what teams are going to be playing, these are the teams that have made it from the open qualifiers up until this point. So these guys are really, really strong in their own right. 7 Musketeers, Orb Officials, 4 White Sharks, RA Esports, Team Zero Esports, Universal Gods Esports, Originals, and Last Wish. All of these teams have worked super hard to get to this point.
You have gods, but then you have Universal Gods. So are they more powerful than the others?
In this universe, probably. But what about the multiverse?
Aha, there you go. I love that little nitbit that you just threw in. But of course, they are going to be joined in by IDNS Esports, Infuse Esports, Exist Esports, 1M Officials, Version 1, of course, you always have to be the best version of yourselves. Reaper Esports are going to be joining in as well. And of course, the big dogs, the big names that you have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 7C Esports and TSM. battle it out in games 1, 2, and 3. Now that is going to be exciting.
Absolutely. I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of fans from TSM waiting in the chat just to see how their favorite players are going to be doing up until this point. But I have to say, ever since the announcement, I've been sort of looking forward to see TSM in action. I feel like TSM is one of those teams that can really go out there and make a splash because these are 4 players who've been very talented but just haven't been given the opportunity to perform so far.
And you got to keep in mind, ever since BGMI did come out initially, TSM did have a little bit of a shuffle in the roster.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you might not expect the names that, you have been used to thus far. But again, let me tell you one thing. These boys, the fact that they made it to TSM means they pack a punch. So I'm expecting greatness from all these teams today. But again, pressure is going to be on them because, like I said, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. And, well, all the fans, all the expectations do seem to, kind of weigh you down at times.
But you also have to remember there is another juggernaut on the server, that is 7C Esports. I'm quite sure you're going to recognize them from other titles as well. Of course, a very, very prominent team having organizations and teams every single where. But TSM, everyone's going to be keeping their eyes peeled out for these guys. And you have to say something about the scouts because the scouts on the side of TSM, the people who scouted this talent out, I don't think I've ever heard of these guys before, but there we are.
Speaking of 7Cs, looks like we just started things off in their element because we were submerged down under. But that is a beautiful shot as we are going to pan up on one of the bridges leading to the Sosnovka military island. Elsewhere, this is what you see scattered all over the island. You see all these decommissioned trucks, decommissioned weaponry from wars of the past, and because of that, I guess that is one reason the island is deserted. And of course, if you are a fan of World War I and World War II, not the fighting, but just the history, well, we might just see some trench warfare soon enough.
Absolutely, this trench warfare is going to be pretty prominent over here, but once again, you have to remember that the circle could go anywhere. We could not see the Sosnovka military base at all. We could not see trench warfare coming into play. Who knows? If we are lucky at last, maybe, I'm not going to say it, alright, I'm going to say it. Maybe we see a Stolber circle, man. Come on, give it to us.
There you go. He just jinxed it. Stolber is now pretty much thrown out the window because, you and I are not Shadow. But anyway, as we do have a look at all these beautiful spots, sooner or later, all that green, luscious grass is going to be sprinkled with hot blood falling down, from all those bullet wounds, and maybe a few people are going to be put to sleep.
Absolutely. I really just want to see which couple of teams drop in Pachinki and if we get to see any sorts of early skirmishes there. Now, given the fact that these teams have made it up until this point, I'm quite sure they all understand that it's better to cut your losses short, or even better not take early fights and, do with little less loot, but instead rotate out somewhere to a place that probably hasn't been contested, and maybe get your loot from there. But we're about to jump into the game and see the flight path for ourselves, so let's see where we're going to be starting and heading towards.
Well, it looks like we are going to be flying down south, if I'm not wrong. Of course, I am going to have to wait for the map to be shown, but that does look like Georgopol down there. I do believe, there you have it, we are going to be on the western aspect of this map.
Wow.
Pretty much in the southward trajectory, of course, it is skewed just a little bit to the east.
Absolutely. We could see a couple of Eastern Circle finishes. I think yesterday we saw at least 2 Eastern Circle finishes.
In fact, yesterday I do believe we saw a flight path similar to this, and the circle had Milta pretty much in the center right from the beginning.
Yeah, that definitely makes for a very, very interesting circle. But, I really want to see a Milta power finish. I think that would also be really, really nice. So, you see what I'm doing?
Time.
Yeah, you see what I'm doing there? Here, first I wish for Stolber, now I wish for Milta power. Then I'm going to wish for Quarry, making sure that the circle will either at least cover one of these areas.
So the BGMI gods are like, wait a second, what did he say? He's not going to get his wishes?
Oh, I'm Sisyphus. They're going to chain me up and make me roll a boulder up a hill.
Well, it could be possible, but looks like most of the teams are going to be jumping out to their favorite drop spots, and have a look at that. We might just have quite a few teams head to Rozhok and Yasnaya Polyana. Now, of course, as the circle is going to form, chances are a few of these teams might just, adapt to the circle and, throw their old playbooks out. It could be possible, but again, as we wait with bated breath, it could still go either way.
Okay,
and that is interesting. Looks like the BGMI gods are on your side today, as we are going to have the circle pretty much with the Quarry and Gatka in the center. But have a look at that, Floki. Look at the amount of teams dropping down to the north. Of course, Water City already has 2 teams close by, and action has already broken out.
True.
The thing is, if they do try and pull out, it is going to be detrimental for them, right? Because we do have teams in Rozhok. They've heard the commotion. Again, let me just remind you, ladies and gentlemen, about 7 to 8 teams did land land in one location, but now they are all on their merry way. A couple of them have moved up to Severny, and well, like expected, a couple of them are going to be heading towards Yasnaya Polyana. Now, down south, we have action breaking out as well as the 7 Musketeers. Well, they are definitely going to be reduced by 1. They are going to be attacked by Reapers Esports. Well, the Reapers are living up to their name, and they want to make sure they get those kills and send them down to Valhalla, as they are going to be wasting a bit of time on the edge over here. But again, keep in mind, there are still 2 more teams except the ones on your screens on the Sosnovka military base, which means, well, we might see some bridge action soon enough. We might even see some action down in the military base itself.
Absolutely, but once again, Sosnovka military base, it's going to be all about who gets to that bridge first, because at this point, whichever team has bridge control is going to make sure that all these other teams have to go the longer way around from farm, perhaps even all the way from Rozhok to get back inside the circle. But in the meantime, mob officials, they continue taking their fight against originals. I'm not sure if this is wise, but they will most certainly secure one finish for themselves.
They are going to secure that finish, as fire is going to be lobbed in Skulls' direction. However, he is on the roof, and well, he is on the safe side of it. Now, they are going to try and get as much information as they can, because as far as Orb officials are concerned, Octavius could be in a pivotal position, well, to lay down some lead from behind and
Dexter actually
stab
got
them
rezzed up.
in the back. He did. That was a bit unexpected.
Yeah.
But again, we did kind of see that they didn't really have those angles for them.
Absolutely, it seems like the res was able to come through, but in the meantime, this is the action we sort of missed out early on. This is what Universal Gods did to Team Zero Esports, as they lost a couple of their members starting off, and that is of course not going to be very, very good for the side of Zero Esports, and not going to be too pleased about that. But the good thing is, they can always try and just try and survive as long as possible. Make sure they get the placement points, and think about the next game. Think about Miramar. What's going to happen over there?
I mean, I would agree with you, but I think for now, well, as far as the players that are out, I guess that does make sense. But, also they're going to make sure that they just motivate their teammates, I guess. That's all you can do. Their teammates, I guess. That's all you can do.
Just motivate.
Just motivate them, and yeah, you can't do any backseat driving because, well, you are done. But if you do have a few points to make, by all means, make sure that you help your team. Now, we are still in that little early skirmish, but looks like a little bit of a truce has been called, as both teams are going to be backing away from each other slowly and steadily. But for now, Orb officials, they are going to be hungry now. We've seen them do some wonders, but have a look at the circle. A couple of teams are already prepping for a little assault on the bridge, as the 7 Musketeers should have been 3 from if my history serves me right, if my memory serves me right, but I do believe we also have the Magnificent 7, so I guess we have a little bit of a combination coming in over here, but they do look like they're going to be setting up at the gas station, maybe that little hill just to the north, so that they have a good lay of the land, and they can see vehicles coming from miles out. But for now, it looks like they might just be chasing the boys from 4WS. That, of course, is 4 White Sharks.
Yeah, 4 White Sharks in their element. Of course, they're next to the water, so hopefully they're able to, just be the predators that they're always meant to be. But in the meantime, take a look at where the map is, right? Gatka is still completely open. Quarry was also relatively unoccupied. All of these places have not been snatched up yet, and whoever gets to these places first is going to have an easier time rotating in. So perhaps taking these fights might not be the wisest decision these teams will make at this point in time. Maybe rotating earlier should be their priority.
Speaking of fights, Floki, I do believe you might just see some action breaking out, as 7 Seas, of course, are going to be near the bridge to the west. And we did kind of mention moments ago, the 7 Musketeers are prepping up near the gas station and, to the compound just west of that gas station. Now, if they don't do their scouting, things could get a bit problematic for 7C. But again, this is where they're most comfortable. They love looting these positions. Elsewhere, Deuce is going to be opening up on IDNS, and, well, Psycho is going to join his teammate as Version 1 are unleashing hell. Question is, are they going to be capitalizing on their finishes? Because they do have a couple to their name already. And, well, the first team to be, well, not lost entirely. Team Zero Esports in a world of trouble. Just one man standing.
Yeah, absolutely. Zero Esports, I mean, all they can really do is tuck tail and run at this point. And there you go. This is the action that we were missing out on earlier. Oh boy, it looks like Version 1 really took the fight in shelter and really demolished the opposition over there. But now with the blue zone closing in, we're going to see a lot of action in the eastern front of the circle. There's not enough real estate towards school to accommodate everyone. And if all of these teams want to come in, they're going to have to think about Pachinki. They're going to have to think about farm.
Oh, this could be it. It could be bumper cars over here, because 7C Esports are dangerously close to the 7 Musketeers. And I do believe now the sound cues are going to be given out. Sarung is going to be the first in the line of offense over here, trying to scout out. He's jumping, trying to catch a glimpse of any movement in the distance over there. And, well, knowing 7C Esports, if they do spot the enemy, chances are shots are going to be fired. They might just get a knock, and, well, that little compound push that we all have come to love might just be what happens next. But for now, they are being careful, making sure, again, you see one thing, they are moving, they are ever present about their surrounding, and they want to make sure they aren't going to be clumped in one position as a circle. In about a few seconds is going to be shifting hard. Question is it going to be a curveball, or are all teams going to be happy? Because again, the majority of the squads are still out in the blue, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, this is teams prioritizing them trying to think about how to get the hell back into the circle. But looks like we are going to be having a look at the live point standings at this point. You can see this is where the teams are in terms of finish points so far. Universal Gods leading the charts at the moment. 7C Esports looking to put themselves on there as well. But where's the circle going to go? Oh, it's going to go further down southwest towards Quarry. Well, my wishes, they certainly are being answered at this point. But we have to remember, at this point, the side of 7C Esports are taking a fight against 7 Musketeers.
Well, that is going to be happening right now. Elsewhere, I do believe a lone member of 7 Musketeers is all by his lonesome on the other side of the map, at the other bridge, in fact, as Reapers Esports were driving by. So right now, for 7 Musketeers, they are in a predicament because they are going to be down by 1 man. But looks like 7C Esports, this is expected from them. They realize, you know what, the circle has shifted. Let's be the first to move in and get a nice location for them. And again, they aren't ones to, really take compounds and, hold down cemented fortifications. They love having that high ground. They love having the lay of the land around them because, well, each one of their members is versatile enough to hold his own.
Absolutely. I mean, this is basically called playing the terrain, right? They're able to scout out the surrounding area, make sure they're well spread out, and on top of that, they've got mobility options in the vehicles that they have. So for them to hold a compound doesn't make all that much sense.
Also, keep this in mind. If you do have a compound, you're pretty much stuck in it. You can't really maneuver out. You don't really have a lot of options. If the enemy is going to come at you, the enemy is going to come at you. On top, if someone's coming to your open location, let loose a few shots, and chances are the vehicle is going to do a U-turn.
I mean, the only time it's cool to hold a compound is if you know that one of your flanks is going to be clear, if you know that there's no one coming in from the back step. So maybe then you can make some sort of a zone prediction play and go for it. But otherwise, holding these compounds down, especially when you have vehicles, is just a waste of resources. Well, let's see if we're going to be seeing a fight breaking out over here, because Orb Official, they do have eyes on Exist, but they still haven't made their move. Now they're going to bounce out, and there you go with the AKM at that distance. He's going to rattle off a couple of shots, secure that finish, and now prioritize getting back in the zone. The blue, slowly but surely, chunking away at his health, but he should be okay. I'm quite sure there's enough medkits and bandages to go around for all of them.
Elsewhere, it looks like Nip OP from team IDNS just kind of fell to his own knock. I wonder if that's going to be problematic later on. Again, could have been that, he was getting out of a moving vehicle. And again, boys and girls, don't try this in real life. It really hurts. You might break a few bones, and, well, energy drinks and bandages are not going to fix it. Elsewhere, it does seem like the play zone is going to do a lot of damage as members from Infuse Esports and IDNS Esports are falling one by one. But for now, as we mentioned, as expected by 7Cs, they are going to make sure they have the high ground, and that is where they are best. There you have it.
Wow,
Aladdin over here laying down some shots at the enemy, and in fact, I did believe they almost got connected. No, it's going to be another team that's going to be laying down the hurt. 4 White Sharks are joining the party as well.
Yeah, I mean, 4 White Sharks going up against the side of Reapers Esports, and 7C's third-partying them in the meantime. This is about as good as it gets for 7C's. They're just trying to instigate some sort of fight between these two teams, trying to get them to go on each other. And with that knock secured, we might just see one of these teams moving forward and trying to take the fight. 4 White Sharks, the only problem for them is the way they're spread out right now. They cannot push in as a unit, and that is probably going to be what holds them back, taking the fight against the side of Reapers. Anyway, that is a beautiful shot coming in once again. Aladdin going to be responsible for knocking down Jasu over here, and Aladdin is still keeping his eyes out for more.
Again, the thing for Reaper Esports is the fact that, they are in a bit of a sandwich situation, because at one end we have the 4 White Sharks swimming dangerously close. Oh, is he going to burn? He's not going to burn, but his teammate, Jasu, is definitely going to be burned to a crisp, which means, well, Reaper Esports have lost one of their Reapers, and let's see if the Angel of Death is going to do something over here elsewhere. 7C Esports, now they did hear all this commotion, but again, living up to their names, they're going to make sure as soon as that circle shifts, which it has, we are going to be heading just a little bit up north. The quarry is still going to be in play, but the majority of the Gutka plains is where the action is going to take place. They are heading out elsewhere. Looks like Reaper Esports have the same idea as the 4 White Sharks are going to be relentless, laying down some lead. Unfortunately, they couldn't sink their fangs deep enough.
Yeah, well, you spoke about IDNS and how they ended up losing one of the players down to the blue zone. Look at where they are at this moment. They're still in Rozhok, and this is the third blue zone about to deal a bunch of damage to them. They need to make their way inside, and even when they do, they're going to be met with heavy resistance. There is Orb Official, there is Version 1, there is a bunch of other teams making their way in that general area as well. So Gatka is just going to be impossible to occupy for them. They'll have to go the longer way around and hopefully occupy the no man's land that lies between Gatka and Quarry.
Speaking of IDNS, I wonder how many meds they have on themselves, because by the looks of it, the play zone is going to snuff the life of another. Elsewhere, we do see Exist Esports holding on to their fort, holding on to their compound, making sure the enemy is kept at bay. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. They did lose Shiv earlier on. We did witness that fight. Again, he was caught off guard all by his lonesome elsewhere. But for now, Exist Esports, again, through the qualifying stages, they have kind of impressed me. We have kept an eye on them, in a couple of rounds, and I have great expectations from Lord. Now, speaking of the circle, have a look at that. We are going to have a bit of a migration towards the center, but elsewhere, looks like we might just see some action break out up north because, well, 1M officials are going to take the fight to Orb, or are they? Because have a look at that. They're going to skirt around the edge of the circle and maybe just get that western highway along the beach, and, well,
they could even get the airdrop on the way.
They could.
I mean, it could have a ghillie suit, it could have a Groza, it could have an M246. You never know what that's going to hold. So,
just a Groza and an M24. I mean, what about the big guns, huh? What about the AWM? I still haven't seen that in action
XP,
yet.
not going to lie, I love you, but at this distance, I believe the on is not going to happen. On Miramar, maybe, hopefully.
Well, hopefully on Miramar. Before now, it does look like Raw Esports are taking the fight to the enemies, and Originals are going to be in a world of trouble. I do believe they have one of their members down, which is fair enough because it is going to be an equal trade. Now, what's dangerous is that 7C Esports, although they are a bit far away, oh boy, they have some sharpshooters in their squad, and well, they do want a few of those finishes, and they are in prime position there, Floki. They can potentially gatekeep any survivors of these two teams headed their way.
Absolutely. 7C Esports are in prime position right now, like you mentioned, but you have to remember there's also a couple of other teams towards the center over there. So if they would extend over here, if they cut, if they end up losing one or two of their players, getting back inside the circle and taking fights is going to be hard, but there you go, the fight starting off between the side of Originals as well as Raw Esports, and Originals, they're playing this one a little bit slower, a bit more methodical as compared to the side of Raz, but 7C's, well, they see people, they shoot people. That is what Spray God does best. He is going to take one down. Lucifer 07 going to be knocked out. Another player going away in the car or in the coupe is going to be fine for the time being, but 7C's once again just adding a couple more notch to their finishers numbers.
Well, elsewhere it does seem like IDNS are going to bid us adieu, and funnily, it's not going to be another team that takes them out, but the play zone instead. Now, Aladdin does know where the enemy is, and well, Raw Esports could be in trouble. There you have it. Spray God is going up ahead. Prince is going to get on the right flank. They're going to alight from the vehicles. They're going to shoot. They're going to knock the opposition down, and well, in the blink of an eye, it does look like Talaboy is going to be 6 feet under.
Unfortunately, it seems that Raw Esports are losing a couple of their players left, right, and center. So for them, it's going to be about prioritizing survivability. It's going to be about them avoiding fights at this point and just trying to be a little bit more sneaky. Maybe towards the end get some sort of third-party action going on. But in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, it seems like Universal Gods Esports are going up against 4 White Sharks. Who's going to come out on top? They've got themselves 2 knocks here. Universal Gods, they're looking for more. They've lost 1 player, but that's okay because they're still in a 3v2 situation. And SK from Universal Gods is also going to be providing backup soon enough. Well, he has found a car for them, so they'll have the option to rotate out of here, but can only seat 2 people.
Funnily, the 4 White Sharks, although they have been reduced to 2, they are far, far away from one another, and that could be problematic later on. For now, Regeltos, not the Regeltos he used to, is going to make sure he deploys smoke so he can go and grab all that delicious loot. Now, this action is taking place at the edge of the circle towards the south. Elsewhere, it does look like the 7 Musketeers are going to be, well, saying, "En garde!" as they do take the fight to the enemy, and looks like they're coming out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 7 Musketeers, all they need to do at this point is hold their high ground, make sure they don't give it up a bit too much. Orb Officials coming in is probably going to have a hard time because the main road leading towards the center right now is going to be gate kept by the side of 7M. But yeah, it does seem like at the moment, looks like Team TSM, they haven't actually seen all that much action. It seems that they have been relatively quiet this game. Fully kitted up though, and that's what matters. They've got themselves the vehicles, they've got themselves the vests and the helmets to work with, and they've just spotted out the side of Universal Gods Esports.
But this is the moment everyone's been waiting for. Everybody obviously just
A little bit more allowed. They're so close to landing those shots, but looks like they will be able to get away by the skin of their teeth over here. The one member from Team Zero Esports who's still standing strong, by the way. If he wants a single point, he's going to have to make it to at least 13th place.
Now
Sorry,
we
12th
did,
place.
absolutely. Now we did see these two teams. Looks like he's going to be in the shack. He's going to come out swinging, or he's going to let the enemy make all the mistakes. But Aladdin goes in. He does do a little bit of damage. In fact, takes a bit more damage than in fact is going to be taken down. Now Fearless, he needs to live up to his name. He needs to be Fearless. Unfortunately, he was overwhelmed with that Team Zero. We did see them getting eliminated just moments ago, but looks like Lost Wish. Well, the last wish hasn't been granted as they're going to be exiting in the 11th position. Now, 7C Esports again out in the open. This is where they thrive, Floki, right in the center of all the commotion. But they've got to watch out for TSM, who do have the high ground. And there you have it, TSM are going to unleash on 1M officials.
Absolutely. Look at the amount of vision iQOO is able to provide for his team. All that information that he's able to get. He sees a couple of smokes popping up directly. He turns back towards the side of Universal Gods Esports. He's going to get the knock as well as the confirm on the finish. iQOO securing another point for the side of TSM. Looks like all of the players are just spread out and looking in all different directions. It's working out beautifully for them because they also found one of the members from
Right.
He is going to be taken out as well. Blaze OP will finish him off. Another finish going the way of TSM. And with that, a squad wipe too.
Well, slowly and steadily, the 7 Musketeers were dwindling down to 1, and finally the last Musketeer did fall, and, well, they aren't going to be too happy about it. Well, another team that isn't too happy about their predicament are the boys from ORB Official, because, yes, they do have some smoke, but have a look at Sarung's flank now. He is going to try and jump, try and get a little bit of vision, which he does get. There you have it. Octavius is going to fall down as one man is now going to be standing for ORB Officials, and if I know anything about 7C, Floki, they're going to go in for the kill. They don't care if you have some smokes up in front of them. They might just charge through the smoke, and well, all hell could break loose elsewhere. Looks like TSM are opening up their kitty as well, as they do have 4 finishes to their name already, and I do believe with Regulators going down, that is the last we're going to see from Universal Gods in this game.
Absolutely, and now 7C's Esports looking to fire back as they see the side of TSM on that finish feed. And well, they are firing off a couple of shots in the distance. They're turning their attention towards, once again, a couple of members from the side of Universal Gods. And Universal Gods, with one member down, only have one player still standing, and he's to prioritize either saving his teammate or getting the hell out and saving himself. Maybe get a couple more placement points, but look at 7C's Esports. They are so aggressive. That is some next level play, just jumping and trying to spot players out from the hay bale cover.
Again, what I love about the circle is, you know, not everyone spends a lot of time in the quarry or north of it, so it is going to be a little new for some of the newer players over there. But for the veterans, it is going to be easy, as Spraygard is going to be choosing a grenade over his usual M4, but looks like it is a good one, as a couple of them are going to take some damage now. Satya does lob a grenade in Exist Esports' position, as his teammates are going to come and try in and get a little bit of footing inside the new circle. Oh, that was a good shot. In fact, the last shot did connect, but looks like version 1 are going to come under heavy fire, courtesy TSM. Now TSM have their work cut out, because A, they're going to make quick
look
work
at that nade being
of
prepped
version 1. It could be good. Shadow might just get a couple of finishes, but before that, another car is going to come in as Ninja takes the fight right to the enemy, but it's going to be Spraygard who is going to be helping them from the other side. There you have it. We are one out in the blink of an eye, courtesy TSM.
Yeah, TSM are going to be able to secure all those points for themselves. Friendly side of one of them actually being able to capitalize on their aggression.
This
They're not going to get third party. Oh my god, TSM! 13 finishes to out of nowhere. They springed into action. And boy, are they putting everyone to rest, sending them all back home packing. And now it only looks like it's going to be 7C's and TSM to worry about, as they are the only teams with the 4-man squad still standing. In that there is an odd one out. I do believe it is the side of Team Exist Esports, who still managed to exist, but for how long?
Well, for how long? Not long, because they have been wiped out. We are down to the big boys, to the big dogs, to the old guard, as they are going to go up one against one another. Now, talk about rampages, Floki. TSM, 16 finishes. I said this earlier, they thrive under pressure. They love being dead smack center of every single team as well. They do dish out a lot of damage, but for now, Shadow is going to get the better of a member from 7C Esports. 7C, again, they are spread out a bit far and wide. If Prince goes down, this could be problematic, because after another knock, keep in mind the others are already going to be rotating and flanking, possibly with some vehicles, as Sarung is on the move.
Yeah, but there are 2 airdrops right next to a TSM. Even if they want, they can stop taking this fight and go back for it. But 7C's, well, they're really bearing the brunt of the aggression now. The smokes are able to provide them with some cover to work with. They also have a couple of vehicles to rotate out. But guess what? TSM knows about this. They're hurling nades, trying to make sure if they don't at least find those finishes, they can destroy those vehicles, prevent them from rotating out. And that is exactly what Blaze has done by taking taking out that buggy, leaving Prince in a very awkward position.
You know, I will say one thing. Although there is a spray guard in 7C, let me tell you one thing. Both teams have spray guards on their sides because we've seen some precision shooting over here. TSM, ridiculous amount of finishes already, 16 to their name, and I like the fact he's going to make sure he saves his vehicle. Of course, you don't want those beautiful Conix eggs to be going up in smoke. But for now, 7C Esports, they have managed to pick up their fallen comrade. They are a 4-man squad, but the thing is, look at Shadow's position. Now, Shadow is going to attempt a left flank for his team's point of view, but that is where spray guard comes in handy.
Yeah, but look at what Ninja Jot is doing. Even right now, even though he's just going in for the supply drop under the smoke, even when the smoke blooms out, it's going to be bait and set up for the side of Shadow to go in and get those finishes. He is prone right now, so they don't know where he is, and with the Mini 14 at that distance, he can easily line them up and knock them down. He has the advantage in terms of that firefight.
This is brilliant. Have a look at that. Now, Blaze does know where Prince is, and he hasn't budged from his position as Spraygod almost gets knocked out, but he hits the deck in the nick of time. Again, TSM know exactly where, well, they have an idea where each and every member of 7C is, and if this grenade connects, it could be problematic. Now, Prince hasn't budged from his position yet. Now, he does have that buggy, he does have that tree. There you have it. You can still see the trace of bullets coming in as shots are going to be fired in his position, as Saring and Spraygod are now going to try and move a bit further up ahead. Now, they only have those trees for cover, and TSM, well, they have the lay of the ground, they have that little bit of a height advantage.
Absolutely, and they're going to abuse that terrain advantage to the fullest. They're going to go forward, try and scout things out, and Spraygod once again going to be knocked down over here. Great nade coming in from Blaze. It's going to give him a couple of, it's going to give him some information to work with. He spots out another towards the shack as well. Rattles off a couple of shots. Unfortunately, does not get the knock, but iQOO does.
He does. Look at Prince. He did move. In all that commotion, he kind of slid through the flanks over here. He's got to be careful. iQOO could be getting knocked out. There you get it. He is going to be knocked out.
Two players knocked out.
It is going to be Prince. It is going to be Prince who's going to be the man of the moment. He is no pauper, ladies and gentlemen. He is the Prince indeed, and now he does have a couple of knocks on TSM. It could be a bit problematic. He's the last man standing. You got to keep that in mind as well.
It's a 1v1 now. It's all coming down to the side of Blaze going up against his opponent over here. Let's see who's going to come out on top. 7Cs, they've all got their players knocked down on their feet. Look at that. He's going to try to secure those finish points first and start things up at Blaze. Going the longer way around, but he is revealing his position to Prince. And Prince will be able to capitalize. He sees him in the distance with the M4.
How the tables have turned again. We did mention one thing that, you know, Blaze, all he had to do was keep an eye out on Prince. He averted his attention for a millisecond, and well, Prince is going to capitalize on that. He moves under the cover of all those trees and shadows, and now Prince is going to be in a bit of trouble. We are going to have a little bit of a grenade exchange, but Blaze got to be careful as he leans out to get that little grenade onto Prince's position. Prince is going to be laying down some lead, but keep an eye out on one thing. I do believe Ninja is slowly and steadily sneaking his way to Blaze. If he gets the revive, it's going to be problematic, but no, he goes out. He zigs, he zags. Prince gets the first few shots. It could go either way for now, but it is going to be 7Cs sailing across the oceans, getting the job done over here, taking down a Goliath as they went forward for the chicken dinner. But again, what an amazing game. The fact it came down to these last two teams, and boy, oh boy, was it a close affair. Again, 7C Esports just edging out, getting the job done.
One Goliath beating another one. Wow. 7C's beating the side of Entity. This is the picture-perfect finish. Well, I mean, TSM, towards the end over there, I have to say, the way they played it was very, very phenomenal. 7Cs were aggressive from the start over there. Prince, realizing that he cannot get the res, just goes behind the trees and sits there, right? And when he sees the push coming, he is smart. He does not use the AR. He pulls out the SMG, abuses the high rate of fire, and continues to jiggle like a monster.
Also, you know, I've got to give credit where credit is due. Now, we do know this is a new TSM roster, and I did mention, you know, this team, even the old guard, man, they thrive under pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Props to the management team and, of course, the coaches, because they still have that mentality alive. They want to make sure that, you know, they get in the thick and thin of the action. Each member is just looking in his direction, and, well, they racked up 16 finishes in the matter of maybe a minute or two.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually at the top despite not being in the first place. You know, I think the number of finishes that they've got might just push them. They have 28 points, don't they, with 16 finishes.
I'm trying to do some big brain calculations.
Go for it. But yeah, I do think they could potentially be in the first place. But 7C Esports have been aggressive since the very start. What I liked about the side of TSM was that they're basically a beast on a leash. They're waiting. They're just waiting for that fourth or fifth circle to come in. And as soon as they know they have the advantage on the high ground, they go in for the aggression.
I think you're ready. I think TSM are going to edge out over 7C by 2 points. But of course, we're going to wait for that. Now, if you missed any of the action, question one, where were you? Well, the second thing is we got you covered because we had action breaking out right from the beginning. I mean, we had Rozok, 7-8 teams landed around, you know, each other in a radius of about 300-400 meters, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, Rozhok was the epicenter of the action early on, but eventually teams started gravitating away from that area, right? As we saw the circle form in towards the western end. Yeah, this is probably the most hilarious part of that entire one. They get the knock with the gun, finish him off with the car, and then the other player's like, well, guess I'm gonna join Atlantis now.
It was, well, Atlantis did not submerge yesterday, as we did see, but of course that vehicle went pretty deep. Now this mistake over here, Shiv kind of got his vehicle stuck amongst all that broken walls, and well, he paid a heavy price. Elsewhere, we did see I and DS just fall one after the other to the play zone, something that they definitely should work on in the next game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the biggest pet peeves I'm going to have about all these teams is tanking the amount of blue zone damage they did and delaying the rotation towards its savior. Not even the circle, just be inside the zone.
Now, I won't really blame them there because, yes, they were engaged in a little bit of a skirmish over there. But again, you got to give precedence to the blue zone, especially by circles 3 and 4.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, by that time, you know, if you're spending all your medkits and all your bandages trying to heal up, you're not going to have enough left for those fights.
Now, this is where we did call it out, right? 7C, they heard all the commotion between the two teams, and all they had to do was pretty much bide their time and wait for the enemy to head towards them. And well, they did rack up a few finishes for themselves. Now, Universal did have a good game as well, as we did see them pretty much snuff out 2 of the 4 white sharks in that little firefight. And, you know, despite coming under heavy fire, we did see the 7 Musketeers make it to the end as well.
Absolutely. I mean, 7 Musketeers, great job by them. You know, instead of having a total of 3, they added an extra 4.
But this is where everything went out the window because TSM were pretty much in the center. And although you are going to see a few fights break out, Last Wish again, Fearless did get a couple of knocks in 7C. It could have gone either way. But this is when TSM pretty much opened up, rattled off all those shots. And again, within a matter of minutes, teams were falling all around them like dominoes.
It's just like a drag race, right? You know, you can hear the engine revving at the start. They're just waiting for that green light to come through. And then before you know it, they're off in a flash with a flurry of kills, and that is exactly what happened with the side of TSM. I wasn't expecting them to, you know, come out swinging like that. I thought, given the way they were playing early on, be a lot more conservative with the fights they take, but no, they knew they had the advantage and they pushed the envelope.
I mean, when the big dogs say that we're going to come, we are going to see, and we are going to conquer, Veni Vidi Vici, well, that is exactly what this team did. Now, I do believe they have amassed, I think, around 19, maybe 20 finishes. Of course,
wow.
We are going to have to wait for the points table to know exactly how many points they walk out with. But again, a few good fights coming out. Now, version 1 over here, look at all the smoke they deployed. They had the right idea, but the thing is, they were going up against a different kind of beast.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the delta split from TSM. They're just attacking from every single angle whatsoever. They're like, how many flanks do we watch?
When was the last time you saw grenades being flung point blank range? I mean, normally you'd whip out a pan, normally you'd whip out a machine gun, but these guys were pretty much lobbing nade at the enemy's feet, just a few feet away from them.
Absolutely, and it's because they had all these different angles, right? They knew they could cover the entire smoke radius with a bunch of explosions.
Oh, this point over there, if you just notice one thing, the moment I do believe Blaze, you know, just averted his attention away from Prince and started firing at his teammates, that was the moment Prince needed. All he did was sneak down below, and then the enemy had no idea where he was, and well, like you mentioned, the SMG comes out, and it does what it does best, dealing death up close and personal.
Absolutely. Not only that, the way he jiggled, he actually baited Blaze into continuing to take that firefight. You know, Blaze had a couple of options early on when he got shot. He could have maybe dropped a couple of smokes, you know, make sure his gun stayed pointed over there, and then maybe retreated back a little bit, but he didn't do any of that. Instead, he went forward for the fight, and well, the rest is history.
Now, let's find out if my maths is going to be correct, because I do believe it is going to be 31 points possibly for TSM. There you have it.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Indian education system. I owe you a lot. There you have it. 12 points coming in from positions, 19 coming from finishes.
31 points for TSM, 28 for the side of 7Cs. Together they finished points total for about 32. That is half the server. Literally half the server.
Let's just take a moment of silence over here, and actually, it's pretty exciting, because you know what? This just goes to show that the next couple of games are going to be even more electrifying than this. But of course, talking of the chicken dinner winners, 7C Esports, not a bad outing, nothing to scoff about at all. 13 finish points for them, a total of 28. Now, Version 1, we did see them in a few fights early on. They're going to end up in the 8th position. 3 finish points, a total of 5. Not the best of outings for a lot of teams, but have a look at Exist Esports. Well, looks like they did exist right up until the end because they don't have any finish points.
That's all they did.
But they do have 10 points for position.
Absolutely Exist. Well, they get themselves those 10 placement points, but this is just such an awkward points table to look at. You got 2 juggernauts standing head and shoulders above the rest, and then you've got everyone else. Exist, Universal Gods, Orb officials, Reapers, 1M officials, and Version 1 in that 4th to 8th place. Not a bad performance by any of these teams. You know, these guys were taking fights as and when needed, but it just seemed that when TSM and 7Cs turned it on, they really turned it on and took the fight to them.
They did indeed, and well, looks like we are going to have the bunch of the qualified teams on the other half of the table, because again, you got to keep one thing in mind. You know, they are going up against the big dogs over here, and well, the old guard, they definitely put up one heck of a fight, something that I'm sure all these teams are going to take something away from. They have to learn from their mistakes. Now, for White Sharks, we've seen them in the past. We've seen them pretty much dig their fangs in when, you know, they smell blood. Unfortunately for them, looks like they weren't in their element, and well, the 7 Musketeers, what went wrong there? Because they did have a few fights again, you know.
Yeah.
I kind of felt what I saw was a little bit of hesitancy.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you there. You know, 7 Musketeers, they had a lot of opportunities where they had the man advantage. You know, they've got all the utility, but let's have a look at the iQOO MVP first, and then we can come back on it. Oh boy, Ninja Jot from Entity. I mean, TSM, whoopsie daisy over there, but yeah, 6 finishes to his name, 920 damage done, 4 assists and 2 headshots. Great stuff coming out by him once again. And yeah, I mean, no wonder he's the MVP. 920 damage done is kind of ridiculous.
The funny thing is, I do believe if we have a look at the top 5 players, looks like his teammates might be joining the iQOO MVP, and there you have it.
Just monopoly, 7 Cs and
I mean,
TSM.
of course, when the two teams pretty much wiped out the entire server, this is what you are going to expect. Now, the man of the moment, the MVP for his team, 7 Cs Prince, in 2nd place with 6 finishes to his name. Of course, Shadow and Aquanox are going to be joining Ninja with 5 finishes apiece, and Spray God again living up to his name. We saw him dish out damage with that laser-like precision with that M4.
Absolutely. I mean, great stuff coming out from Spray God once again, but Aquanox also on top there with 5 finishes. I mean, look at this. They're just so close in terms of damage done and finishes, you know, found, right? It just doesn't seem like... it seems like any of these players could have been MVP. It just seems that just the damage done by TSM is a mile above the rest, but I do imagine TSM have done it on at least 2,500 damage. I would be surprised if they have anything less than that.
I'm happy doing all the mathematical calculations when it's simple numbers. When we reach triple digits, I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to wait for production to basically show me the graph that is going to be coming up sooner or later. But before we have a look at graphs, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures, as the math summary is going to appear on our screens. And well, you know we love our grenades. 71 we used this time, 3 of which ended up finishing people.
Absolutely, but once again we saw a lot of knocks coming in, so you know that is also a very big thing to think about. Total healing done, look at that stat, 9,300, and I think we saw some reason for this early on as well, because a lot of the teams that ended up losing one of their players or getting knocked down, they went back in for the rest, they made sure that they were able to stay alive, and we saw a lot of action happening towards that mid to late game. So no big surprises there in terms of the amount of healing done, given the way the circle looked, right? It was basically a hard shift towards the west.
You know, since the healing is in the 9,000s, again, I do believe we are still second. It hasn't toppled over what we saw yesterday. I do believe I saw 95 and 95 points of healing done. So again, but that was in Miramar. For this to happen in Erangel is something that you're not used to, because again, you know, it is a smaller map. The teams are a little closer to one another, you know, too close for comfort, as I like saying, and chances are, if you get knocked down, a few more bullets are going to follow up and put you 6 feet under. But this time around, looks like we had a few more long-distance engagements.
Absolutely. A lot more long-distance engagement this time around. I remember specifically one of the TSM players, might have been Shadow or Blaze with that Mini 14. He was proning around. They were doing this whole supply drop bait thing with one of those players going and the smoke dissipating towards the end there. But this is the stat we've been waiting for. The finish to damage ratio. I want to see where 7C and TSM are.
Well, there you have it. They are
the
going to
Twin
be on the
Towers.
right side of your screens. The Twin Towers, hopefully they do not get demolished in the next few games, because for now it looks like they do have the 4th highest damage in the first game that TSM has played in this tournament. 3,142 to be precise. And of course, they are going to be ending things with 19 finishes, etching that first place position from 7Cs, who did walk away the winners in the last game.
Absolutely. 7C Esports doing a wonderful job as well. 13 finishes to their name. But everywhere else you look over there, I mean, you can see this is the effect of these two teams being on the server, right? I mean, everyone else just having damage in the lower 500s over here. Hell, I don't think we even see that many teams touching 500. I only see 3 teams apart from TSM and 7Cs who've actually managed to cut across that 500 damage mark. So maybe, Miramar can be a breath of fresh air for the teams that have been qualifying on Erangel so far, which is quite ironic when I say it out loud.
We were just looking at the screen ourselves, and IDNS, and I do believe it was Infuse Esports. Now, these were the two teams that were tangoing way up north, out in the blue. Not a single point of damage for either team, right? They didn't exchange any firefights, which means they must have seen each other out in the blue, and they were like, maybe not now. We'll live to fight another day, but they never made it to the next circle.
Yeah, unfortunately, IDNS, well, they died to the 17 team, like we always say, the blue zone.
The play zone definitely took 4 finishes for itself today.
Absolutely, even it wants a part of that 1 crore rupee prize pool.
We all do. We all do. I mean, I'm just thinking right now, where did you have to bring up the money? Because I'm like, you know what? Yes, we do love our jobs, but I think we should start getting some BGMI action on our devices. We have monsters in our hands. Might as well utilize them. We can put up a team, and maybe we might come in the next tournament. But jokes aside, let's have a look and see which star shone the brightest, as we are going to have the player spotlight coming up on our screens. And well, no surprises here. Had to be TSM Shadow, making sure he got the job done, making sure that, his teammates were ever present, finishing the game with 5 finishes, 847 points of damage.
Absolutely great stuff here by Shadow once again. Like we talked about, I mean, this is just a side of 7Cs and TSM having a monopoly on the top 5 players as well. I believe we saw Shadow in there too with 847 damage done. I think he was the guy with the Mini 14 trying to take those mid-range fights.
It's all about the experience as well, and these guys, they do their homework. They make sure that they practice before their matches, because again, it's not all about skills. But let's have a look at the squad spotlight. It was what you expected, right? It is going to be TSM, 19 finishes, 3,142 points of damage.
Yeah, once again, I mean, TSM just standing head and shoulders above the rest. Even though they ended with the second place, they are totaling a high number of points compared to the side of 7Cs who got that first place finish. Just 3 points ahead, but still a big lead. And yeah, I mean, at this rate, I'm not even sure what TSM are going to pull out on the map of Miramar.
Since you mentioned 7C, let's actually have a look and see how the players from TSM and 7C, stack up against one another, because we do have the player face-off, and there you have it. The damage might be a bit askew, but the finishes are going to be the same. Assists more on the side of TSM Ninja, but boy, oh boy, Floki, 7C's Prince was the man of the match for me in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Prince, the amount, just the brain that you require to sort of figure out, what you're supposed to do in that situation when everyone is knocked out over here. It's not an easy decision to make, right? He knew it was a 1v1. He knew that he was just against that one player, and he used his teammates as bait to try and figure out where he was.
Not just bait. I mean, the moment he realized that, that one man in the opposing team who was pretty much there just for him, the moment his attention was averted, again, I'm going to bring this up because it was such a pivotal point. The moment Blaze from TSM looked the other way, Prince slipped into the darkness. But of course, the squad face-up is going to be on your screens. TSM with 19 finishes, 7Cs with 1. Well, with 13. I saw number 1. They did end up first, but 13 finishes to their names.
Absolutely. Great performance by the side of 7Cs once again. I have to say, it seems that the 7Cs playstyle is somewhat different from TSM. With TSM, it's like, they want to be aggressive, but they want to be aggressive towards the end when they know they're the first ones inside the circle and they can gatekeep everyone.
So what TSM does is, historically speaking, up until maybe the 5th or the 6th circle, they are going to be at the periphery. They're going to be at the edge, and when that final circle comes in now, it is a risky move, right? They're going to just steamroll their way right to the center, maybe in a few vehicles, maybe just driving by and shooting people as they go. But once they hit the center, whether they have some cover, whether they have their vehicles, they're going to make sure each and every member has their backs to one another.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone has one direction, and the call is unleash hell.
Absolutely. I mean, that is what seemed very, clear to me about the way TSM like to play. It wasn't them taking a full-on team engagement like other teams like to do. 7Cs, they had that more of, we're going to hold hands together, we're going to push together as a unit, we're going to be a 5-finger death punch, we're going to go forward and see where we can deliver those blows and, hopefully rack up a couple of finish points using that sort of a strategy. But with TSM, it's completely different.
with 7C again, it's like the opposite end of the spectrum because you did notice that as soon as the circles would shift, 7C were pretty much in the center right from the beginning.
Yep.
So a little bit of an opposite contrast coming in. I mean, both teams, let me tell you one thing, are going to be open to pick a few firefights right from the get-go. Right,
Yep.
the moment they land, if there's an enemy in front of them, chances are they will deal with them. However, it's a little bit of an imposing strategy, I do believe, the way they go in, and of course, they are already set in stone. They are already set as legends. And speaking of legends, again, I have this bad boy in my hand.
This one
It
right here.
is the iQOO 7 Legend Monster Inside. Question is, are you going to unleash it?
I'm not sure, but TSM and 7Cs are, so you want to keep an eye out for them as well.
They've already ripped their shirts off, and the monsters have already come out. But again, you know what? Before we move on to the next game, let's have another quick word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
Well, hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And, quite a nice affair we just had in the last game. I just forgot how to English for a second. It happens to the best of us. Now, my name is Angad, the Experiment Chehal. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. On point.
And
10
of
out
course,
10.
joining me is Hirakar Thakur, but I know him better as Floki. 7C Esports TSM. I think that's all that we're going to be talking about up until this point.
Yeah, I know the reason why you sort of lost your speech there for a moment, because you, just like me, are a little shell-shocked after that performance.
Thank you.
How do two teams
like this
eliminate
guy.
half a server? Well, go back and watch the first match.
Go back and watch the first match. And, before we do that, I want you all to stick over here because the video is going to be available later on. And before that, let's have a look and see what's happening in the world of offline events. Because, again, a few groups are going to be fighting tooth and nail. Let's see what's going to happen with Group 12. A Sin official. Ooh, a heavy-hitting team here. 14 finish points, chicken dinner, which means they walk away with 29.
Absolutely. Well, the only sin the side of Sin official are committing is greed at this point, racking up all those finish points for themselves. Remnant Esports in a close second as well with 18. Well, not that close actually. It's 11-point difference, but it feels nice to say. Deadeye Esports in third place with 15. Invincibles in fourth place as well. Then you've got Multiple Zone, El Drago, Sphinx X. Is that Sphinx MNT or is it Sphinx Mint?
Sphinx Mint.
Is it a new brand of Mint?
It could be. It could have the Sphinx on the logo. Could be possible. Anything's possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then we've got RCD Esports in 8th place. So once again, it seems that one team is standing head and shoulders above the rest, and that is Sin. But down in the bottom 8, a place where nobody wants to be, we've got Marcus Gaming, Kadam OP, which is a little bit surprising because they played well. Team Exposers, 2OP Official, another team that we sort of expecting more from. Cravex, James, Lunatic Originals, and Legacy India.
Now, the only name that is going to stick out, of course, for me on this page is Marcus Gaming because, I've been following them for a little while and they are, again, a heavy-hitting team. If that doesn't work out, they have that perfect balance between placement points and finish points. So it's all about the balance at the end of the day, right?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe it's just game one. It could just be the jitters. It just could be the adrenaline coursing through their veins. But let's see how the next few games are going to be for them. For now, it does seem like all the players are ready in the lobby, and sooner or later we are going to be jumping into the game. But before that, let me just remind you which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds down below, as the matchup is coming up on our screens now.
Well, there we have it, 7 Musketeers to start things off over here, not having the best of performances in the first game, but hey, Miramar is a new map, it's a new start, it's a breath of fresh air, and hopefully they're able to come back stronger. We've also got Orb Officials, 4 White Sharks, RA Esports, Team Zero Esports, Universal Gods Esports, Originals, and Last Wish. Well, lots of esports over here.
Of course, this is the business that we are in, Floki. Of course, they are going to be joined by IDNS Esports, Infuse Esports, Exist,
Esports,
1M Officials, Version 1, Reapers,
Esports,
7C,
Esports.
and of course TSM.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's at least 6 teams with the word esports there towards the end as a suffix.
I'm glad because it looks like they are in the right business, and this is a business that is booming. And well, sooner or later, the prize pools are just going to become even more ridiculous. But again, just to remind you, all the teams over here, they are in round 3. We are fighting basically for a position in the quarterfinals, which only means that, you know, if they make it till the end, as you mentioned, only 16 teams are going to be battling it out in the grand finals. 1 crore rupees at stake.
Absolutely. That is a huge amount of money. With the first place walking away with rupees 50 lakh, you know, I've said it once, I'll say it again. It is going to excuse all the bad grades you've had in the entirety of your school. If you were never performing well and you've come here and you performed well, you can tell your parents that this is what you were meant to do.
Well, you're going to be the next big thing, the new kid on the block, and well, all the accolades are going to come your way. But remember, to the victor go the spoils, and if you do want to make it to that position, you better battle it out. You better give it your best, because again, we just have 2 more games for this group in particular to, you know, either make it or break it. Now, a couple of these teams, I'm pretty sure, aren't really going to have problems. I'm, of course, talking about TSM, 7C, and let's see if now, you know, the other teams, you know, the first game, if I was in their position and, you know, you're going up against people you've watched for quite a few months, it is going to be possible that, you know, you get a bit jittery. You know, it's like they say, never meet your heroes, because that is exactly what happens. Not that the heroes in this case are mean, but again, they do pack quite a punch. So
they're scary. I mean, they're almost monsters,
that
not heroes.
Anxiety is what, you know, just drags you down.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're on the same server, it's also about the mental game, right? When you see all these teams coming in, you sort of think, you know, these are the guys I've learned from. Am I really better than them? Now, well, if you were here on the first day, maybe you'd say yes. But today, that is not the case at all. It seems that TSM and 7Cs are really packing a punch.
But again, what the teams should take from this first game is, if I am the one, if I am that David that topples that Goliath, imagine if you walk away as the one that toppled over TSM. Oh my goodness, the streets are going to be singing your accolades for days to come, but it does look like your wish is going to be granted, because, you know, they want us to stop talking, they want the game to start. But before we do jump in on the action, remember, we are switching things around this time. We are going to be flying over the deserts of Miramar, and well, I want to kind of test the viewers right now. Let's see how many of you know exactly where we are as we take a little bit of a bird's eye view of the beautiful map of Miramar.
Absolutely, the desert dunes right here in front of our screens. Lots of hilly terrain to work with, lots of high grounds to hold. Well, I am not too sure what part of the map this is. It does look like Los Leones, though.
I think it does, right? A lot of buildings. I mean, if we get that wrong, Floki, I think you and I would be out of a job.
Absolutely, I certainly would be. Well, but yeah, there you go. There's Los Leones. There is the great big bull right here. I'm not quite sure what this poster is. Can you enlighten me on that?
Wow, you had to throw me under the bus. I will tell you, that is the amphitheater. That is the stadium.
All right.
I beg your pardon. Right next to Picardo. In fact, just to the northwest of the city. And, well, again, a place that is popular in the classic games. However, I have noticed one thing. Not a lot of takers for Picardo in the Miramar maps that we've seen. A lot of them do prefer, you know, those distant locations. El Azahar, Terra Bronco, even La Cabrera. I mean, yesterday we saw teams just south of Trailer Park itself.
I mean, I think it's also partly to do with the terrain, right? Because when you're trying to rotate out of Picardo, if you look, you got Power Grid right next there. It's got this high ground area. It's going to gatekeep you from going back in. So you could have a really good drop in Picardo, have a great time looting around, get all the vehicles in the world, but then, you know, if you're just going to get gate kept from a place that is higher up, what's the point of dropping there in the first place?
Well, I do understand your sentiment, but again, I guess I have to agree with you. But again, it's all about adaptability. It's all about versatility. Whatever is thrown at you, if you can adapt to that situation, well, that is what separates the champions from the rest of us mere mortals. But now, we are going to be taken to the skies once more, as it looks like the big beautiful bird is refueled and is going to be taking off. So there you have it. The game is about to begin, as this time we are going to be soaring high once again in the sky, but not a lot of greenery down below.
Absolutely. The flight path is going to look very interesting. Now, if you know the map, you know exactly where we are. We're going to be flying from the top of Valdemar and ending all the way towards Puerto Paraiso. And yeah, it's going to mean that the northern part of the map is going to be relatively empty.
And the thing is, the northern part of the map is where all the major cities are. Now, if teams want to go to El Pozo, there you have it. They are going to have to jump early, but looks like hopefully they should be getting all those vehicles down below. Now, I do believe this could also mean that we might actually have a couple of teams heading to Los Leones, and well, urban warfare might break out sooner rather than later. But for now, it does seem like a couple of teams might have a little contestation for vehicles, as I do believe they are going to be heading to El Pozo along that western route.
Absolutely. I mean, El Pozo is probably one of the best places to go at this point. You don't want to be the team that really drops in, towards Picado once again, because you're going to be surrounded on all sides by all of these other teams who are also going to be dropping towards Power Grid, Monte Nuevo, San Martin, and Graveyard as well. So rotations out of Picado can be a little bit rough. But if you're the first team over there and you're quick about it, maybe you can still get away with it.
I mean, again, easier said than done, because it all depends on the situation. Looks like we might just see something happening like that in the not so distant future, as 7 Musketeers are going to take the fight to Team Zero Esports. Now, Zero Esports are going to make sure their numbers don't dwindle down to 0, and well, the 7 Musketeers might want to get ready for a few duels here and there. But for now, they do have some weapons on their backs. We do see the Winchester, we do see the UMP, and well, looks like loot is aplenty in this location, Floki.
Absolutely, at least it is with the side of Team Zero Esports. I see all of the players being kitted up for the time being, but 7 Musketeers, they are kind of just sending one player out on a bit of a scouting mission. Now, you have to remember Tanyo OP, if he ends up making a bit too much noise, if he continues rummaging around over here, Zero Esports, they could catch wind of this and maybe then try and take a fight against the side of Musketeers, but the Musketeers are gathering up. You've got everyone coming in, and well, Tanyo OP, I think he's darting on because he's leading the charge.
He is leading the charge, and D'Artagnan, there you have it. I love it. Of course, you and I are a bit too old. The Three Musketeers.
The Three
if you haven't
Musketeers,
watched
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
movie, you better go and watch it. But for now, it's the 7 Musketeers that we are going to be talking about. As you did mention, Tani is going to be in the line of defense for his team. You did kind of mention he's on a little bit of a fact-finding mission. And, well, he is going to relay that information onto his teammates because they are aware the enemies nearby, and damn, Soham's ankles are made of steel. Had it been me, I would have definitely broken them.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that was possibly just below the ankle breaking distance. So.
He calculated it perfectly, huh? All right, let me see the height, let me see my escape velocity, and yeah, I should make it.
Absolutely. Big brain stuff right here. This is what you attend physics class for. Not so that you can apply it in real life, but so that you can apply it in BGMI.
Also, you can, let it help you defy gravity in Miramar, because we've seen that happen plenty of times, especially with those vehicles just zigging and zagging their way all over the place, and sometimes just going straight up.
Absolutely. I mean, so many teams going in with a boost. But there you go. There's a circle coming up on the screens. It is covering a decent chunk of the map. But once again, the northern part is where you kind of want to be. Because look at that. La Cabrera completely empty. Water treatment completely empty. Cindia del Patron. A couple of teams going to be heading over there, but it's going to take some time. And guess what? Given the proximity between TSM and 7Cs, we might see some sort of early fights breaking out.
We might see that, as TSM are going to be near the graveyard and the underlying areas next to it, while 7C are going to be spread out far and wide across the power grid and, well, all the compounds nearby. Now again, loot is not going to be pretty much an issue overhead because again, Miramar is a massive map, right? Everyone can get some real estate, especially before the first blue zone starts forcing them in. But now we did have a look at the map and it did seem like Chumacera had quite a few teams running about. But for now, we are going to have a nice cinematic shot as TSM Shadow OG is going to be looting near the compound just south of that massive church.
Absolutely. I mean, I love the moves that TSM are making over here. They're spreading out a little bit evenly, but not so much so that, they can get picked off one after the other. Even if one of those members goes down, there is potential for them to get back into cover and wait for the others to come in and help them out with the firefight, if need be. If they get caught out in the open, though, they're probably left with their own devices. Now, we saw this sort of engagement, sort of tussle happening early on as well between the side of 7 Musketeers and Zero Esports, but neither of them have bounced just yet.
What's interesting here, Floki, is that 7 Musketeers, they have their attention pretty much fixated on the 2 gentlemen on your screen now. But if you notice one thing, the remaining members from Team Zero, they are skirting around. In fact, they have already skirted around their opponents. And sooner or later, we might just have a little bit of a sandwich situation break up because Soham is going to try and get a little bit more height so he can shoot down below. Now, if that's going to work out, we are going to have to wait and find out. But it seems like, for now, the 7 Musketeers are unaware that there's the enemy actually is behind enemy lines.
I mean, unless they were keeping an eye out immediately when they dropped in and, you know, had a look around the area, they would have known. But otherwise, they just have no inkling whatsoever that this is Team Zero going in for a massive flank over here. Look at the way they've spread out over here. They're going to have so much vision. They can pick and choose when to engage and punish them for overextending.
Now, you can't tell just yet, but where Baggy for the win is, you know, sooner or later, as soon as they just squeeze that little bit of a summit, there's a sheer drop that overlooks Chumacera, the entire town of Chumacera, in fact. And from there, it could be raining down death and destruction. But looks like 7 Musketeers are pretty much aware of the possibilities.
Yeah.
A few shots have been fired, and well, Acid is going to take a little bit of damage. But now Tanny's got to be a little careful, because we did mention one thing. You know, if the remaining members of Team Zero get that little height advantage, oh boy, I wonder what's going to happen after that.
Absolutely, but I love what they're doing over here, right? 7 Musketeers, they're just continuing to stay at distance over here. They're maintaining
the agility.
Absolutely, the agility, and they're making sure that they stay on the high ground over there. But elsewhere on the map, it looks like the side of one of the officials are taking the fight over Universal Gods. Oh my god, the vehicle explodes and so do the players in it. Odin is probably going to bite the dust over here. No, wait, it's actually Odin who gets the first pick over there onto those Universal Gods esports members. I believe there was 2 players in 1 car.
Well, speaking of gods, one god is going to snap the life of 2 others, as Universal Gods are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad, and Odin is going to be happy. The All-Father is going to be happy. Of course, if you talk about gods, I'm going to go for him. But looks like Baggy is going to be spotted out. 7 Musketeers were, in fact, aware of the situation. In fact, no, have a look at that. There is a Jeep nearby, which means Obito had no idea that the enemy was so close. However, it does look like he was quicker to the trigger, because he did lose a little bit of his HP, which means the enemy definitely did fire upon his position as well. But for now, it is going to be Team Zero Esports who are going to be at the receiving end of things elsewhere. This is the moment you've been waiting for, and Shadow with precision shots with that AK is going to make sure one of the members from Orb is taken down, as Octavius is going to reciprocate in kind, taking down Shadow himself. But this is what TSM's about. The moment his teammate goes down, smokes are deployed, and well, looks like we just might have a revive Octavius. Dangerous proposition.
Oh yeah.
You said it, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire.
And there's also potentially explosions, but the timing that he went for is absolutely amazing. He went for the knock, realized he can't do much, but oh well, 7 Seas, not 7 Seas actually, Zero Esports going up against the side of 7 Musketeers are gonna end up losing one of their members once again, and Baggy for the win is now on the run, or actually trying to go back towards his team as he's crawling on all fours.
They're trying to use him as bait.
Yeah, they're trying to use him as bait over here. Let's see if that actually ends up working out, but
they finally put him out of his misery.
yeah, I mean, Baggy is gonna end up biting the dust over here. Unfortunately, it's gonna be his end. Ninja Jord is just going to try and see what sort of loot he can scrounge from that blown up truck, but in the meantime, Zero Esports, the fact that they've lost 2 of the players again basically means that now they kind of either need to go all in for the fight or run away. Well, let's have a look at the replay, see exactly what happened with Shadow in the meantime. There you go, he shot that player out of the coupe, and another player on the truck as well. That was Ninja getting those picks, so TSM already with 2 or rather 3 finishes to their name.
Well, Karna is definitely going to be hitting the driving school after that, because had his vehicle not spun like that, maybe it could have been a different story. But for now, Octavius, in his rattle trap of a vehicle, finally does make it to safety, and well, he is going to abandon that now. What is going to happen is the circle is going to shift. Question is, where are we going to? And well, looks like San Martin is going to be where the action might just unfurl later on. For now, TSM once again dead smack center. Expect them to basically just dishing out damage in every single direction. But have a look at 7 Seas. They are coming dangerously close as well. Now, if you have a look at the map, pretty much all the teams are going to be in the circle, barring what's happening down south, because I do see a couple of teams still locked, with locked horns at Chumacera. Of course, we did see it early on that Team Zero did lose 2 members. Let's see if they are going to come down to 0.
Absolutely, and look at that supply drop with a level 3 helmet, a level 3 vest. It's got everything in the world to work with, an 8x scope as well. So if there's a Kar 98K or a Winchester like we talked about earlier, well, they're going to be very, very happy to receive that scope and put it on and see if it's shiny and if it's working. Maybe even an arm in the mixture, XP.
Why? Why would you say that? Because I know it's never going to happen, and the more you say it, the more you jinx it, Floki. And you can't see us right now, but he has a wry smile on his face. I'm going to talk to you after this game, bud. But right now, 1M officials, again, we did see the All-Father, in action just moments earlier, but his teammates do see something in the distance as Avatar, not to be confused with Avatar, it's going to lay down some shots in the distance, and after 3 more rounds, well, 1 more, he is going to have to switch his magazine as Odin is going to run around. Now, again, they do have this compound, right? But they are going to be moving, like we talked about the agility moments ago. They want to make sure they are not a static target for the enemies. But for now, looks like someone is going to come under fire, and Last Wish are going to be in a bit of trouble as Spray God again. Whoa. Okay. Looks like that had a bit of a spring to it, as the moment he got on, it wanted to do a little bit of a bunny hop.
Absolutely, the dirt bike, well, it is supposed to be good off-road over here, but it doesn't seem like Spray God has the best possible use for it right now. But 7C Esports, I do believe they were looking in the general direction of TSM, and 7Cs, if they break out into a fist fight over here, I'm going to be very excited to see who comes out on top, because it's going to be the grudge match from the first game.
Now, you know, if TSM had held their position, now they have kind of moved just a bit further up north as compared to the initial drop spot at the graveyard. Oh boy, had they been at the graveyard, I would have seen a few more bodies scattered all over the place, and it would have been easy because, well, the graveyard is right next. Easy work for whoever has to come off and dispose of the bodies.
Undertakers?
There you go, the Undertakers should make their lives a bit easy. But for now, TSM, again, they are going to be scattered because you do see a couple of their teammates are going to be down below in the compounds in San Martin, just at the edge of San Martin, while Aquanox is going to have a little bit of a height advantage. Now from here, they could rain down death and destruction. And again, it doesn't matter how long or how far away the enemy is. It doesn't matter about the distance. If they spot a couple of enemies, well, in the distance, they are going to take their shots.
Most certainly. I mean, I love the fact that TSM are not very hesitant to utilize them, height advantage over here. A lot of teams would reconsider. They would think about, what if there's a flank coming on? What if there's something else happening? No. TSM, very straightforward. They believe in each other. They've all given themselves one direction to look at. And Aquanox, when he sees a couple of people in his crosshairs, he shoots, he fires. No hesitation whatsoever.
No hesitation whatsoever, but now as the circle is going to be shifting in, let's have a look and see if it's going to be a drastic shift in either direction, because I do want to point something out. Now, we did kind of predict that, you know, San Martin is going to be the epicenter of all the action, because, well, TSM are right in the thick and thin of said city, and there you have it. The circle is going to shift with TSM still holding on to their position, which means all the teams coming up north from Picado could potentially be targets.
Absolutely, and I have to say, Team Last Wish, well, they better be making their last wishes soon enough, because otherwise TSM is going to destroy them before they even get the opportunity to do so. Well, that card definitely does look pretty, but in the meantime, 7Cs, I like what they're doing over here. They're prioritizing their rotations right now. That is the first priority for them. Just trying to make sure they're able to get that central high ground area that you can see at the moment. Of course, you'd love to be towards Crater Fields. You got even high ground over there, but you have to go around and outside the current circle to do that. Maybe version 1 can do that, given the current state of the map.
I am listening to you, but I'm still stuck on that exposed supercharger and those intakes over there. But for now, looks like TSM are going to make the move again. You know, they don't want to be caught on the periphery, on the edge. They did have that good high ground, but again, like I said, they love going in. But for now, looks like Last Wish is going to spot them, as Anarchy was close to being anarchic himself, but looks like Ninja had other ideas, as he does lay down some suppressive shots, which means Anarchy is going to have to move back just a little bit, patch himself up, and now TSM are aware to the danger.
And the suppressor means that they don't know where the shots came from, so they just went down, and they're like, all right, well, there's somewhere around the window there is a player over here that I can't expose myself to, but outside on the map, oh no, looks like 7Cs, they're going to lose one of the members. Saran GG is going to get taken out by the member of Universal Gods. Regalto is being responsible for it, and the other members from 7Cs not very happy. That buggy has caught fire, it seems. No, that's actually the boost coming in.
Good thing that buggy has a roll cage, otherwise Regultos's head would have been squashed like a pumpkin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Otherwise that, well, let's just say he wouldn't be seeing the light of day anytime soon. But 7C Esports with one member down and 0 finishes, now they gotta be a bit more conservative.
I have a question. This is Miramar, it's the desert. Are 7Cs out of their element?
Potentially. I mean, there is no sea nearby over here. Maybe if it was closer towards, the eastern front of the map where there is actual water, they would be powered up and charged up and ready to go. But this time around, it doesn't seem like that's the case.
I did check the forecast, and apparently there's a lot of humidity out there, so, maybe that could work out again. Sorry for the lame joke. I did have to give it my best. But for now, Regultos, he did have that little escape, but it looks like he is going to be spotted. In fact, he just has a pixel of HP. There you have it. He finally administers that first aid and is going to patch himself up, which means, well, although his vehicle could be lost, he still has a fighting chance left in him now. TSM are going to be in the position that they love. They know that the enemies are going to be coming from every which direction. Regultos finally, as the vehicle blows up, under the cover of smoke, he is going to try and make his escape, and escape he shall.
Yeah, but he has to retreat over here. You kind of want to go a little bit ahead into the circle right now. So Ninja Jot is still going to be okay with this outcome. There's also a bunch of other weapons and ammo lying about, so he's not too worried about rattling off a few shots just to prevent the enemy team from rotating. That for him, as of now, is completely worth it. Regaltos, in the meantime, is just going to be sitting behind that rock, waiting for some cover to come in, and well, the circle does seem to have shifted for the time being, so we're going to be having a look at that real soon as well. But for the time being, it seems that 7C Esports are looking to take a fight over here.
They are looking to take a fight elsewhere in San Martin. We have a few more teams joining in as TSM are going to hold their ground against the enemy. But for now, it does look like we do have Originals joining the party, and we do have 1M as well. Have a look at the circle shift. Now, it is going to shift a bit to the west, and you do have those two massive mountains right in the middle. A few compounds down below, even the power grid still in place. So 7C are still going to stick to the periphery, while expect TSM to move where Exist's Ponde is right about now.
I've heard of the Valley of Death, but I didn't know that it existed in Miramar, because right now that is exactly what the road leading from the center is going to be. You want to be the team that is going to be fighting near the foothills, not the team that is going to be taking that road in. And man, I'm just curious to see what's going to happen soon enough, because I'm quite sure with all of these teams occupying those mountain ranges, there's going to be a lot of flank action going on. There's going to be a lot of teams punishing from the other mountain, because both of them provide a line of sight over each other.
Well, we saw this right at the beginning. Looks like the fight is still continuing, and Danny is going to take the fight to the last man standing for Team Zero. And finally, we have the first squad to exit this game. Unfortunately, it is going to be Team Zero. However, they don't have 0 points thanks to that one finish. But talk about... wow, talk about explosions, blazing the opponents as Originals. Well, they are going to be reduced to a 3-man squad. And the thing is, he was so close to his enemies. I mean, his teammates, he could have made it to safety, but just as the car went around the bend, well, Blaze lit him up.
Absolutely. Michael would be proud, and Blaze, I'm quite sure if this game doesn't work out for him, there's going to be an offer coming in, but this is what Blaze did. Look at that! My goodness, no way on earth he actually lived over there. And there you go, Blaze OP. Now he's also spotted out the other members from the side of Originals. So Originals are going to be in a bit of trouble over here. They're trying to get towards the high ground, so they have more of a fighting chance. But Exist, elsewhere on the map, it looks like he's going to be taking a fight against the side of RA Esports. Those nades coming pouring in. And guess what? It is dead from two fronts. Exist, they've got the high ground and the low ground to work with.
I was just going to say that Raw Esports look like they are in a bad position, which they still kind of are, but they do get a couple of knocks on either side. Now, if they survive this little barrage of grenades heading their way, they might just have a fighting chance, but I think it is going to be cut short as Lord is going to move in from one end while his teammate OP is going to come up from above. Now, the work is going to be cut out for Lucifer, the devil himself. He does spot Lord in the distance, in fact, hiding behind a palm tree. Shots have been laid out, and, well, looks like some suppressive fire is going to come out above as well, as 7 Musketeers are going to bid us adieu in the 14th position. For now, Lord is going to spot the enemy. In fact, looks like Lucifer is going to be taken down as Lord goes down himself, but this is where his teammates can come in handy.
Absolutely, they most certainly can, but look at that, 7Cs as well, looking to make the move over here against the side of Reapers Esports, where there's just one member. It's Prince trying to take the fight over here, and looks like they are going to be eliminated. Raw Esports going to be bidding goodbye over here in the 13th place, I believe, and yeah, it's going to be the end of them. Oh, that nade coming in from Sartak makes that car bounce, and Prince, he's going to have some tinnitus after that. Grenades and mollies come pouring in as well, making sure he can't roll it out of there just yet. So Prince is going to have to stand his ground over here. And there you go, the Car 98K finally doing some work. Experiment, I think you should take over.
Well, Jesu over there, or Captain Jesu I should rather say, is going to have to lock and reload his weapon and patch himself up. Elsewhere, Spray God is going to be spraying some lead in the enemy's direction as Prince, again, we know this man is an MVP. We know he can do a lot. He is going to survive over here, but no, he takes one out as one of the members of the opposition is going to go down. Now, Reaper Esports, they need to push in tandem here, Floki, if they want to make sure they get the better of this man, because if they come one by one, if Prince can isolate them, oh baby, it could be problematic. In fact, Prince over here almost walked into a hot potato.
He most certainly did, and Prince once again is going to have to heal himself back up. That is his last med kit over here, so it means only slow heals coming in from at this point. He needs to isolate those gunfights like we talked about earlier, but 7C, they really trust Prince to control this flank. I don't see any of the other members. Yeah, they're just trying to hold the high ground over here. They're preventing them from pushing it. That is what is happening right now. Prince is acting as live bait.
He is, but the thing is, the circle has shifted north, so now 7C are contemplating whether they leave him behind or whether they come and risk their lives as teams are going to be moving by. But for now, it does seem like the Reapers Esports, well, they better reap some rewards over here. They need to make sure Prince goes down. Oh, he is going to be a thorn on his side. Well, his teammate Aladdin is going to be taken down by Aladdin himself. Oh my goodness, imagine being taken down by your namesake. That is going to hurt just a little bit extra. Now TSM are going to be opening up things. They are going to be opening up things at all fronts because they are knocking over people from different teams on the other side. But looks like Prince is finally going to breathe his last.
Yeah, it looks like Last Wish are going to be eliminated by TSM in the meantime. And 70 is also going to be in a little bit of trouble. SprayGod is still standing in the meantime, but Exist Esports looking to take the fight to them. Also have to worry about another team that is going to be Infuse Esports coming in from the low ground over here. Thanks to their high ground advantage, though, they can take a bit of a breather, get their teammates back up, heal, and then look to take the fight again. Pandey, in the meantime, watching the flank.
Floki, the Reapers got the better of Prince, but before they could, get their hands on that delicious loot, the 4 White Sharks came in and snuffed their lives out. Ladies and gentlemen, forget everything else. We have an AWM in action as Freak just exploded someone's skull. All the blood and guts all over the place. I am a happy man.
Oh boy, there you go. I mean, skulls are being cracked at this point with that AWM, and TSM, well, they are also in on the party. Exist. In the meantime, continuing to hold on to their high ground, making sure that they don't get pushed in from the flank. Holding off the members of 4 White Sharks. And guess what? SprayGod is also in the vicinity, waiting for a good opportunity against the Sharks to sort of capitalize over here.
He is going to try and capitalize on as many finishes. That is a long lob, and it's just a bit too long as Infuse are still going to hold on. But wait a second, another grenade comes in. How is that man still standing? There are some wakers as Aladdin is right next to him. Now Aladdin could be blown to smithereens as he's not. How many grenades does Exist Esports have? There you have it, Infuse Esports out in the 8th position, and well, 4 White Sharks are going to be joining them in the 7th because I do believe not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 grenades pretty much went boom at the same time.
I mean, the amount of potassium nitrate these guys have to be carrying to sort of create those many explosions has to be insane. I mean, that is what is used to create explosions, potassium nitrate. But yeah, I mean, with all these grenades being lobbed in, I'm quite sure they've got a factory somewhere full of it as they collected so many frags on top of that.
Now, here's the thing, Floki. I want to break it down because version 1, they do have the high ground. They have to make quick work of Exist Esports, well, who have higher ground, but TSM is going to be dangerously close by, and we know TSM, boy, they can pack quite a punch. Now, version 1, they have to take the fight to Exist, as there you have it. They are going to do just that. Psycho getting the first knock on the opposition. This is going to give them a little bit of chance to come in as Blaze with his Mini 14 is going to be dishing out damage on 1M official.
Absolutely, Shim going to be the first line of defense between them and version 1. Can he actually stand tall? No, he cannot. He's going to be knocked down on his feet, crawling on all fours. Whitey has found him. He's been eliminated over here, and it doesn't look like the side of well, it doesn't look like the side of TSM are doing too well. Either two of the players have been knocked down over here. They're going back towards counter.
They're not doing well. They have 13 finishes already. We called it over here, Floki. Again, they're going to wait till the last few seconds and this dish out damage in every direction. 13 finishes for them. TSM again, a beast to be reckoned with. But for now, Deuce is going to go on the side. He is going to use that vehicle for cover. He shoots, he connects, he gets the enemy down 6 feet underground. And now, version 1, they do have the high ground. Question is, can they capitalize on the situation as SprayGod is going to be having other ideas? Sid goes down, Deuce goes down, which means SprayGod is now the last man standing for his team. And well, he is going to dish out some damage with that M249, but TSM now have the upper ground. There you have it, Shadow almost knocking him out, but SprayGod with some precision shots is going to put him on his bloody knees.
He's still got 18 bandages and 5 medkits to work with. He's going to pop one over here and try and go forward, but guess what? He's cooking up a nade over here. This could be devastating. He could take out the player resing as well. He's going to lob it forward, doesn't find it marked out, just a bit too far coming in from him. And he can still wait in the meantime. Look at that. Version 1 is also under the radar of TSM at this point. So, all he has to do is try and stay alive as long as possible. But Aquanox will not let that happen. He'll go forward and secure that finish.
Well, it means TSM are back on their feet. All 4 members alive. And 15 finishes could become 16, could become 17. As they are going to be dishing out damage. Version 1, good night. Bye-bye. As you have been taken out with a grenade. Well, the grenade is a little bit of a self-knock. But again, it's not going to make a difference. It is a 4v2 situation. As TSM are going to go up against 1M official, and well, it is Odin himself. Can the Allfather do something over there, because he does have a rock behind him? Unfortunately, Thor ain't here, the Mjolnir ain't here. Could he do something spectacular? As now it is going to be a 4-on-1 situation, and well, we all know how this story is going to end.
Oh yeah, Odin, he's already been shot in the head, his skull cracked, bleeding, his brains gushing out of his skull as we talk, and there you go, TSM will finally do some sort of a mercy finish over there, putting him 6 feet under, as this is a back-to-back chicken dinner coming in. Well, not a chicken dinner coming in, but a first place finish for the side of TSM.
Well, that is a chicken dinner, isn't it?
It is a chicken dinner.
I mean, if you finish first, you do get that delicious chicken, but Wow.
Yeah. Wow. I think that's the only word capable of describing
you
what
know,
they did.
you can talk about back-to-back chicken dinners. Yes, they did get back-to-back chicken dinners. I mean, but that isn't what is, has me, just spellbound and at a loss for words over here, because the amount of finishes now, again, we know they thrive under pressure, but this is just ridiculous. I do believe they have another 18, maybe 19 finishes again, Floki.
Yeah, now usually when you see teams like this towards the center, you'll see them start panicking a little bit because they have all these different fronts to worry about. But instead, TSM, no, they're very experienced. They know what they're supposed to do. All of these players going out there, making sure that they don't commit to an entire fight. They take whatever they're getting and backing off. And then coming back and helping each other, making sure that no one is knocked down, no one is on their feet for too long.
Even though their playbook is pretty much like an open book and everyone can go and have a look at it, I'm going to keep continuing my thought as we do have the highlights coming up from the last game, which I'm sure you just want to have a few good looks at those moments which define greatness. Now, action broke out right at the beginning. A vehicle's going to go boom in about a few seconds, and with it, 2 lives are going to be lost.
Absolutely. I mean, this was the first pick coming in, and this is 2 for the price of 1. One official going to be quite happy about that.
Pretty good deal.
Absolutely. Pretty good deal. About as good as it gets. About as sweet as it gets as well. And TSM, it just seemed like they were always capitalizing on these opportunities. A bit of a scary moment over here where Orb did get that 1 knock on Shadow, but they were able to make sure that they stay alive as long as possible and, of course, get that chicken dinner.
Now, this fight we did see from the beginning. Well, it's gone out of your vision now, and again, like I said, a little bit of training to make sure, you want to make sure you land on level ground, otherwise your vehicle will flip. Now, 7C, I do believe, they had a bit of a downward spiral because they did lose a couple of members early on. I say downward spiral, but of course,
they still finished top 4.
I think top 4 is right, with, I do believe, maybe 3 or 4 finishes to their name.
Yeah, not bad at all. I believe that's going to put them at around 14 to 15 points. Add that on top of the total that they had for the first game, and they're sitting at a comfortable 40 or something points right now.
I know one thing for a fact now. Just a little thin wall basically divides us from our Hindi counterparts, right? And I know Ocean loves doing his analysis. Now, I want to bring up the map myself because, again, that is what TSM is. And the thing is, nobody's really latched onto the gameplay because, again, you can't predict their movements. You can't go up against someone who is just going to be moving and bobbing and weaving his or her way out of harm. And so what they did is, again, they make sure they play on the edge up until circles 5 and 6, and then by hook or by whatever, they make sure they come in the center, and if you give them that central position, it's pretty much GGWP.
I mean, kudos to the captain of TSM right now, because the way they are playing, they're functioning as 4 separate minds, but they're still a cohesive unit, and that requires the captain to come down to everyone's level, have an honest conversation with them, and really believe in his players, instead of trying to lead them and mold them into something that they are not. TSM, this is them having the freedom to be whatever they like.
Now, we just saw Prince go down moments ago. Again, we were talking about it. Maybe his team should have come in and backed him up because, yes, I get it, the circle had shifted up north, but again, they knew that he was without any vehicle, and had they come in, possibly Prince would have been alive. It could have been. Have a look at that.
Oh man, this is
painful. The amount of grenades and Molotovs that were thrown is just ridiculous. But then again, exists sooner or later. They ran out of utilities, which did come to bite them in the backsides later on.
Absolutely, it most certainly did. And version 1 as well, they had some pretty good angles over here, but it seemed that the high ground was just too much to go up against. And Exist, well, they tried their best over here, but unfortunately version 1 just a bit too strong over there. And eventually they did end up getting themselves that 3rd place finish, so kudos to them for being able to do so. But once again, like you mentioned, 7Cs, just shout out to them, man. Despite having 3 players down, they finished top 4. It's about as good as it gets. You can't expect anything more from your player.
Oh yeah, even if you talk about the team that did make it to the final 2, I'm of course talking about TSM. I mean, actually I'm not, because I think they speak for themselves, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, one of officials didn't have the best game in the first time around in Erangel, but they do make sure they walk away with those 12 placement points, and I do believe 4 points from finishes. So, they are going to be happy, but of course there is still one more game after this, and there you have it. Odin, finally, he was overpowered, and he did fall.
Absolutely, and once again, this is TSM maintaining that high ground like we saw later on in the game. There was only one mountainous area to occupy, only one hill to work with, and the way they spread out, they make sure that they cover their flanks and at the same time exploit the fact that they have the high ground. So 2 players looking down, firing upon anyone that might come at their crosshairs, the other 2 making sure that the flank is guarded and they can do whatever the hell they want.
I want to be a fly on the TSM camp wall because I want to see what they eat. I want to see what they do every day because it's something different. But let's have a look and see how all the other teams did. A massive 33 points,
What the
doing
hell?
even 2 better than the last game as TSM this time around do get the chicken dinner and a ridiculous 18 finishes to their names.
Absolutely. I mean, well, they certainly have had their good
Wow.
8 hours of sleep over here. They've got breakfast. They had a decent lunch as well. They are pumped up and ready for this match for sure. But 1M officials in second place with 16. In third place, we got Version 1 with 15 total points. 7 Cs with 12 points to their name and exist. 4 White Sharks. Universal Gods and Last Wish in that 5th to 8th spot.
None of the other teams here have broken the 5 finish point mark. I mean, when you have TSM stealing 18 for themselves,
Oh, yeah.
I like the fact that,
noticed
what it does say is that this time around, as compared to last game, the other teams finally woke up. The other teams finally, brushed that dust off their shoulders and were like, you know what, maybe if we just give it our best, we might have a chance. And still, for a couple of them, they still have a chance to move on to the next round because
Hopefully.
for now, I think it's safe to say TSM are going to make it to the next round. They might even get a treble over here, which hasn't happened so far. The way they are going, they are like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped. They are nigh unstoppable.
Absolutely. I think the only record they're going to be looking to break this time around is maybe being the only team that reaches 100 points in 3 matches. I mean, that would be ridiculous. They've had 31 in the first, 33 in the
64
second.
already. Are you kidding me, Floki?
Yeah, I mean, they just need 36. I say just need 36 like it's no big deal. But maybe for TSM it isn't. Maybe they're just able to do that.
Well, now it is going to be a bit difficult because the next thing that comes up is the iQOO MVP. But which TSM member are we going to give it to? That is the question because in
I
my
love it.
mind, everyone is going to be pretty much entitled for that position. But it is going to be Ninja Jot once again. 7 finishes, 777 points of damage.
Absolutely. Agent 7 in the house over here with 3 assists as well. You've heard of 007 now. Hear about quadruple 7. 4 times as strong as James Bond. 1,350 for survival time. I mean, that's the number of seconds he lived. Great stuff once again coming out from TSM. I just think that everyone can learn something from TSM right now in this lobby.
Oh, they've been learning
I
from
mean,
TSM for ever since
they
BGMI
started.
came out. Absolutely. Now, the thing is, we've seen the iQOO MVP. Now, usually what follows are the top 5 players. But the thing is, I do believe we are going to have 4 gentlemen, or maybe 3, in fact, from TSM. I mean, at least 3 need to be there. Let's see if that's the case. Yes, it is. Once again, Ninja this time is going to be at the tippity top with 7, with his teammates Blaze and Shadow with 6 and 3 respectively.
TSM, not only do they have a monopoly on the finish points and the standings as well, but they also have a monopoly on the top 5 squad. 7C is also managing to sneak in there with Spray God being in the 3rd place.
They do know that this is round 3, right? I mean, no money's going to be going out now because the way they are playing for all the MVP prizes, the Redeemer, they might just walk away with everything, Floki.
Well, that's the thing, Master XP. Some
Huh.
men don't care about money. Some
Oh.
men just want to watch everyone else burn.
I see.
Well, that is The
You
Dark
have
Knight,
learned
folks.
well.
Make sure you watch that movie if you've got the time. You'll get that reference as well. But yeah, TSM, I just think that even if they get eliminated, right away in 16th place, which is not going to happen, it is a statistical impossibility that
Unless-
they get eliminated in 16th place. But even if they do, they'll still be on
Unless-
top.
Even if all the teams drop down on their locations, if they pick up those weapons before anyone else, it's going to be a field day for them. But let's have a look and see at a couple of more stats and figures, as the map summary is going to be up over here on our screen. 61 grenades used, out of which 5 pretty much ended up ending people's lives.
Absolutely, and well, while these stats might seem mediocre and average, look at the number of people being rescued up.
What?
42 people rescued.
Well, I guess you could expect this again. It is Miramar, all those long distance engagements, and chances are their helmets and utilities were depleted, but their teammates were on point and on hand to get them right back on their feet.
I mean, we saw on our screens itself, right? I believe Shadow was knocked down and gotten back up.
I need one thing. I'm sorry to cut
The
you. I
arm.
need one thing. Now, before we have a look at the FD performance graph, production needs to help me out with that one replay that I'm sure is going to be somewhere or the other, that one little bit where that AWM went off and somebody's head went flying clean off his shoulders. But before that, let's actually have a look at the finished the damage performance graph. And, it is going to be similar story as last time. This time, however, the other teams seem to have woken up.
Absolutely. Everyone else also starting to awaken a little bit over here. They're like, you know what? If we go down, we're going to go down swinging. Go down like honorable men who took the fight and didn't chicken out. But, well, there's one team that stands head and shoulders above the rest, and that is TSM. Gee, what a surprise.
What a surprise. I mean, could you have expected them to do this back-to-back chicken dinners, TSM? I mean,
No.
Well, I mean, I hope you guys understand we have a massive sarcastic undertone over here because, blimey, I mean, you and I, we are both flabbergasted as well because, yes, we've seen back-to-back chicken dinners, but we haven't seen this kind of domination. And again, like I said, if this is round 3, oh baby, I wonder what they have in store for us in the quarterfinals and maybe the finals
hot
as
in
well.
here.
It is. I think we might just need to lose our jackets, but
Oh boy.
wow, what an amazing outing over here.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to say, TSM, they are just standing head and shoulders apart. I think a lot of people might have a couple of questions, considering the new roster shuffle coming in for the side of TSM when they announced that they will be picking up 4 new players. But, man, these guys are out here proving their mettle. And this is just them so hungry for that top spot. They are here to prove themselves.
The thing is, whenever you do join a new organization, not just in esports, but anywhere, you bring something to the table, right? But the thing is, at TSM headquarters, I'm telling you, they have that mentality. A, it's the winner's mentality. B, it's that never give up, never go out without a fight kind of mentality. And, depending on the circle, I'm pretty sure they've tried and tested, a few things. Trial and error is what everyone should be doing. But, again, the way they maneuver through the zones, make sure they are in the thick and thin of the action, and then the communication.
Oh, yeah.
I wish we could get a glimpse of how they are speaking because, again, that is a key component for any squad to win a team game.
And once again, this is, it just happens, it just goes back to the previous point that I mentioned. For 4 players to function individually in separate directions, you don't need an IGL, but you need 4 different IGLs telling you what the situation is and making decisions on the fly. That does not happen with one player leading the 3. It happens with all players chiming in and then making a collective decision based on their information that they have.
Based on the information that they have, we've got some information as well, and looks like the spotlight is going to be shining bright again on one of the boys from TSM. This time it's going to be Blaze with 6 finishes to his name.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from another TSM member, as once again the monopoly on the player spotlight and the MVP continues for them. They're also having a monopoly on the top 5 squads. I think they just might as well have a monopoly on BGMI in this country at this point.
I'm going to ask you right now, are we going to witness a treble today?
I hope we do. I want to see them, be that Sachin Tendulkar, cross that 100-point mark. I hope we get to see them go there. But, maybe, just maybe it's not in the cards. Maybe TSM just take a chill pill for Erangel. Be like, you know what? We've done our best for 2 games. Maybe it's time to relax a little bit. Kick our shoulders up. Kick our legs up on the table. And just sit back and sip pina coladas. Enjoy the day that is coming ahead of us.
The last voice you heard was Hiraka Thakur, that is Floki. And if you want to point fingers if TSM doesn't do good, you point them in his direction because he just might have jinxed it. But now, all jokes aside, again, let's have a look at a squad spotlight. This time we are going to be shining the light on version 1, who, again, I did want to bring this up while the highlights were playing. Yes, they didn't have a lot of, finishes, just 5 to the name. 1,000 points of damage, but what they did, Floki, was they held their ground. They controlled the area around them. In fact, at times TSM was pushing up on their position until they finally lost a few of their members and were reduced to a one-man army. TSM were kept at bay.
Absolutely. I mean, version 1, they're the guys who had the hardest road over here, right? They never had any sort of advantage to go with. They were deploying smokes, they were maneuvering around them. They were trying to make the best out of every piece of utility and every bullet that they fire and they used, making sure that every single time they pop one of those, they're able to get something out of it. And version 1, that is why they're here in the squad spotlight, not because they had the best performance or the most finishes, the highest placement, but because they were dealt the hardest hand, but they played it flawlessly towards the end.
Also, again, we do talk about the fact that this entire tournament, is the whole purpose is to shine that spotlight on all the unknowns and all these diamonds in the rough, as I like saying. But the thing is, what they did was, last game, not the best game for them. They adapted and they did something wonderful. That is why we are going to be shining that light on them. The question is now, how is game 3 going to fare for them? Because a lot of weight on their shoulders there, Floki.
Absolutely, it's going to be a lot of weight on the shoulders of version 1 because, I mean, everybody knows who has qualified. We know TSM is going to be in there. 7 Seas is also very likely. It's about the other 2 teams going to be making it in there. There we've had a lot of competition coming in. Version 1 definitely looking like the prime candidate to do so, but hopefully they're able to, just get their stuff together this time around, have a better start, and maybe they can just have what it takes to maybe even beat out the side of TSM, catch them off guard in an early skirmish, and come out swinging and be like, we are the team who took out TSM.
Buddy, let me tell you one thing, anything can happen. But now let's have a look and see, because we did kind of put these teams up against one another last time around. 7 Seas Prince, out of his element in the desert, again, he did still hold his ground against the entire team, and for quite some time had his teammates come in and help him out. We might have seen the game end in a different way, but of course, Blaze blazing to glory once again. 6 finishes for the boy.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from the side of 7 Seas. Once again, Prince, like you mentioned, surviving against all odds to that 4th place, making sure he gets those extra placement points for his team. And Blaze, well, just being the MVP by the number of finishes he's had. The squad face-off as well, showing off Version 1 esports going up against the side of 1M officials. Version 1, once again, like I said earlier, they had the worst hand. They were dealt a bunch of crappy cards, but they still managed to pull through and they still managed to put up a great performance over here. 1M officials, they survived until the very end. They got themselves that 2nd place finish, but when Odin is all by himself, there's 3 TSM players running towards you, all you can do is pray. And when if you've got Odin on your team and you're still praying to another god, then that's when you know you're done for.
Well, at least Odin did do something spectacular. He made sure he got the better of the universal gods here, so he still is going to be high up on that hierarchy. But now, of course, 2 games have been done and dusted, which means only 1 lies in store for this group. So again, let's see if TSM are going to be walking away with the treble. Let's see if 7 Esports are going to make a bit of an impact, which they have already, and they walk away with the chicken. Or let's see if one of the underdogs, I love calling them underdogs, if they finally are like, you know what, I think it's doable. Because game 1, nothing.
Absolutely.
Game 2, they were making a little bit of noise. Game 3, this is the chance you have. This is the moment. 2 more teams could join these 2 teams, possibly, moving forward in the next round. Question is, are they going to grab that opportunity?
Absolutely. I mean, the one thing that I noticed about TSM is just the way they rotate in towards the circle, right? It is never hurried. It is the topmost priority to get inside the circle, but it's never hurried. It is never rushed. It is very, very measured. They make sure they also capitalize upon the desperate situations that other players and other teams encounter when they're rotating in. Like we saw earlier, I believe there was a pickup truck that got blown up. There's a Jeep that got blown up. There's a coupe that got blown up. All these vehicles getting blown up over here. But you know what? On the other part of the screen where we are not able to see the matches, there are also other teams blowing up. So let's have a look at the point standings there and see where they are right now. Last time around, 1st place was Sinofficial. Let's see if they're still there.
Well, they are going to be in the top 3. In fact, they did end the game in the 2nd position with just that 1 finish point, which means they did kind of slide down to 3rd position. But Kadam OP, 50 points coming from that chicken dinner, and you kind of called them out. You wanted them to do a bit better, and there you have it, 10 points coming in from finishes, which means they walk away with a total of 25.
Absolutely. Marcos Gaming and 2OP Official, once again early on, they were in the bottom 8 of the previous match, but they're making it close over here. They're making the side of Sinofficial really work for it, as they have managed to get themselves a top 3. But guess what? 2OP and Marcus are there in the top 8 right now.
Also, Revenant Esports, we saw them in the same position last game. 2nd. So consistency is there. Yeah, they did have 11-point difference against Sinofficial, who won. But this goes to show that, still a couple of teams have garnered those points for themselves. The latter half of the table still have the chance if they have a good game, of course, with finishes in the double digits. But again, it is easier said than done. Now on the other side, we are going to have a couple of teams walk away with nada, and those teams are RCD and El Drago Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, these teams probably going to have to pick up some slack over here in the 3rd game, because this is the last chance that they're going to have before we bid adieu to these teams and, see the top 4 in the quarterfinals. So hopefully they're able to get themselves to that spot, but I'm just really glad to see teams like Marcos and Kalam really perform, because I don't think they belonged in that bottom 8 part. I was a little bit disappointed when I saw that, not going to lie.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, when we saw the 2nd half of the table, even I pointed out, wait a second, you don't expect to see Marcus Gaming, but looks like they are going to learn from their mistakes, as should everyone. And again, they still have 1 more game in hand to basically let us witness some greatness. But again, just coming back to what I was talking about, I mean, we are going to be taking a break in some time. In fact, you know what? Let's hold on to our thoughts for now. I'm sure you and I want to go and have a hot cup of tea and, just give our throats a little bit of a break here.
Absolutely. I mean, we need the break. The players also need the break because, well, you have to remember 3 matches in a row is a bit too much to work with. So we're going to be saying goodbye for a good 10 minutes and then we're going to be back with the next match. So don't go anywhere. We're still coming back with the 3rd match of the day. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Boom.
chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Leadership Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iQOO Battleground Mobile India series. My name is Shadow. Alongside me is my co-caster Floki, and we are already in round 3, day 3, and match number 3. Things are getting excited, Floki. Already TSM is dominating the lobby, and 7Cs is also not far behind. But where are our rising teams?
I am not too sure. In fact, we've seen a couple of teams perform very, very well here. Version 1, they had a little bit of a slow start on Miramar, but they were able to sort of recover and make it to that the third place finish. So kudos to them for being able to do that. But it does seem like the third and fourth places, like you mentioned, are going to be a bit of a struggle for all of these teams, because once again, the competition is cutthroat, and TSM and 7Cs, they're standing head and shoulders above the rest. So for them, I don't think they even consider the teams in the lobby as of now competition. For them, competition is probably going to begin in the grand finals itself?
Well, I think it is safe to say only 2 spots are available for contestation because top 2 spots are for TSM and 7Cs. And the teams that are going to be playing are 7 Musketeers, a team that was dominating in round 1 and round 2. This time they are struggling a lot. On the other hand, ORB officials, Team 4 White Sharks, are A Esports, Team 0 Esports, Universal Gods Esports, Team Originals, and Team Last Wish.
Absolutely, we got a lot of teams, a lot of esports, a lot of officials in the mix over here, but only 4 of them are actually going to be making it forward into the quarterfinals. We also got IDNS Esports, Infuse Esports, Exist Esports, 1M Officials, Version 1, a lot of 1s here as well, Reapers Esports, 7C Esports, and TSM. My god, there are a lot of teams in the esports business as of now. I believe that is a total of 7 teams with the suffix esports, so more than half. Well, not more than half the lobby, but nearly half the lobby having the suffix esports towards the end over there. But yeah, out of these, maybe only 2 or 3 esports will actually survive. I know 7C is going to be making it, but all the other teams, well, you're going to have to wait and find out because this match is going to determine everything. It's going to determine who qualifies and who does not.
Well, pressure is very high in this match, but I think 2 teams which have higher chance of making into the top 4 slot, I think Team Exist having 10 points in both the matches, and Team 1M Officials also. They also had a 2nd position in the leaderboard this time. I think they do have a good chance, but if they fall under the pressure and comes into the bottom of the leaderboard in this match, their dreams are going to be shattered, and we don't want to see that at all. But last time, Floki, Miramar, few things happened. TSM, 7Cs were performing really well. 7Cs faced an early elimination, but we are heading into double Erangel. Last Erangel, multiple drop location clashes were happening. 7 Musketeers were at the receiving end. They lost 2 of the players. In fact, in Sivorni area, we saw so many teams dropping in, and some of the teams then heading towards the Stelber area. Last minute rotations were coming in, drop location changes were coming into the picture. What do you think? This time also teams are going to be heading towards the same drop location, or they are going to change that?
So the one thing that is definitely going to happen, according to me, is that these teams are going to start to understand this is do or die, right? So they might as well start contesting the side of TSM and 7C and actually give themselves a realistic shot of maybe breaking in into the top 3 and the top 4. But the opposite could also be true at the moment, because the issue is that TSM are so far ahead that even if you take them out right away right now, they're still probably going to make it in the top 4, so that is just wasted effort coming in. Maybe what is going to happen is that the teams in the 3rd to 6th place are going to be focused, they're going to be whittled down early on and perhaps taken out of the fight, making sure that 3rd and 4th spot is still open up for grabs and no one has really established a firm grasp on it just yet.
Well, absolutely, I agree, and only 2 slots are open. Even if you bring TSM to the 16th position in this particular game, they are still heading towards the next round. And 7C is also, even if they gets an elimination at the 1st place, I think they are in a safe spot to qualify, because none of the other teams, other 14 teams, have been showing consistency. That is why these teams are dominating the lobby. But last match, too much pressure on the teams, and the flight path is already favoring towards the southern side. That means teams like that go towards the Sivorni area, like Team Version 1, Team IDNS Esports, also Team RA Esports that headed towards Stelber in the previous game. Let's see if they are going to be changing their drop location, because heading towards Stelber or Sivorni, and the surprise comes in that circle is in Novoripna or military base area, then they are going to have a very big time rotating inside the circle.
Absolutely. I mean, rotating inside the circle is going to be very, very problematic. But given this flight path starting off all the way from Quarry, like you mentioned, and ending towards Milta Power and Novoripnoi, I imagine that, well, our dreams of a Stolber and a Kameshki finish are going to be left dreams. Unfortunately, and maybe next time around on Erangel, we're going to see teams moving into that area, and, you know, we see some early drop location clashes. Well, speaking of drop locations, it seems that we're going to be having some fights away right off the bat near Primorsk. It seems that IDNS Esports as well as Originals getting a little bit comfortable over here, but soon enough, one of these teams is potentially going to be exiting the fray. And I'm quite sure neither of these teams want to earn the mantle of the first team to be eliminated from the server.
Well, last time also IDNS shared their drop location with another team in Siverny, that was version 1, and that didn't fare out very well with that team because they were in the right bottom of the leaderboard. This time also they are facing a drop location clash with the players of Team Originals. Team Originals also not a good outing in the previous Erangel because they were, I think, at the 14th position with just 1 point. So this game is very crucial for both these teams. They can't engage in an early fight, can't lose any of the player because they have to dominate or come out with a flashy gameplay, at least with good position points, if not finish points, because otherwise they are not making into the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that the circle has formed as of now, and we will soon be jumping into the map and giving you the picture of it, but there's not much to be excited about with this circle. It is about as predictable as it gets. In fact, you'll see just how predictable it is in just a moment, but all of these teams over here understanding that right now the utmost importance goes to making sure you've got the adequate weaponry, you've got the adequate utility to work with, a little bit of healing as well in the mix, and there you go. There's the circle covering a little bit of Sosnovka all the way up towards Siverny. It could be any team's game at this point. For all we know, the circle could shift towards Sosnovka or go all the way up towards Siverny, or well, who the hell knows, maybe we even see a Pochinki finish this time around.
Well, we can see a Pochinki finish and Team R is going to be pretty happy. But talking about Quarry, right now in Quarry we have Team Zero Esports. In fact, in the previous Erangel, Acid HK was the last guy standing till the last moment fighting for the position points because his teammates were eliminated quite early in the game. In the next game, Miramar also, this team didn't have a very good spot because they were right at the bottom. So they have to be very careful of the two teams that are in the Primorsk area. But 7 Musketeers, a very strong team, I'll say, considering the performance they had in round 1 and round 2. They're again at the bridge area of the Novorupnai. Last Erangel, they lost 2 of the players in the same position. Despite of being a little safer in this game, they are going again for the same strategy, but luckily this time no one is coming towards them. They are, for now at least, in a pretty safe spot.
Most certainly. I mean, it looks like all these teams are going to be fairly okay for the time being. I also love the bit of a switch up that the side of TSM have made going further up northwest towards Georgopol. Instead of dropping into the standard location, they're going to be very, very happy with the amount of loot they find there because there's no one else contesting them at the moment. The blue also hasn't really begun closing in just yet, so maybe they can extend a bit further, go down towards, the hospital or Gatka area and get themselves some more loot to work with. And look at that, Aquanox is just fully kitted up. Level 3 helmet, level 2 vest, level 3 backpack, and M249 to work with a scope, and a couple of meds as well.
Well, I'm quite disappointed that no one is contesting for the Georgopol. At least 7 Cs, they are in the top 2 spot. They at least should go for a head-on fight against each other. 2 of the strongest teams invited in the lobby. At least we should witness their early fight or early action. In fact, other team also, the Rising Stars. I think they are little low on the confidence. But talking about 7C Esports, Sarang is at the receiving end of the damage, and that is none other than 7 Musketeers. I want to witness this fight.
Yeah, 7 Musketeers. It seems that they are going to try and take out the first pick against the side of, 7C, but it does not, that actually does not come through. IDNS Esports are actually going to be the ones who lose one of their members right away. And fortunately, they're going to have to work with a 3-man squad for the remainder of this game. But 7C Esports, as soon as a couple of bullets get fired in their direction, they're going to tuck tail and run, go elsewhere, realizing that it's a lot better in this sort of a situation to just survive instead of trying to take a fight, which could potentially see them being eliminated with 0 placement points. Let's have a look at the instant replay though and see where that first pick was found. IDNS Esports, well, one of the members caught going out for a stroll in the park and unfortunately met his end at the hands of an AKM.
Well, IDNS back-to-back not good games. Now they are down to 2-man squad, I believe. Yes, that is not a very good start because they need a position. 3-man squad. They lost one of the player, but this is the moment they should be heading towards their rotation inside the circle because the time they are wasting in Primorsk taking a fight with the players. But I believe the other team, Originals, is not letting them rotate or move out in the open area. But we'll see that how the teams are going to rotate, how they are going to safeguard themselves. But looking at the shelter area, we have some teams. who might go up against each other. Even some mosquitoes have also started off their rotation. But
Yep.
version 1, last match, very good performance, 15 points. Match number 1, decent performance, 5 points for their name. I think they can still make it. I think they are still in the race, I think.
Yeah, they most certainly are still in the race over here, and well, we will find out if they can actually cross the finishing line or if they're going to get cut short early on by some of these other teams here. But for now, we're going to be taking a look at Reapers as they too are just going on a bit of a shopping spree at the moment, just seeing what sort of shiny new weaponry they can get in their hands and if they can find themselves some gas or perhaps a new vehicle to work with. IDNS, we spoke about how they've lost a player earlier. They seem to have rotated out now towards a safer area. I do believe they are somewhere in Primorsk, so they're going to be okay for the time being with no one around them to really contest.
Well, that is a very good decision from the IGL because you can rotate inside the circle, be the first one to have a good compound, book your slot inside the circle. And yes, the way they are still trying to spot out the players of Team Originals, they are making sure their backs are safe. But Team Originals is also the one who are hitting inside the quarry area. I believe they are up for the rotation. Both of the teams don't want early casualty or early fight. But no, looks like IDNS has spotted down the players moving in the vehicle. That is Team Originals.
Yeah, Team Originals, well, looks like they're going to be in a bit of trouble over here. Oh no, looks like another member of IDNS Esports has an eye on them. Well, with the Uzi, he's going to fire off a couple of shots, but he doesn't really connect hardcore on any of the players. He doesn't find a knock just yet, and it looks like the entirety of the side of Originals have gotten out over here. And well, Nico OP spots them out over there, but is unable to fire those shots. At that distance with the UMP, he can still connect those shots, but he needs to account for the bullet drop coming in. IDNS now have a decision to make. They're going to go back and get a Maze up on his feet, but there's still 4 members from the side of Originals to worry about. Originals, they're going to smell blood in the water over here. One of the members from the side of IDNS has gone forward to try and make some space over here, but iQOO solo might just end up falling over here. No, that grenade does not actually connect. He goes back out in the open, prones down on the ground. It still hasn't been spotted from the side of Originals, but this could start to cost them over here. This fight doesn't really favor the side of IDNS as much, and they are getting pushed left, right and center. Disney for the win, going in for the clutch, going in for those finishes. Only one member proning now and is going to be taken out. IDNS will bid adieu at 16th place. We're going to be saying goodbye to them, and there you go. 4 finishes going the way of Team Originals as they are off to a flying start. But need to rotate in because the blue zone is going to start to close in, and when that second blue zone comes in, it's going to deal even more damage.
Well, Team Last Wish is also shooting in the direction of Team Zero Esports. Let's see if they can find a pick onto the moving vehicle. But IDNS, they were kind of panicked in that situation. They had a good position, they had the higher ground, but they panicked and things started falling apart. But right now, another fight is breaking in, and Fearless, being the fearless one, is going all aggressive, but he has to be careful of the player on the back side. But he is going to deal with him. But look at Apple.
Oh, that grenade is not the way it was supposed to. It's actually going to force him to move out over here. He's going to get a little bit of self-damage to work with, but guess what? That's more than enough for him to take that knockout on Soham. Can he actually convert that into a finish though? No. First priority is going to be healing himself back up with that medkit, making sure he's topped up with that first aid. And now, well, Team Zero Esports, all they really need to do is try and go in for the cleanup. The 2 members still standing, this could be problematic, but there's another team coming into the mix over here. It's TSM who are looking to make themselves known. Look at that buggy on buggy action. There's one player chasing another in the buggy. They're going to be able to take out that member from Last Wish. And TSM, well, there's a party they weren't invited, and they are very, very upset as they're going to send the side of Zero Esports, well, backing back towards the airport. It's going to be a bit of a drive-by coming in from them on those buggies. And TSM, man, they are not even looking to win this over here. They just want to try and break the record, cross that 100-point mark at this point. And well, in case you're wondering how many points they need for that, they need 21 finish points with the first place finish of 15 placement points, making sure they have 36. It's going to give them those triple digits.
And they are already up for a good start. 3 finishes already to their name, but can they make it to 21? It's doable. let's see, it's TSM. They can do it, but 7Cs right now is in the dead smack center of the circle. This team likes to have a little late rotation. They take their own time to move inside the circle. In fact, in Miramar, they were taking blue zone damage as well. But this rotation is working for them because they are in a safe spot. 10 total points, I'm sorry, not position. Total points in match 1, 10 in second match.
Oh, that was
it's
headshot.
working. Yes, it's 7Cs. They are very precise with their shots.
Yeah, I mean, that M4 at that distance, just rattling off and finding the Dome of Pi, is going to force out a bit of a first aid kit. Now he's just going to use a couple of bandages instead. Like that move, you know, just conserve that first aid kit for when you actually need to heal back up instantly, and use those bandages for now. As the Musketeers as well, eyeing up a couple of other teams, but Exist now joining the fray, going right from the middle of the 7C's crossfire over here. This could be a world of trouble for Lord, and Lord is going to be knocked out on his Fate Shiv. Could potentially be next, but Spray God is going to go forward to confirm that finish, get that point under their belt. But there is Orb officials around the corner. They could potentially hear that, and oh no, this is just BMing. He's just going around and praying. Just toying with his food over here. He doesn't even have any weapons. Just staring at him in the face. This is rubbing salt into their wounds. He even pulls out the weapon, but he's not finishing him off.
Final bullet.
Efficiency, one bullet.
But looking at the circle, Floki, it has taken a kind of a concentric shift, and it is still in the main central island. So most of the teams are going to be very happy. Only a single team, Team Originals, is outside of the safe circle. Most of the teams have already rotated in, and from the looks of it, mostly are on the periphery of the circle. But TSM is heading towards a compound of 4WS, Floki.
Oh yeah, TSM, they're looking to take the fight against the side of 4 White Sharks, and the 4 White Sharks are going to be in a world of trouble. Well, they are a little bit split up at the moment, so maybe TSM actually have an opportunity over here, but Aquanox is leading the charge. Look at that nade come flying in from the side of 4 White Sharks. It doesn't really connect over here, but elsewhere on the map, it does seem 7M are able to find a knock. In the meantime, though, TSM continuing their assault against the 4 White Sharks. They've already found knock to work with. They've discovered the player on the top floor as well. They will be able to clean him up. Kunal gonna bite the dust. And now, with 2 players still in fighting shape on the side of 4 White Sharks, TSM, well, they are sharks themselves and they smell blood in the water. They have gone into a frenzy. Nade being cooked up as well. Oh my god, both angles being covered by those nades. Sure, they're not able to find their mark just yet, but still, they do a fair amount of work over here. Oh, but a return nade comes in from Cypher. Not one of the members from TSM. Lazobi is going to go forward, find that knock, confirm that finish, and continue to go forward. He's going to go and stop for a little bit of loot coming in, but he's going to continue to prep up another nade, looking to find someone on that staircase, or rather up top on the barn. That grenade does explode a little bit prematurely and does a little bit of damage towards it, but Freak holding that staircase, they're not able to come up and take them out over here. Does need a fair bit of damage, but TSM will clean them up. 9 finishes already to their name. What the hell is this team eating for breakfast? I'm sure even if I eat what they do, I cannot replicate the performance. In the meantime, you turn attention to it. Team 7M, they were having a fight early on, but version 1, they seem to be coming out on top, or are they? They've lost 2 of the players being knocked down over here, and 7M, they continue to fire these shots. Oh, the backstab comes in though. He's able to get 1 pick to start things off, and 7M are gonna be eliminated by version 1. Version 1 come out on top over here, and 7 Musketeers will be eliminated in that 12th place spot. All players still standing for them. They will get that res up, get that loot going, and then move into the next circle. But 7C Esports, once again, they smell blood in the water over here, Shadow.
Well, they have already spotted down the players of Team Version 1 and Team 7 Musketeers. They didn't even realize from where Satya came in from the backlines and eliminated the last player also. They were pretty low on HP. But 7C Esports, if they go on the path of TSM being all aggressive, I'm sure they are going to be rushing into the compound when they find the initial knock or initial pick. But 1M officials, they are very aware of the team that is on the higher ground, and they are finding a perfect opportunity to break things in to find an initial pick. On the other hand, TSM has found another team to hunt down, that is going to be Team Originals higher ground, but they are falling apart because one of the players goes down, another also goes down through the hands of Shadow OG.
TSM, they only know one direction in this game, and that is forward. They're moving ahead and they're taking out Originals. Originals also going to end up biting the dust. 4 more finishes coming the way of TSM as they're up to 13 points. They're really looking to cross the triple digits over here. And boy, are they coming close. They need 8 more finishes. That is 2 more squads to make sure they're able to get that top place spot. But they also need to be in 15 in the first place with 15 placement points. Look at that. 13 points to their name right now. Oh my god, TSM standing head and shoulders above all of these teams over here.
They can easily have 21 finish points from the looks of it, but 7C also is playing smartly. They are doing exactly what is required, having northern control, having the complete control of Pochinki Hills, because looks like the circle might shift towards them. Even if it goes towards the southern side, it is very easy for them to rotate in. But for now, team that is breaking the fight, 7Cs against the players of Team UG who are rotating from the northern side as well. But Team UG is not going to stop to take the fight, but looks like they are. They have stopped, and Prince, this grenade can be very deadly, but looks like he's going to be missing it.
Oh no, he just landed!
He connected it, but player survived barely few HP.
Yeah, I mean, looks like 7C Esports are going to have to work a little bit harder to convert that into an actual finish. And look at that, Prince, well, smells blood in the water, sees one player over there, fires off a couple of shots, but still not reconnecting. Instead, he's going to blow up his vehicle, make sure there's no way out for him instead. And slowly but surely, they're going to constrict against their enemies over here. Looks like Universal Gods Esports are going to have to work with the little that they have. A couple of smokes in their backpack, and they've also got a little bit of first aid kits and bandages to work with, so that maybe they can take a head-on fight. But in the meantime, TSM, the aggression continues. They're going to go forward. They're going to see everyone they can find, and they've brought it to 7C Esports. 7C going to end up losing one of their players. Have TSM bitten off more than they can chew, because the wrath of 7Cs could be coming in real quick. And TSM iQOO Nox, where the hell is he? Well, there you go. Now he's going to find out exactly where he is. Going to see that coop. He's going to blow it up, make sure no one else gets to use it. And TSM, they continue the finish spree over here. They're looking to find a bunch of other players, in 7C as well might be on the receiving end of that TSM aggression. They had one player scouting things out from the side of 7Cs all the way towards the south, all the way towards the north, and now he's reading the information over to his teammates, who are standing on top of the favorite hill in the game, the Potato Hill.
Well, I was about to bring this up. The split 7C was having 2 players on the Potato Hill, 2 players on the periphery. The way TSM was making their rotation, it was pretty obvious that 2 players of team 7Cs is going to be falling apart. But TSM right now moving towards the Potato Hills area, Pochinki Hills. They do have the intel. The players are already present over there. And Floki, mind you, they are breaking the records. They are going for the 21 finish or more maybe, because look at the hill. But look at the circle first. It has taken a little southern shift. Question is, will TSM go for the kills or finishes over the Pochinki Hills, or they are going to be coming down southwards? But no, Shadow OG is already in the mood to pick up a fight, and Prince is already deploying few Molotovs.
I think TSM don't even care anymore. At this point, they're just trying to see how many finishes they can get, how many records they can break, and if they can get themselves a first place finish 3 times in a row. They might not have gotten the chicken dinner, but they most certainly did get themselves that first place finish. Look at that, the buggy coming in. 7Cs could be in a world of trouble. Oh my god, no fear whatsoever from Ninja Shot at that range. The end of already rattling of shots, and 7Cs have been eliminated over here in 8th place. TSM single-handedly wiping out nearly a quarter of the server so far. 17 finishes to their name, and they're not just done yet. Look at that, Universal Gods Esports also going to be in the receiving end of Blaze's aggression, and that M4, it runs off a couple of shots. He's going to get that energy drink back in his system, make sure he's got enough stamina to get that sprint going. Oh my god, another headshot coming in from that man. Takes out the second member from the side of Team Universal Gods Esports. Holy moly, Blaze, he is on fire like his name suggests.
Well, the whole team DSM is unstoppable. They know they have qualified, and now they are going all YOLO, all aggressive inside the game and eliminating squad after squad, and now they have rushed into the compound of RE Esports, and the players are falling down.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Ninja Johnny took so much. I mean, 3 fighting around the corner, and he's going to be taking out the members of RA Esports, like you mentioned. Shadow OG, they're going to come under some fire himself. Needs to heal himself back up, will instantly pop that medkit, and look at Ninja John in the meantime providing cover on the back of those days, but he's going to be knocked down over here. Another member also sending quite low. Shadow OG dropping down just yet, and Kabali OP, well, he's looking to punish the side of TSM for going all out aggressive. Another team is joining the fray as well over here. It's going to be one of officials. They do not want to let the side of TSM get the feeling that they can dominate all the teams on this server. They're not going to let them get that first place finish, and those finishes are not going to come through at this rate. Those nades continue to be lobbed in by RA Esports. TSM members continue to be knocked down, but they're still helping each other get back up on their feet. All 4 players are still alive. One of them might be knocked down, but there's another one coming in from the flank, and it's going to be Blaze, and they might not see this coming. The buggy is going to make a little bit of noise, but he's going to leave it before they're actually able to find out, and at that distance, he might just be able to find a couple of kills. He's got the scope to work with as well. Gonna pop a couple of energy drinks, get his HP back up, and then start moving forward. The distractions coming in. Look at that. He's just watching, making sure that no one is able to come out towards the terrace over there and get eliminated, but already the side of RA Esports are so afraid of having nades thrown in that open area that they're not even taking the terrace at this point. TSM looking to bait them into going over there. Oh no, Ninja John and Shadow are both going to go down at this point. TSM with only 2 players standing might be in a world of trouble, and there you go, the push is going to come through. 3 of the players on their feet, leaving only Blaze still standing, and Blaze, or rather iQOO, is going to try to come back, and he tried to throw the grenade through that small windowsill that was still open, but it does not land, and now he's going to go out and try to get the pick. He stands up and he finishes off the member from RA Esports. The confidence from iQOO is at an all-time high, and he's going to be able to get the lowest health member back up on his feet. And when he does that, it's going to have to be a chain reaction coming in, because one of the officials, they are about to close in into the area and prevent TSM from continuing the hot streak.
Well, TSM is unstoppable, but right now Reaper Esports has spotted down the players of Team 1M officials, and already 2 players down. Third one is on the lines of fire, but
23 points for TSM!
Yes, 23 finish points, and still yet more to go, because we still have 5 teams in the lobby. And with that, one of 1M officials has been eliminated, but TSM again going for the finish after finish, spotted down the players of Team Reaper this time.
Oh my god, 24 finishes to their name, 30 players still alive, and they know that they're the only 4-man squad, or maybe one of the only 4-man squads over here. So they have a decent idea about who they're going up against here. Reapers, as well as the side of Infuse Esports, still standing strong. We'll see who comes out on top over here. Reapers don't particularly have the high ground advantage because they are still on the slopes, but maybe when they move up, they can have some sort of flank going. In the meantime, they're going to take out the stragglers. Exist Esports, they're trying to stay alive over here. Couple of nades come pouring in, and in fact, it's going to be TSM who try and take the fight to the side of Reapers. iQOO, they smell blood in the air, they smell desperation, and they bounce. They will have their century mark. They will cross 100 points over here. It's about sending a message. It's about watching the world burn. And that volley is doing just that. The coop lit on fire over here. One member from Reapers Esports still standing strong. And Shadow OG will blow up the vehicle and get that finish. Exist Esports also could be in a world of trouble. The blue, it might end up taking them down if the bullets do not. But the bullets will do the work. And TSM fully kitted up. They've got all the health in the world to work with. There's just one final beast standing in their way towards salvation. It's going to be Infuse Esports in that second place. And guess what? A supply drop is coming right in the middle for them. Are TSM going to give them time to work with this, or are they just going to go forward? Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. In fact, Shadow OG, he's wrapping around instead, trying to set up for a flank, but that flank might not even be needed. Ninja John is going to be able to take on one of the members from Infuse Esports, leaving only 3 still standing on their feet. And this is looking like it's going to be the end. The fat lady is singing. I can hear her in the distance, and they're singing the praises of Team TSM.
Well, TSM looks like they are getting more than 100 points. It's their chicken dinner, and here it comes. They played like a classic game. It didn't even look like they were playing in a competitive lobby. It was a classic game for them, dominating from the very start, breaking all records.
They are the kings. I mean, they have proved in round 3 that there is no other team that can stand up to them and put out the same performance that they did 3 times in a row. They have finished in first place. They may not have gotten the chicken dinner, but they certainly got themselves that first place finish. My goodness, I don't think I've ever seen a team perform at this level before. 3 matches, 100 points. That is over 33 points per match.
100 plus points.
100 plus points, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to do a little bit of... I'm going to cheat a little bit over here. Okay, 17 plus 6, 23 plus 8, 31 finishes. They single-handedly wiped out half the server. Half the server. Think about that.
111 total points? That itself is a record.
You know what? I'm going to take a bit of a breather because words don't do justice to what TSM are doing.
Definitely. Let's just see it ourselves again, because the action was not stopping for the 30 minutes of the game. TSM started and they never stopped. They got the chicken dinner. That's when they stopped. But yes, Team Originals headed for a good start. Team IDNS again a very bad start. Back to back, their dreams were pretty much shattered in the few minutes of the game. But looking after that, Team Originals had a chance. In fact, this was the moment IDNS kind of panicked. They had a good positioning. They were having the higher ground as well, but they kind of panicked in this situation, on which Team Originals capitalized. But last wish also, they pretty much stopped the tracks of the players of Team Zero. Team Zero again not having a very good outing in this game.
Yeah, Team Zero unfortunately being one of the first few teams to be eliminated over here. And TSM, I mean, once they started with, just finishing players off, they just could not help themselves. They just could not stop. Once again, Shadow, I just want to point out, they have eliminated half the server. When you total up all their finishes, you combine the finishes that Blaze has got, the number of finishes Aquanox, Ninja Jot and Shadow all have gotten, it totals up to 31. And this is not even like, the other teams are not playing as well. No, they're doing their damn near best to try and stand up to TSM. But TSM are just not one, not just two, but 3 cuts above the rest. I mean, it just seems that TSM, they are out here to play and they are completely demolishing anyone that stands in their path. They have no hesitation. They have no fear. They go wherever the hell they want and they take fights.
In fact, Team RA did put up a very good fight against the players of Team TSM, almost knocking down 2 or 3 players. I believe 3 players of TSM were already down. In fact, the last player stopped the revival, went all prone and knocked down the eliminated the last player of RA Esports. But kudos to RA Esports having put up a very good in fact a fight against these players. But about the attitude of the players, TSM, they had nothing to lose in this game.
Nothing to fear.
Their spot was pretty much confirmed for next round. I wish the Rising team also had the same attitude, that we have nothing to lose in the last game. Better go all YOLO and everything. But it is a TSM montage, I'll say.
It is pretty much a TSM montage. They could, just take out the entirety of these 3 matches and upload it to their Instagram or their social media channels. And they wouldn't have to edit a lot because it's just them going out there and getting a bunch of finishes for themselves. I don't think. I mean, I've said this again. I've said this once, I'll say it again. TSM, the level of play that they're bringing to the table is just raising the goddamn bar so high that I doubt these are the teams that are going to be able to keep up at this rate. I can't wait to see the kind of performance they're going to be putting up in the quarterfinals. Hell, I've been so busy praising the side of TSM, I totally have forgotten who is actually making it in that 3rd to 4th spot alongside these guys. I mean, 7C Esports got eliminated fairly early on, but I think they have enough number of points to secure a top 4 finish for them, so they should also be making their way towards the quarterfinals. But who are the other 2 teams who are going to be making it alongside them? That is the bigger question to ask.
Well, that is a very big question. In fact, we even don't know, because the lobby, the whole lobby in match 1, match 2, match 3, there were no teams except for 7Cs and TSM that were consistent. Yes, Team Exist might qualify based on the points they are having in this particular game, but other than that, I don't think any of the team has been consistent. In fact, Team Reapers were also pretty consistent. Miramar went pretty well for this team. They secured 4 points. Not bad considering the inconsistency in the lobby that we are witnessing from match number 1.
Absolutely, but I have to say, once again, I mean, all these other teams, they're probably going to be in awe of what TSM has done. And I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of new TSM fans out there being made. So if you're in the chat, make sure you show them some love. Make sure you're able to follow them on their social media channels as well, because they're going to need all the love they get for the grand finals. I imagine they're going to go to the grand finals. Hell, I'm making a prediction right here. But let's look at the point standings and see where everyone else is as well, because after all, there were 15 other teams on the server too.
Well, TSM is at the top with 31 finish points, total 46 points.
What?
let's just say they just completely dominated a day. Not just one single game, every 3 games. But Team Infuse Esports 5 finish points, a good outing coming in from this team as well. But Team Exist Esports, yes, the patience game they have been playing from match 1, match 2, match 3, late rotations coming into the picture. This time also heavily focusing on the position points. I think it is going to pay them by qualifying for the next round. But we don't know. We have to do a lot of maths for that. But 3 finish points, 13 total points, good outing. Reaper Esports also 4 finish points, total 12 points. A good outing, but are they making it to the next round? That is still a very big question. Universal God, in fact, version 1 also 5 finish points, but they were taken out pretty early. Just 1 placement point.
Absolutely. 7C Esports as well with only a total of 3 points to their name. I'm not too sure if they... I think they should be able to qualify given the fact that they got the chicken dinner in the first map and they got that 4th place finish. They are qualifying, but I mean, what about all the other teams over here? I mean, it's just been such inconsistent performances by some of these teams, right? I mean, a couple of these teams were in the bottom 8 on Erangel, performed on Miramar, and then the teams that performed on Miramar once again dropped out, and it seems that the leftover teams have performed on the repeat Erangel map once again. And yeah, I'm not too sure who's going to be coming in that 3rd to 4th spot, but I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled out on Instagram, which you should be doing as well, because if you want to find out who is making it to the next round and who isn't, apart from 7Cs and TSM of course, well, you need to stay tuned in over there, because that is where we will update you. But in the meantime, I mean, all of these other teams who have been in the server as them, let's just take a moment and think about how they must be feeling. A team comes in, buck wild, destroys everyone, destroys half the server. What is going on inside your head as a player on the receiving end of it?
Well, it's a big name, but Team ORB, I want to talk about this team. They started a very good start, 9 total points, 8 finish points. Match 2, they were the first one to get an elimination. This time at the 10th position with only 3 points. Yes, round 2, they were heavily focused on the position points rather than the finish points. But this time, ORB is little disappointment, but it's all done and dusted. We all make mistakes and learn, but let's have a look at iQOO MVP, and I am not surprised that it is from TSM, Ninja Jord.
Yep, 10 finishes to his name, 1033 damage done, 2 assists and 3 headshots. Ninja Jord has indeed solidified himself as a true Jord for the side of TSM. And in the days to come as well, a lot of these players are going to be keeping an eye on TSM. Let's have a look at the top 5 players coming in this match as well. I'm quite sure that's going to be an interesting statistic to look at, but a statistic that was not actually shown. The total number of finishes that TSM has gotten so far, combining all 3 matches, is 67. And there you go. That is the top 5 players. The monopoly continues. I mean, as if they didn't have enough already. They're like, you know what, we want the 1st spot, the 2nd spot, the 3rd spot, and the 4th spot on the top 5 player squad. And top 5 players. And yeah, well, they most certainly have achieved those spots for themselves. There is a Rockstar in there too from the side of Infuse Esports, but only because there has to be another player from another team in there. You can't mathematically have 5 players from the same team over here. But let's have a look at the match summary and see what those stats say.
Well, this time the grenade finishes are not very high. Only 3 grenade finishes are coming into the picture. Knock finish ratio 57 knocks, 60 finishes, not bad at all. Longest finish distance 354 meters, and I won't be surprised that must be from Team TSM, I think.
Yeah, it certainly could be from the side of Team TSM, but it seems that out of these 60 total finishes that we've had in this game, 31, more than half, have been TSM's. Well, it's the TSM show.
Yeah.
It is not Battlegrounds India Series 2021. It is the TSM India BGMI Series 2021. That's what this is.
They were playing it like a classic BGMI game.
Yeah, no, I mean, they didn't even care. They were just like, you know, whatever. Wherever we hear noise, we're going to go and we are gonna be finding them. But you know what? Let's have a look at the finish damage graph. See how much damage is done, because I'm quite sure there's a new Burj Khalifa in town. 3,970 damage done with 31 finishes to their name. Well, guess what? This is the highest number of damage done out of all the squads, and I'm quite sure it's the highest number of finishes in all the games that have happened so far.
In fact, highest finish and damage till date in this event.
Yeah, and both in one match itself.
Single game, in fact.
Yeah, from TSM. This is earth-shattering. I don't think I've ever seen a performance of this caliber before. And TSM, they're only going to be raising the bar for all of these Indian teams higher and higher. I cannot wait to see where it's going to be coming in. The second highest damage, just for some context, is 370 points below at 3,600 damage.
I think that was from 0 Degree or Team Mayavi.
Yeah, I believe.
In round 2, or maybe Inside Out.
Yep, that could also be the
Yeah.
case. But yeah, it could be one of those teams. I'm quite sure they're also looking at TSM and they've got a new target in mind. They've got new heights to reach themselves too. Team Mayavi and like you mentioned, Inside Out, 0 Degree, all of these teams going to be keeping an eye out on the side of TSM and hopefully they're going to keep them in those headlights, make sure they're able to overtake them somewhere in the future. But TSM are not going to let that happen so easily.
Well, I think this is going to build the confidence of the invited teams, the way 7Cs and TSM played, because in the previous days, round 1 and round 2, we've saw some of the invited teams not playing up to the mark and rising teams were dominating somehow in either of the 3 matches. But this time, the rising teams were looking a little panicked or intimidated. I don't know. Something was missing.
Well, it does seem that something was missing over here, but you know what isn't missing are sponsors. This is the reason why we're able to have this tournament. This is why we're able to see TSM perform. So let's actually have a look at what they're all about and where they come from, and let's see if what they have in store is good for you or not. So we jump into a promo from the side of iQOO. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that were our sponsors. The iQOO Legend 7 unleashed the monster inside. This bad boy has got everything you need for your gaming needs. And guess what? It also, like you can see over here, has 3 cameras to work with. So if you ever want to click some good photographs, this phone has you covered. Make sure you're able to get yourself one of these. And, well, let me just tell you this much. You won't be disappointed when you see this bad boy in your hands. Not going to have any of those issues because it's got a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, top of the line, making sure you have no sort of lag, no sort of frame jitters coming in. You land those crisp, clean shots, nothing to worry about as well. Only 22 minutes to charge it back up to full from 0. And on top of that, it's got that in-display monster touch too, making sure that all of your actions are recorded multiple times. And well, it's about as precise as it gets. And well, if you miss your shots, with this one, like the experimenter said before, the problem is probably with you and not with the phone itself. So if you want to see how good you truly are, grab yourself one of these, and your device is no longer going to bottleneck you. Well, now that we have talked about iQOO, let's talk a little bit more about TSM, or shall we not talk about TSM, because there's only so many ways you can say that they are the best team over here.
Is there anything to talk about TSM? Because they were literally showing. Their actions were speaking louder than our words, because the way they were dominating the lobby from the very first game, despite not having a chicken dinner match month, still at the top of the leaderboard, then continuing the same performance in match 2 and match 3. Let's not talk about match 3. They completely annihilated the lobby. Yeah.
Absolutely. And well, you want to have a look at the player spotlight, find out who it is. It is going to be Blaze from the side of TSM, setting the entire server on fire. 7 finishes, 1,115 damage done, and 5 assists to his name. TSM, I'm quite sure when they were able to jump into this lobby and they jumped into the server down towards their drop location, they didn't think to themselves, oh, we need to play, for placement points, we need to secure our positioning. No, they went in forward for those finishes and they were like, nah, we're not just out here to win. We're out here to set a new standard.
Well, they are setting a standard, breaking all the records, but squad spotlight, I'm not surprised again, TSM. But look at the finishes, 31 finishes, we already calculated that, and 14 assists, 4 headshot, 3970 damage. Oh my god, close to 4,000 over there.
Yeah, most certainly. It seems that they have a total of 4,000 damage done, only 30 points shy of it. Maybe if we saw them playing a little bit even more aggressively. I don't think it's possible to play more aggressively than they did, but if in some parallel universe it is possible to play more aggressively, we could have seen them breach that 4,000 damage mark. Usually you see these kind of numbers as a collective of multiple games. This is the sort of stat that you look at from multiple matches combined, but this is just TSM getting all these finishes, all this much damage done in just one match itself on Erangel.
Well, I think teams will learn a lesson from this, because some of the teams that tend to decide for the slow start, going for the position points in match 1, match 2, and doing same thing in match 3, they will learn something. If any of the team in the lobby decide to do something like the team TSM did, your dreams might be shattered, because you won't get a chance. This match we saw, teams were not getting a chance to go for the finish point, position points, nothing at all. Yeah, position points you will get because of the format, but they were pretty much dominating. So many dreams were shattered. If any of the team had a different strat this time against match number 1, the mistake they did, they tend to go and rectify in match number 3. TSM made sure the chance was pretty much taken away from them.
Absolutely.
So better perform from the very start, like TSM from a match 1.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM, they didn't wait for match 2 or match 3 to come around. They just played their hearts out from the very start. But while this war has been going on, there's been another one happening that we really haven't had our eye on. So let's actually head over to the point standings for the other match that has been happening offline in the meantime. Let's see what those points look like and what those teams look like. Sin Official, of course, are the ones to look out for. I believe they got a chicken dinner in one place and they were also able to get top 4 in the other. But have they continued with their performance? Yes, they have. 3rd place finish for them, and Revenant Esports once again 3 times in a row with that 2nd place finish, and 2 OP Official in 1st place with 32 points.
Well, in fact, Sin Officials are also performing really well. I remember round 2 went very good for Sin Officials. This time, Deda Esports have little stepped down, but I don't complain. I won't complain because they are having 8 points. I think they should be in safe spot. Marcos Gaming at the 6th position with 6 total points, only position points, no finish points. But on the other hand, RCD Esports having 5 finish points and 1 position points makes it total 6 points. And Marcos Gaming, talk about consistency. Match 1, match 2, match 3. Every time 6th position.
Yeah, but Revenant Esports, I mean, they are the kind of consistency that you want to have. 2nd position from the 1st match, 2nd match and the 3rd match as well. Just making sure that they solidify their position. Overall, I'm quite sure they're going to be on top over here. Let's have a look at the bottom 8 too. And once again, El Drago Esports in 9th place. Kadam OP couldn't do as well as they did. Didn't really find the chicken dinner this time around, being ending up in the 10th place, of course, and followed by Team Invincibles, Lunatic Originals, Multiple Zone, Teams, Team Exposers, and Legacy India. And yeah, it just doesn't seem that today was Kadam OP's day. They just had a bit of a rough start. They performed really, really well on Miramar, but once again, when we came back towards Erangel, Kadam OP, well, weren't really able to step up to the mark and perform at the level we were expecting them to, as they only got 2 placement points and 2 finish points, meaning they did finish in, I believe, 7th place, because that is when you get 2 points. But at the end of the day, it was just not enough. But we've talked enough about this group. We've talked enough about everything that has been happening on this front. Now we're going to be moving on to a new group with some newer names. And guess what? There's going to be a couple of teams over here that you guys are going to like. A little bit of scouting going around. I think I said too much. Let's have a look at the matchup and see the teams in the mix over here. Shadow, do the honors.
Well, we have Team Exterminator Esports having a very good outing in round 1 and round 2. Team MTGG, who goes for the position points. Team OMKB also had a good outing in the past. Then we have Team Hydro, Team JSR Esports, Team Easy4, Team Spetsnaz Official, officials, Team Dios we are having, then we are having Team Unknowns also. In this lobby, I think Exterminators are having a very good chance of performing really well in these teams. But we have second page also. Then we have Team Unknowns, Team Red X Cross, Thunder Emperors, Team Mist Officials, Team WSP Arrival, Team Extraction, Team Blind Esports, and Team X Park.
Yeah, we got Team X Park and Team Blind Esports. Well, you know exactly who the players on these teams are, and I'm quite sure we're going to be seeing a lot of interesting things happening today. We're going to be starting off on Erangel, you know, as always. That's going to be the first map of the day. But then we're going to follow up on Miramar, followed by Erangel once again. Now, I have to say the standard set by TSM as well as 7 Seas in these first 3 matches is going to be extremely high. Do you think Spark and Blind are going to live up to that potential, or do you think they're going to struggle a little bit and then maybe come out on top?
Well, I don't know if they were watching this particular game or not. They have definitely saw the game of previous 2 days, and that's when VLT went out. Team 8-bit also went out. Hopefully, I think they went out. The invitee teams are kind of under the pressure because they are almost blind. So.
Yep. Everyone except TSM though.
Are they going to change their drop location, because it is very necessary for them, I believe, to change, have a little change in their drop or the rotation, something at least, because these teams might be targeting the invited teams.
They most certainly could be. I do think that we are going to be seeing a bit of a change-up coming in terms of drop locations. It doesn't make much sense to me that, you know, the side of Team X Park are going to just stick to where they always go and then try and make their way over there. I'm quite sure if these teams have done their homework, they know exactly where Team X Park drops. But if they don't, then maybe the side of Team X Park can get away with their hot drop. I'm curious to see if it does end up happening though, because I do imagine that all of these other teams in the mix, they're not going to let the side of Team X Park get away with the part of the map that they want, right? They're going to be a little bit more aggressive. They are going to try to dominate the map as well. Make sure the Team X Park don't really have the comfortable start that TSM has had, because TSM, I believe in the first game, they just went uncontested. No one really bothered checking them in their drop location, and they just sort of rode that towards the very, very end there. I mean, they just had one slight advantage to start the game off with. And well, the rest is history. They got triple digits over here. So maybe if you know, X Park don't get contested, they can repeat that same performance. Maybe, who knows, even do a lot better than the side of Team TSM, or you know, could potentially fizzle out, and that could be the last spark that they have. But that remains to be seen.
Yeah, I agree that we will see, but we are about to enter into the first match. That is going to be Erangel. Like we were talking about TSM. Match 1, they didn't started the aggression from the very start, going all YOLO, because they knew they had to be very careful. They started carefully dropping into their favorite drop location, making rotation inside the circle. In fact, in match 1, from the western side, Team TSM was putting the pressure. From the eastern side, Team 7 Seas was there, and the teams were kind of in the centrish area of the circle. But match 2 also, the confidence was there in TSM. They started dominating after a certain point of the game.
Yes.
Team 3, match 3, they were in the such safe spot that they can afford to go all YOLO. But for this lobby, this is match number 1. They can't afford to go all aggressive from the very start, because either it can pay off good, or you might get an elimination.
You most certainly could. I mean, you could get eliminated early on, especially if the teams have done their homework and they know your drop location, but I am not sure if that is going to be the case. I mean, until the players join the lobby, they don't know who they're going to be playing up against, so maybe they didn't even bother doing their homework and instead just focus on refining their own playstyle. A little bit of homework would go a long way though, so let's see if that does end up being a factor over here as we take in the sights of Erangel. All these different beautiful places, the tree stumps with the trenches, the military bases, the cities, as well as the mountaintops. Erangel has it all. Hell, there's the shelter right next to shooting range, and well, right next to prison as well. Oh man, I just wish that this was a real place.
Well, we are about to head into the game, Floki. You are going to be very happy about that, because the lobby is already ready. The players are already ready, and the bluebird is about to fly in the sky. And here comes our bird. And where is the flight path? It is going all the way from shooting range towards military base. But talking about the teams that are in the lobby, Team MTGG, let's talk about this team. Round 2 final match, they got a chicken dinner for themselves. Total 40 points, out of which 30 are the placement points. This is a team that heavily relies on their placement points, like Team Exist and ORB in the previous lobby. But last match, things didn't go as planned they wanted to go. But let's see what's gonna happen to MTGG. In fact, Exterminators is a very strong team in the lobby. Round 1, round 2, they were dominating. 27 total finish points, 29 total finish points in the round 1, round 2. Let's see if they can replicate the same thing, because the name that are in the lobby, invited teams, Blind and X-Park, well, the teams are going to be very careful, the rest of the 14 teams.
They most certainly are going to be, and guess what? This flight path basically makes sure that as long as you don't have an extremely eastern side of drop location, you're going to be able to get to where you want. So let's see where they're going to be dropping in. It seems that Team X-Park are going to be dropping it right next to Rozhok in the Water City, hoping to get themselves some top-tier loot to work with. But elsewhere on the map, we might have a fight breaking out quite early on. Mr. Fischl going up against the side of Team Hydro. There's only one water team that can be successful, and it seems that they're both vying for that same title. Let's see who comes out on top over here. Grenade going to be lobbed in to clear out that little house, but it's not going to find any picks to start off. This battle is happening in Severny for those who are a little bit unaware. So yeah, it's going to be at the northernmost part of the map. But look at this, Mr. Fischl, a couple of the players don't even have guns, and now they're going to start picking up a couple of weapons for themselves, give themselves that fighting chance to work with. And Mr. Fischl, well, we'll see exactly what they're able to pull off over here.
Well, let's see what he is going to be pulling, because it's kind of a stalemate situation. Both of the teams are looting at the same time, waiting for the opponent team to make any kind of a mistake, and grenades are already coming into the picture. We tend to see this kind of thing because instead of a direct rush, players try and get an initial connection or a knock through the help of a grenade or a molotov, because things tend to go easy because one of the player is busy in raising his own teammates. You have to deal with rest of the two players. So let's see which of the team, Mist Officials, Team Hydro, who is going to be winning in this battle.
Yeah, most certainly. It seems like both the teams are at a bit of a stalemate for now. They are trying to wait and see what the other team is going to do first. Team Hydro have taken sort of the initiative and pushed a little bit ahead, but in the meantime, looks like the side of Team X-Park, they're just having a gala time looting the Water City. No one really to contest them to start things off, and they're going to be very, very happy because, well, they're going to get all the loot in the world. They've got themselves the weapons to work with as well. Gonna have those medkits, those bandages to work with, and they've got a couple of rotations open. They can still go towards Rozhok. Yasnia Polyana also up for the taking, and guess what? The first circle has formed, so if you could quickly have the map, we can see where that circle has formed. Well, soon enough we should be finding out. Team X-Park, there you go, there's the circle in front of our screens right now. Once again, a very centralized circle, similar to what we saw in the very first game of Erangel of the day. This time around though, it is slightly, just a little bit more tilted towards the north. We'll see if that ends up making a big difference for now, or if it's still gonna finish towards that general quarry area that it finished off last time around. Well, okay, looks like the action is finally gonna be breaking out between the side of Hydro as well as Team Mist. See who comes out on top over here. Hydro, they've got the high ground over here, but Baba Tunde, he has to read his position after reloading that AKM, and the flank is coming in. The SMGs at full range can be devastating, but with the AKM, he's going to be able to get those shots, get that finish going for himself as well. And well, with that advantage, they're going to be able to go forward and continue their domination over here. Mr. Fischl, they've got themselves the right positioning, but it doesn't seem like they're able to capitalize on it, as once again, another one of their players is going to be knocked down on his feet. I think that was Hunter who got shot down over there, and now with only two players standing, it seems that Team Mist need to make a decision over here. Where do they want to go? Hydro going to continue moving forward over here, going to continue piling on with the aggression, and looking to find the stragglers on the side of Team Mist. They spot out Stone over here, they know where he is, but do they have the nades to flush him out of this position? That's the question. Well, doesn't seem like they do for the moment, and Stone is going to continue to hold that rooftop. And well, that nade comes in, it explodes in the sky, but it doesn't even graze Stoner. Stoner still standing strong, but now with all these players coming in, can they find the block? Yes, they can. It almost looked like Stoner was able to turn things around, but he couldn't. It was the player proning, not a player being knocked out, although it did look very similar. The the end of the day, Team Hydro, well, they've gotten themselves 2 finishes to work with. Make that 3 as they get Hunter, and only 1 player now standing for the side of Team Mr. Official, keeping their dreams alive.
Well, Arthobi has already left Siverny and he's going to be contesting for the position points. But I'd like to bring your attentions toward Team X Park. Instead of directly going towards the Water City area, they made sure they scouted the area in the parachute itself. They were in a 2v2 split instead of 1v3 split that they tend to go for. After they made sure no one is contesting them, they came inside the Water City area, and right now they are looting in the compounds. But on the other hand, Novoruknoye Bridge area, Team Easy4 is already there. A team is present in the Milta. Maybe they can go up against each other. But Team Blind, if we talk about this team, high expectations, invited teams, but in front of them, another strong team, Team Exterminators, and looks like Williams, one of the star player of this team, has already spotted down the players of Team Exterminators who are around the Pochinki area, and these kind of fights tend to go for a very long time because you can find an initial knock. Finding a confirmation from that position tends to become a little difficult.
Yeah, most certainly. For the time being, it seems that these teams are going to continue to hold on to their positions, though. Exterminator not too keen on pushing out because they are in the smack dab center of the circle. So a lot of these teams not really going to be incentivized to move unless they're on the very periphery of the circle. Well, let's have a look elsewhere on the map towards George Bowl. It does seem that the side of Thunder Emperors are going up against Dios, and there's only one team that can come out on top if a fight does ensue. But will a fight even ensue? That is the bigger question to ask, because it doesn't seem that Thunder Emperors have spotted the members from Dios just yet.
Well, they haven't. Maybe in the parachute they could have spotted down the players. We don't know yet, but they are being careful. We can already see that they are making sure there is no another squad present. In fact, the team that went all the way towards the Zarki area is also being little careful not to make the rotation from the Georgopol side. In fact, they might be entering into the circle from the shooting range area, because if they came in North Georgopol, two teams, they have to face two teams, not just one, two teams, and things will become very difficult for JSR, especially because they'll be making so much noise from those vehicles, so they better be careful. On the other hand, Exterminator do have a knowledge about the positioning of Blind Esports, that they are on the George area. Blind also being very careful. They are just trying to close in the things, find an initial knock so that they can make a rush or a rotation from that vehicle area or the little slopey area. Let's see who is going to win the battle of finding the initial connection.
Yeah, most certainly. Exterminators, they've got that scouting potential. Madara was on top of that roof trying to see if he can spot anyone out. Doesn't see anyone just yet, so Daz decided to drop down instead and stop exposing himself to danger, because for all he knows, there could be somebody else coming in from the backstab, from the flank, and shooting him in the head. But in the meantime, Blind Esports, they spotted out Exterminators, but they're not making a move just yet because there is no incentive to do so. The circle's going to be closing in soon, so maybe we're going to see a couple of rotations being forced out. But you talked about MTGG early on. For the time being, they're going somewhat outside the circle into the blue zone, and they're trying to get towards Katka, where there is another team waiting for them. That is Team Red X Ross.
Well, Team Red X Cross, round 1, round 2, a decent performance were coming from this particular team as well. But for now, MTGG, a team that always goes for the slow rotations, this time also taking the damage of the blue. But this time, Gokul is leading the chart. He is countering the area, making sure there is no another squad present. So their teammates, rest of the 3 players, have a safe area to move inside the circle. And almost, wait!
XP will be very, very happy. There's an arm in there,
he
but
certainly is.
Yeah, I can hear him, just smiling, and I can see from the corner of my eye that he's got that, big old grin on his face. We'll see though if that does end up coming into play over here. I do imagine that WSP4 rival might see that and might decide to go for it, but for now they've got their priorities elsewhere. Oh, they are going for it. They are going to get that supply drop, so we will be seeing some Orm action. He already has a Car 98K to work with, and he's going to switch it out for the Orm instead.
And the only thing we want to see is a perfect shot, perfect headshot coming from this guy.
Wait a second though. It does seem like their car has a slight problem. The front left tire has been blown out, so do see a couple of sparks flying from that area. It's going to be a little bit harder to control, but at least the acceleration and the speed of the car won't be affected. There you go. I'm not sure if you spotted it or not, but it is lacking a tire at the moment. Well, nevertheless, they have made their way towards Katka. They're inside the circle, and guess what? The circle has shifted once again, so if we could have the map up soon enough, we can see all of these teams rotating in. The northern part of the map going to be seeing some action as well, and in the meantime, Team Unknown spotting of the members of Team Easy. 4 shots going to be fired off over here. Robert looking to maybe get himself a knock, trying to get lucky at the distance, but will not connect, and Thresh will walk away with his hands still, intact. There's no blood in them just yet. Going back towards the side of Exterminators, though, now they might have to contend with WSP4 Rival, who have just picked up a solid long-range weapon in the Yom. Let's see if they can put it to good use.
Well, all these teams are peppering down few bullets onto the players who are making rotation inside the circle. Nothing flashy being happening right now. All teams are busy finding a good compound, booking their good slot inside the circle. But some of the team or the individual players also of Team Mist are busy with little late rotation. I understand. Safe gameplay coming into the picture. You want to make sure you have good amount of position points at least in match 1, so that in match 2 and match 3 you are in a kind of a safe spot. Because if Team Xpark does something similar like TSM in match number 3, you don't have another chance to rectify the mistakes of match number 1. So go pretty safe. But right now in the Gatka area there is a big cluster of the teams that are forming in, and they better be careful because looks like third party is happening in Gatka anytime soon.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of teams just going on top of each other over here and taking fights and alerting other teams to their position as well. For the time being, MTGG and Red X Cross have each other in their sights, but can they actually find those shots to start things off? Once again, he's got the Kar 98K in his hands, but can he actually connect with that weapon? Well, he's going to think about it for now. Just scouting things out, seeing if he sees a stray head somewhere from the window. Well, the circle's going to be closing in soon too, so we'll see where it closes in. Ruins in the smack dab center. In the meantime, the mountain range also sort of relevant towards the hospital area. And Team Dio's rotating from George Ball, tanking a little bit of the blue. Should be okay as soon as they get inside the current circle. But yeah, we'll see if a fight does break out in the meantime. Well, the circle, it's going to shift. It's going to go all the way down south towards Pochinki. I call for a Pochinki finish at the start, and maybe, just maybe, the BGMI gods are going to listen to me after all. In the meantime, those Petnans, I wonder if this is their dreams being answered, because they found 2 picks on the side of Team Unknown, and Team Unknown, well, they don't really have a lot of options anymore. With 2 players down, they kind of have to play for placement points.
Well, they have to play for the placement points, because Team Exist also got 10 position points in match number 1 and 0 finish points. Nothing to complain. Go for the placement points. If you can't get the finish points, it's okay. It's okay to be silent, because it's a competitive lobby. You have to make sure you are getting every single point, because you have got only 3 matches. And look at Spetnaz Khan. The way he knocked down the players of Team Unknown. Team Unknown had no idea there is a player lying prone in the grass over there, and Khan took advantage of that and instantly knocked down 2 players of Team Unknown. And Team Unknown will have to survive with only 2 players, and like you mentioned, just fight for the position points.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Thunder Emperors are going to be able to make it safe and sound from Ruins into the center of the circle, because at this point they've got a lot of vehicles to work with, but if they make too much noise, well, we know who is just around the corner. There is Team Xpark, and there's also a couple of other teams in the vicinity. And Team Xpark Scout, the man himself, looking into the distance. Can he actually find those picks from this point? Mavi can be fired upon over here. Looks like the side of Team Hydra going to take the fight to the side of Team Xpark. Team Xpark fighting back, though Mavi will get one knock, almost get the other one down as well. Where's the backup coming in? Scout OP is going to turn his attention towards the other parts where Exterminators are making their way. He's trying to provide some cover towards his teammates over here. Mavi is still hiding behind the rock. The heal's starting to come in, and guess what? Gil is here as well. He's got the perfect flank on his opponents as well, and he will take out one of their members. Now turning their attention to the other ones as well, looking to blow the Jeep up, but no, the Jeep is still providing with some semblance of cover. They're still healing and still licking their wounds, but with the UMP at that distance, he will be able to connect those shots. And now in this mode, there's just one player standing that if he gets taken down, Team Hydro are going to be in a world of trouble. And there you go, there's the final man coming in, joining the party as well. Gillop is here, and guess what? Ultron is also going to join the fray, and with that, Team Xpark will start and get the party going. 4 finishes to their name. They lose Mavi as a response, but it's still okay for them. Scout OP doing his job, watching the flank.
He is certainly watching the flanks, but in fact, Team Xbox were quite confident in this that particular fight, but nothing to complain about. They lost one of the players, but still they are a very strong team. But will they crumble under the pressure or the blindness of the game, because they don't know how opponent teams are playing? Scout is definitely scouting the area far away, looking for the rotations that might be coming in from the teams. But other players, they are left as a two-man squad, and if two teams come nearby their vicinity, they might be the victim of a third party or a 2v4 situation. Yes, they have the gun power, but they don't have the knowledge of the opponent teams, and that might backfire upon Team Xbox. For now, they are in the centrish area in a good position. Ruins, that particular area, they are very familiar with ruins. This is their strongest positioning if the circle tends to shift towards ruins. But another team, OMKV, is already moving in their direction.
Well, they
Especially
say
Scout's direction.
absolutely, definitely Scout's direction, looking to take down the man himself. That TP28 rattling off a couple of shots. Rambo does connect, but doesn't really find all that many picks. Scout OP prepping up another raid. Can he find out the members from the side of OMKV? Leo gonna be the target under fire over here, and backup is coming in the form of Ultron. Scout gonna keep him busy with those nades while Ultron goes in for the sneaky finish over here. Oh no, he's just walked past him. They do not spot that player going by. Team Xbox, this could be a big problem for them. Ultron, has he heard him go around the corner over here? That's the question. No, he hasn't. Leo still standing in the meantime around the slope area, has not revealed himself just yet, so we'll continue to hold on and we'll make sure that no one spots him out just yet. That grenade is not really going to connect. Ultron, though, will be able to figure out the general trajectory of that nade and perhaps maybe go forward for a pick. A couple of smokes being destroyed by the end to try and secure his retreat, but look at Scout at that distance with the DP28 blows up the GDs. A bunch of damage towards the members from the side of Spetsnaz official, and looks like Spetsnaz 0 is going to be in a little bit of a pickle over here as he's got no way out, and at that distance he needs to fight Scout with only a sliver of HP to his name. Scout doing all the work for his team at this point. And Shade OMKV, they have vision over this area near ruins. They can see Team Spetsnaz official in the general vicinity, but they're not taking shots just yet because they haven't spotted out everyone. They know that there is someone there, but they can't see the nice terrain as well. X-Spark Ultron once again gonna fire off in the distance towards the buggy. Deals a bunch of damage, but can he actually connect? No, he cannot. Gil, in the meantime, also looking in another direction, trying to secure the flank from Team Extraction over here, who coming in from the left side. And there you go. All the members from Team X Spark looking in one different direction, taking 3 separate fights, although they yet to convert the knock into a finish.
Well, let's see if they can convert the knock into finish, but I believe Ultron can get that confirmation pretty easily, but Gil is a little separated from his teammates. In fact, Team OMKV, also Leo was the single person who was taking fight with Scout, and instantly call came in that there is a squad, there is an enemy, and instantly Ultron and Gil came to the rescue of Scout, although rescue was not needed because Leo moved to northern side to reunite with his teammates, but Team Spetsnaz, things are not looking good at all. On one side they have Team Xbox, on the other side they have Team EZ4. Smokes are being deployed and a perfect grenade coming in, and Thrish goes down. A follow-up grenade comes in, but connection is missing somehow, and the last player, Khan.
That nade could spell trouble. He might take some damage. No, he does not. He's just barely outside that explosion radius. And he's trying to answer back over here, but those nades not really landing. They are affecting the vehicle though, and Khan, you can see him trying to survive over here inside that smoke. Well, it looks like there's another player joining the fray, and it is the man himself, Scout OP. Looking in that general direction, taking a couple of pot shots at anyone who comes into his crosshair. And Gil as well in the meantime has gone in for the longer rotation, making sure the flank is clear, and maybe he can pick up a few picks if he finds people with their backs against him. Scream gonna push the envelope over here. The Spetsnaz Khan is gonna be taken down. There are a couple other members from EZ4 coming in as well, looking to take this fight up a notch. Who's going to be on the receiving end of it? That's the question. X-Spark, are they going to be the ones over here who end up being taken down, or are they going to fight back? EZ4, this is a perfect opportunity for him to use that Khan AK. But meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, it seems that Team Thunder Emperors have finally made their move against JSR Esports. JSR, they've got only one, or rather two members standing. There is Anurag in front of his screens right now, but there is also Rexon somewhere. He's on the other part with the buggy, making sure there's some crossfire going in the meantime. But Thunder Emperors have also lost one of their players to a knock, and another player has been finished off already. We'll see if they can still survive over here. Blue Zone closing in, dealing a bunch of damage. They need to start popping those first aid kits. They will be knocked down. One of the players is going to be knocked down by the blue. And looks like a lot of these teams finally springing in on the action. In the meantime, WSP for Rival as well have lost a couple of their players over here. Dios need to just take out one of them. No, it looks like there's still another member standing from the side of WSP who is still on his feet. And he's going to try and make sure he's able to come in and secure the fight. He comes in from the other side and is able to secure the life of his teammate. Nope, never mind. He's not WSP for Rival. They will be able to clean him up and make sure that they get themselves all those finish points. Once again, back towards the hills we go. And OMKV official, they've got 4 players standing strong. They're trying to take this fight against one of the players has been knocked down, but he can be picked back up on his feet. Blind Esports as well has been a rather quiet game for them, but maybe now they can start performing. No! A nade comes and puts them out of their misery, and it's Angry 4R, the man to blame for this situation, as he finds himself 2 of the top dogs over here on the server. And looks like WSP4 Rival will be eliminated by Red X Cross in the meantime. But guess what, Blind Esports, they have also been taken out over here, and they are no longer in the picture.
Well, they have been eliminated pretty early in the game, but Team X-Park have reunited. All 3 players are standing upright in the game, but Team Exterminators do have the knowledge there is an opponent team in right front of their eyes. On the western side, we have Team MTGG again going for the position points. We have Team Red Cross officials on the southern western side, but on the northern side, we have another team, OMKV, who pretty much earned 4 finish points for themselves, but looks like Car98 is coming into the picture, and knock is coming onto the player of Team MTGG. On the other hand, other players are also falling up and down on the eastern side because of the zone, and MTGG is at the receiving end of the bullets coming from the players of Team Red Cross.
Yeah, right now at the top there is Team Easy4 and Team X-Park as well as OMTV official tied for that first place with 6 finish points. Easy4 will edge them out. They managed to get themselves another finish point to work with over here, but Team X-Park are also not just done yet. Look at that Scout just ramping up a couple of shots with the DP-20, but he's going to get fired back upon. He needs to go back into cover, trying to use the terrain to his advantage, make sure he's got some way of healing himself back up to full, and then joining his fight, helping out his team once again. You can see Ultron in the meantime holding, making sure that Scout has that space to work with and will be able to heal himself back up. Couple energy drinks being popped to make sure they're able to get back up to full, and their stamina's back up as well, so they can go forward for those sprints. But now with this nade being cooked up, is Ultron going to connect and find the fix? No, just a little bit too short over here. Exterminators will be able to keep themselves alive in the meantime with all 4 of the players up and running. The same can't be said for X-Park because they did lose Mavi early on. Their IGL being taken off the guards over here, and Gil is also going to meet the same fate potentially, as RRD from Exterminators has knocked him down, leaving only Scout in the mix over here along with his teammate Ultron as well. Can they find those picks? They're trying to do so, but Ultron has also been knocked down on his feet. Scout now prone and trying not to be spotted over here. Will he be taken out? Yes, he will! X-Park will be eliminated in 5th place. They did well for themselves, but not well enough to get into the top 4. And Spetsnaz official, well, looks like they will also be eliminated over here in the meantime, while we were busy focusing on other teams. 2 teams have been eliminated, X-Park as well as Spetsnaz, leaving Exterminator, Team Red X, Ross, Team Easy4 and OMKV official in a bit of a 4-way standoff over here. But the team that's poised to win this at this point is Easy4. Easy4, they've got all 4 of their members up and running. They've got full HP to work with. They've got all the high-level utility, the high-level vests and helmets as well. And they most certainly are going to be going forward and trying to make sure that they're able to establish dominance, assert themselves onto this piece of land, prevent other teams from taking up a big chunk of the real estate.
Well, Team OMKV is little on the southern side of the slopey area, though don't have the height advantage, but Team Exterminators, the team that eliminated Team X-Park, are running high on the confidence. Team Easy4 also having the highest finish till now inside the game. Both strong teams up against each other have the best position. Yes, Exterminators have the height advantage, but how the things are going to go down, because the Exterminators are a little short on the finish point. On the other hand, OMKV has been gone little silent because they don't have the perfect position. But looks like Exterminators have spotted down the players of Team Easy4, and Team Easy4 better be careful because this team is running very high on the confidence level right now. Team Red Cross is outside of the safe zone area. They have to move inside the circle, and looks like Exterminators Madara is already waiting for them. The minute they come into the circle, he is going to spot them down. They better come united so they can take down Madara. Otherwise, they might start falling down.
Yeah, they most certainly could over here, and look at that. Exterminators, they're still holding on to their ground, being perfectly spread out, trying to make sure they cover multiple fronts as well. Don't get backstabbed by the members of Team Easy4. Easy4, they've got all 4 members still up and running over here, and so far we do have to, it seems that we found ourselves in a bit of a stalemate. None of these teams pushing in or being a little bit aggressive. Sure, they're dropping a bunch of nades and a bunch of utility, but they're yet to find their mark. Crazy, a molly whizzes past him, lands on the floor, but doesn't burn him just yet. So he's going to be A-okay for a little while longer. Who's going to come out on top over here? Question. It does seem that Exterminators have the best position out of them all as they're inside the circle, but one of their players has been knocked out over here. It seems that RRQ, or rather RRT, has been put down on his feet. Well, can the other members step up to the plate? Yes, they can. Madara's going to be able to find one through the smoke as he takes down one of the members from the side of Team Red Cross. And looks like OMKV official, they're also looking to third party in on the action because, well, it doesn't look like they have much of a choice over here. Phoenix, he's the only member standing from his team, and he's trying his best to move around and make sure that he's able to get some sort of vantage point to work with. Madara, in the meantime, still standing strong, prepping up that volley. Is going to be dropped a little bit forward, but it fails to find its mark, and Madara is now finally done with all of this. He's going to get back up on his own 2 feet and see if he can spot other players from the side of Team Red Cross. Team Red Cross, though, they're using the cover of the smoke to not be spotted, and all the other members in the meantime from Exterminators have been held back up on their feet, and they've got a fair amount of HP to work with as well.
Well, Exterminators are still having a better positioning. They have the vehicles, trees and height to protect themselves, but Team Easy4 is going against them. They are moving inside the circle slowly and steadily. They're trying to catch the players of Exterminators off guard, maybe by nades or anything, but now they are looking quite aggressive. Scream, on the other hand, has been spotted on the floor of Red Cross, who is hiding inside behind that airdrop over there, but Scream was all drawn and takes another player of Team Red Cross down, going for the another one, but he is behind the cover area. Can he take him down? But no, he's at the receiving end, and Scream goes down.
Yeah, Team Easy4, they're going to end up losing one of the players over here. Exterminators, they're finally going to be able to capitalize on the situation that they had created for themselves earlier. They rotated in early towards the circle and occupied the highest point in it. So now they've got a big vantage point to work with, and all of these other teams have to come up high ground if they want to contest the side of Exterminators. The split also ensures that they're watching multiple fronts, and they have nothing to worry about over here. But that nade, it does a fair amount of damage to 2 players, RRD and Madara, both being bought down in terms of HP. That's nothing that a bandage can't fix up. It's probably going to be popped, give them some HP to work with over here. Crazy coming really close to that other nade as well, but he's going to be able to stay alive for the time being. He thinks there is someone nearby in the tall grass. He's going to rattle up a few shots with the UMP, but he's not going to find any success in actually connecting them. Well, Easy4 in the meantime with the scar is going to be able to find one at that distance. And guess what? OP as well from the side of Team Easy4 is going to be able to find a pick for himself. Finally, all hell has broken loose. Already from Exterminators will be able to find one. It looks like the side of Easy4 are going to answer back. Aaron16 finds one to his name. And there's only Madara standing strong from the side of Exterminators. He's going to try to get his teammates back up on their feet. And now Zerif from the members of Red Cross is trying to capitalize on the situation. Both teams reading and licking from their wounds. If he managed to put a bullet into either one of the players' heads who are still standing, he will get the credit for all those finishes. That nade being lobbed in might just be the end of it all. Crazy, is he going to be able to get away? Yes, he is. He will stay alive, and Madara is still in the fight over here. He will try to rest back RRD up on his feet while his other teammate tries to rest back up. Crazy. Exterminator's trying to get into full fighting shape once again, and Zerif looks like his moment has passed. He will be able to find a knock though with the AKM. Has this position been discovered? No, not yet, but Madara is inching closer. He knows that there is someone over there, and Zerif, well, those shots might have beat his position, and there you go, a perfect shot coming in from Madara will put Red Cross out in the 3rd place with only 10 finish points to work, 10 placement points to work with, and now they turn their attention towards the members of Easy4. well, I say members, but there's only one member still in the fight. It's going to be OP, and Exterminator Esports with 7 finishes are looking to hammer final nails in the coffin and lower it down 6 feet under. It's going to be Exterminators who end up taking the chicken dinner as well as that first place finish. Great performance by them. We were talking about when the qualified teams are going to start showing up. Well, here they are, right here, right now.
Exactly. In fact, Floki, none of the invited team is in the top 3 of top 4 position.
Oh, is
Yeah.
that so? Where is X-Pac then, I believe? Oh, okay, Team
In fact, Blind was pretty much taken out pretty early. Exterminators, the moment they took down the players of Team X-Pac, they had the perfect positioning inside the circle. Later on, when the circle started closing in, they had the height advantage. But Team Easy 4, they were aggressive from the very start of the game. And if I'm not wrong, they have the highest finishes.
Yeah, they most certainly have the highest finishes for the time being, but is it going to stay consistent for the next course of the matches? Well, we're going to have to wait and watch because first we've got the highlights coming up from this match, so in case you missed out on any action of this one, we've got you covered, so let's just jump straight into that and see what it's all about. We started off with Team Hydro taking up against a fight from the side of Team Mist Officials. Hydro came out on top, did lose one of the players, I believe, but in the end they did manage to make it work to an extent, so kudos to them for being able to do so. Although their placement was not the best and they were probably hoping that they finished a little bit higher in terms of those points. Spetsnaz, I mean, this is another team that sort of impressed me. I thought that, maybe they're going to be taken out over here, but he pulled off the 1v2. He got those 2 finishes to his name. And once again, Mavi, what a man over here. Almost takes down the second player as well. Look at that. He was trying to stay alive over here and barely does by the skin of his teeth.
But Gil comes into the picture at the perfect right time, takes down the confirmation onto the players, and in fact is revived his teammates as well, and Team X-Pac again came back into the picture. But other teams were also having a pretty good time. Teams like OMKV, they had a perfect northern side positioning inside the circle. Later on in the final circle, they were in the lower ground. That's where things didn't go as planned. But initially, that was a good decision coming from Leo to back off from the fight that was that might have happened with the players of Team X-Pac. Very initial stage of the game. He reunited with his teammate. That was a good decision. On the other hand, Team MTGG, they were coming from the southwestern side.
Yeah.
Going for the position points, taking things slow, but that didn't go well because they have 0 finish points for themselves. On the other hand, Easy 4, aggressive from the very start. Exterminators best positioning inside the circle. In fact, Red Cross also. Zeref, he was little too early with that grenade. Had he waited for like few seconds, it would have been on point and Madara would have been knocked down at that point.
Yep. But, at this point, everything we say is just, going to be speculation, right? It's all, you could have done that, you should have done that, you would have done that, but at the end of the day, there's only so much these players can do. The pressure, of course, mounting up over here, and we can clearly see that for even the top-tier teams that have been invited, X-Pac and Blind both really bearing the brunt of this lobby in the first match over here. Thankfully, this is why it is sort of like a best of 3. You've got yourselves 3 matches to work with, and in those 3 matches, you're going to take up your best performances, add up the total points, and hopefully if you perform well in those other 2 matches, you're going to be carried forward into the quarterfinals. If not, we're going to be saying goodbye to you right here, right now, in the 3rd round itself. Team Exterminator, though, I mean, I have to say, we have been keeping an eye on them since the very first day, since the very first round. They have not been disappointing.
Well, they have not been disappointing at all. Round 1 dominating, round 2 also they were dominating. In fact, I'm very happy to see the way this lobby is taking head-on fights with the invited teams, and mind you, winning those fights.
Yeah,
not
winning
just
those fights.
Taking the fights, winning also. They are giving invited teams a run for their money the way they are playing, and that is super impressive. That always makes me happy when the rising teams are actually rising, proving their mettle. And let's see Exterminators better perform similarly in match 2 and match 3.
Yeah, well, let's hope that Exterminators are able to keep up their performance for the 2nd and 3rd match as well. Make sure that, they give the underdogs some credit as well, right? Because, well, like we talked about earlier, today really hasn't been the day of the underdogs after those first 3 matches. I mean, TSM pretty much dominated the leaderboard to start things off. Now that we are seeing a bit of a shift coming in as Exterminators, they've won this first match. Confidence is going to be at an all-time high moving into Miramar, and I can't wait to see the kind of performance they're going to put up there. But before we go there, we do have a couple of other interesting stats as well. I believe we should be jumping into the point standings as soon as they're ready. Although it is no surprise that Terminators should probably be on top. But before we even get there, who made all of this happen? It's those guys right there on your screens. As you can see, right down there is the iQOO 7 legend. So let's have a word from our sponsors, see what they're all about, and see how this 1 crore rupee tournament came to be. Let's jump into a word from our sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the phone in my hands. The iQOO 7 Legend with a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor designed for ultra gaming to make sure that if you ever want to reach the spot, well, this phone is going to have you covered. It's going to run the game at its highest potential. You're not going to have to worry about anything else. There's not going to be any frame rate drops, any sort of jitters that you might have encountered earlier. So if you're looking for a phone to enhance your gaming experience, make sure you grab this one. But it's not only good for gaming, it's also got a 22-minute flash charge, which means that from 0 to 100%, this phone is going to go, go to full battery in just about that much time. And on top of that, you've also got yourself an in-display Monster Touch to work with, which basically means that all of your presses are going to be super, super accurate. But you know what? Enough about the phone, more about the game. Let's jump into the point standings and see where these teams are.
Well, Team Exterminators at the top with 8 finish points and a chicken dinner, total 23 points. But Team Easy4 having 10 finish points, second highest, I guess. They have a close with the Red Cross. Yeah, they both are sharing same finish points. But Team Easy4 second position, 10 finish points. Team Red Cross 10 finish points and total 20 points. Team OMKV also coming up, 6 finish points, total 14 points. Team Spatnaz with 4 finish points and total 10 points. And then comes Team X-Park with 6 finish points and total 10 points. And Team Blind at the bottom, Floki, at 14th position with just 1 placement point.
Oh yeah.
The invited teams are nowhere in the top 5.
Yeah, the invited teams not even finding themselves in the top 5, like you said. Only Team X-Park managed to get themselves to that 6th place, and Team Blind being eliminated in 14th place with just 1 placement point to work with. That is not the kind of performance they were hoping to have over here, but unfortunately the first match, or the first map of Erangel, hasn't been very kind to them. So make sure that if you want to see these teams in the future in the quarterfinals, you spam a couple of hearts in the chat. Make sure you cheer them on and let them feel the energy as well, because they're going to need it coming in those future games. But let's have a look at the MVP for this match. Wonder who's it going to be. It's probably going to be a member from the side of Exterminators, but let's find out for ourselves. Let's see what the facts are and stop speculating. No, it is not a member from Team Exterminators. Instead, it's from Team Red X Cross. It's going to be Nikhil OP.
In fact, from 10 finishes, Nikhil OP has got 5 finish points for his team. Damage is 759, a very good performance coming in. In fact, from this team also, they started by eliminating the players of Team MTGG. Later on, they went for the finishes, total 10 finishes, and this guy Nikhil OP had a very big contribution to that. But having a look at top 5 players, Gil is there with 5 finish points, 480 damage, 1 assist. Then we have Zeref, who might you survived till the last.
Oh yeah, he survived till the end over there.
And
see that in survival time as well.
Yeah, his survival time is quite high. 770 damage, not high finishes but very high damage. Then we have Scream from Team Easy4, 3 finishes, 728 damage, and Madara from Team Exterminators, 3 finishes, 571 damage.
Absolutely. I mean, great performance by all of these teams over here. But Exterminators, I thought they would be able to find themselves a little bit higher on the top 5 player standings. But it seems that teamwork makes the dream work, as all of these players chipped in together. They had a total of 10 finishes, and that's why they were able to make it over here. But we've got a couple other interesting stats as well from the match. So let's jump into those and see what they're like as we head into the match summary. 92 grenades used, out of which 3 resulted in finishes. Shadow, what do you think about this?
I think it's a pretty good start. It could have been more if Zeref had waited for few seconds to connect that grenade onto the players of Team Exterminators, but nothing too flashy. Good stats, good knock finish ratio, grenades used 92, good number, but airdrop looted too. The player went for the AWM, but we didn't see the use of it. Longest finish distance in 318 meters. Good, I think. Good performance is coming all overall.
Yep, absolutely. The longest finish distance as well at 318 meters. Pretty high. But let's have a look at the finish to damage ratio with the FD performance graph in front of our screens. Well, couple of teams standing head and shoulders above the rest. Red X Cross with 2,500 damage done, but with only 10 finishes actually found. And a similar case of sorts for the side of Team Easy4 with 2,300 damage done, but only 10 finishes found. Wow, that is a little bit unfortunate. Usually you see this happening on Miramar, but this actually happened on Erangel.
These teams can do anything in any map. They can go all aggressive, but yes, Team Exterminators, Team Easy4 and Team OMKV Red Cross. These are the 4 teams who are in the safe spot for right now.
Yeah.
They have to make sure they don't mess up in match number 2. That is going to be Miramar, because then in match number 3, last match is pretty much unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen. Any of the team might start dominating you or contesting you for your drop location. So I think this is going to be very crucial match for the top 4 teams.
Most certainly, but let's actually have a look at the point standings from the offline match that has been going around in the meantime, because that has also been happening. So let's have a look and see which teams are on top and which teams aren't, as there's a fresh set of teams fighting out over here. Unity Esports, Force 1, 247 Gaming, Section 302, Blame 9, Blitz Zone, Labor Gang, and Beast Academy, 7 from 1st to 8th place. And guess what? Unity Esports leading the charts with 28 points to the name, out of which 13 points come from finishes.
Looks like offline teams are getting the more high finish points. 30 finish points are there from UDT. Force 1 also 12 finish points. A very good. In fact, this was also a very aggressive gameplay, because every team is having few of the finish points. At least the top 8 are.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, it looks like the top 3 teams, in fact, have a bunch or the majority of these finishes. The bottom 8 struggling to some extent over here. One-sided glory with only 2 position points to work with. And look at team number 13 and 14, Mayhem and Assault Force, with only 1 and 0 points. Perhaps people are expecting a little bit more. Even Outset Esports at 16th place with 0 points. Not really where everyone was expecting them to be. Do It Easy in 10th place, Chopper in 12th. It's a little bit of a cruel joke in there. And Brutal Esports in 15th place as well. But once again, there are 2 matches to work with, so this is not the end-all be-all for any of these teams. I hope they're able to reset and restructure, because Miramar is going to be coming up next, and when it does come up, these guys are going to have a completely different experience, because no one has played Miramar before. It is a level playing field for all of these teams involved.
Not so level. It had terrain.
Oh yeah, a lot of hilly terrain.
Map has so many terrains, and you might be very familiar with those terrains, because if you don't know any particular area, you don't know. Circle might go towards Valedemar.
Yeah,
it did go yesterday.
It did go over there, but is it going to go today, folks? Well, if you want to find out, you're going to have to stay tuned in, because us guys, we're going to be taking a teensy-tiny break as well. The players also need some rest. You know, they've been playing for a long time. They're going to play 2 more matches in a row, so it's better we give them a break and let them have a bit of a breather. But before I go, Shadow, it was a pleasure casting with you. I'm going to be back tomorrow as well. I'm going to be joined, well, XP is going to be taking my place, so sayonara. We'll see you on the other side, or at least I will see you on the other side.
chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, तो फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
flagship monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, and boy, what a few matches we've had. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chehal. Joining me is the tactical maestro herself. It's Bhavna Shadow Shukeen. Bhavna, let's just come to the point at hand. Now, of course, TSM did something. They came, they saw, they conquered, and boy, oh boy, have they broken all records. Now, on the other hand, the pressure is going to mount on the teams in Group 9 because, well, all the pressure is going to be on Blind and Team X-Spark now.
Well, most definitely, but this lobby is more confident to the
Oh, yeah.
previous lobby. They are not shying away from the fights. The moment they see the name Blind or Team X-Spark, they are not shying away from the fight. They are taking head-on fights. In fact, Team Blind, that was a quite disappointment for for the fans, I'll say. I'll be a little harsh on them because we have expectations, the fans have expectations, but I'm very happy the rising teams are rising.
Well, she's happy that the rising teams are rising, and just to make sure you all know who's going to be playing the next couple of games, well, it is going to be Group 9, which consists of Exterminator Esports, the winners of the last game, and I do believe they're going to be joined by MTGG Esports Official, quite a mouthful, OMKV Official, Team Hydro, JSR Esports, Team EZ4, Spetsnaz Officials, and of course Dios, which I do believe it's the Spanish word for God.
I'll take your word for that because your knowledge is definitely a lot more than me. But we have Team Unknowns, Team Red Cross. They had a good outing. They were in the top 4 spot. Thunder Emperors, Team Mist Officials, Team WSP for Rival, Team Extraction. Even Team Extraction had a good outing in the previous round. This time they were kind of missing. Then we have Team Blind Esports and Team X-Park. Invited teams, not even in top 5.
Not even in the top 5, and looks like, Blind were blinded by all the blood I can see in that logo. And for a quick second, WSP4 Rival kind of sounded like WSP Arrival because it kind of looks and sounds similar. But now, again, that is the teams that are going to be battling it out on the battlegrounds down below. And of course, the action this time is going to shift back to the deserts of Miramar. Now, before we jump into any of the fighting, I've got to say one thing, like you did mention, the invited teams not quite making the cut so far, but they still have 2 games in hand, and I'm pretty sure Scout and the boys are strategizing, trying to come up with something new. Question is, are they going to have the right game plan for Miramar?
They better be having. Change the drop location. I'll say, because right now the teams might want to take you out early in the game because their chances of qualifying in the next round is going to increase. So change your drop location, change your rotation, do something new.
I must say though, just regarding Team Xbox, Gil put up quite a fight over here. I do believe he had 5 finishes to his name, while the team in the entirety had 6. So he is packing quite a punch, and even up until the end, it kind of looked like everything was going in their favor. However, once they had Exterminators at one end, they just started getting sandwiched because more and more teams just piled up on them. And, teamwork does make the dream work, but looks like everybody else teamed up against them.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, at that point, Gil was a little far away from his teammates, but one of the player already got down. I think it was Scout or Ultron. One of them went down. Gil came for the rescue, but it was too late for that time.
It was too late. In fact, Gil was the first man at the scene of the crime because I do believe Marvi was behind that little boulder just moments before. He goes around, gets the flank, puts down a few shots, and I kind of felt at that moment Marvi could have been picked up, but again, it is what it is, and hopefully they learn from their mistakes and come back swinging hard. Now, we are going to be jumping in the game sooner or later because, it does look like everyone is ready, and again, remember, it's all about punctuality and making sure we provide a level playing field. Now, that is what this tournament is all about, right? iQOO has basically set up a pedestal. They are going to be shining the spotlight down on teams, and it's all on the teams whether they make it or break it because again, I am going to be beating around that same bush. So much untapped potential in this country.
Well, definitely, and we are witnessing it, especially in round 3, the way these teams are competing against the veteran players, confidently taking the fight, winning those fights, not even just this round 1. Day 1, day 2 also, and day 3 also. In fact, TSM is the only team that has been consistent.
I mean, I don't know if I call that consistency or just sheer domination.
Yeah, dominance. But
113 points, what?
Yes, but this is the only team. Day 1, invited teams started falling down.
Right.
Day 2, same thing happened. Day 3 also, this match, not even in the top 5.
Well, see, again, so what happens is, this is what we were discussing backstage earlier. So, if Team Xbox did watch TSM games, oh boy, that was a mistake because, they are going to mount themselves with pressure because, again, we talk about fans, all you lovely viewers out there, we talk about expectations, right? And you want to make sure your teams are going to make it till the end. And like I said, the bigger they are, the more expectations that are going to be weighing them down. So, Xbox, what they have to do now is basically forget anything that happened, right? Put the blinders on and just focus at the game in hand. And again, it is Miramar somewhat a speciality of theirs.
Well, they have the speciality. In fact, they can go zone by zone because we know they have the gunpowder. They are the perfect assaulters, perfect flankers, and everything they have. They have the game knowledge. Everything is there. They just need to enter into the zone, hold their position. If they reaches towards the fifth or the sixth circle, in fact, if they manage to reach towards the fourth circle, I think they are in a pretty safe spot.
I do have a little bit of a question because, we have been following all these gentlemen for quite some months now, ever since BGMI took the country by storm. But I wonder if there's ever a miscommunication or a communication gap, because I did see one thing, when Mavi was done and dusted with, Gil still held the high ground while Scout was down below. Then what happened is the circle shifted. The buildings that Scout was in was on the periphery, and I would have said that, maybe Gil's position was better. Higher ground, you have a little lay of the land, you can see a bit further. He came down, and then literally 10 seconds later, the team comes back up again. So I wonder if, minor things like this cause some hiccups along the way.
Maybe it is possible, little miscommunication, or maybe you are just trying to be safe because of the things that happened in day 1 and day 2. Because the moment they dropped in fact, directly going towards the water city, they kind of scouted the area. This time they were in a 2v2 split. They made sure there is no another team present in the water city area. That's when they dropped them. In fact, the rotation also, Scout just saw one player of team OMKV, that was Leo. The moment he saw Leo over there, instant call was made to the rest of the players that there is a player present in my side. He didn't fire a single shot. He was just holding on to his ground.
Right.
The moment backup came in, that's when they started taking the fight. But this time, not with OMG, Spetnaz. They became the victim this time.
Well, when the specialists from Russia come in, the Spetnaz are going to be a hard unit to deal with, but deal with them they did. Now again, everything did kind of seem like it was going in their favor up until the end, but again, things do happen over here in this game, and well, it is part and parcel of the game, as I said. Now the thing is, before we do start the next game, again, just to let you know, everything is tickety-boo, and all the players are going to be pretty much starting the thing. The thing is, again, it's all about this one moment, this one opportunity. Whether you grab it or whether you let it slip through your fingers is entirely on you. And guess what? This is where legends are made of. And again, talking about the iQOO 7 Legend, the official smartphone sponsors for BGIS 2021, the best thing is that they have given this opportunity. Now it's all on the teams whether they want to grab it. But again, speaking of legends and monsters inside, let's just have a quick word from our sponsors, the iQOO 7 Legend.
Again.
Are you ready for this?
Well, welcome back once again. And of course, every single time you do watch that video, I'm sure all of you are going to get a little something new. And if you want to go and try all those amazing modes out, well, all you have to do is get yourselves one of these bad boys. And, well, don't take my word for it, because I think, Shadow, you might want to share a few things about this monster inside.
Well, it has got Qualcomm Snapdragon 888. It has got 66-watt flash charge. That means 22 minutes and 0 to 100 just 22 minutes, and it has got in-display monster touch, so that you never have to complain about the touch issues or anything when you're playing a game like BGMI.
Also, for people like me who have those short, fat, podgy fingers, it makes a lot of sense, because normally you are hitting 2 buttons at once, but with this device, that is never, ever going to be an issue, but of course you can see it all for yourselves as the stats are on your screens. But now, with iQOO 7 Legend out of the way, we are going to focus back on the game at hand. Now, again, we've only seen all these teams perform in one game, and expectations are high, and everybody wants their favorite teams to win. The underdogs, or the teams that qualified, through the ringer, they've been impressing me as well.
Well, they have been impressive in this particular game, especially match 1, and I'm very sure match 2 they are going to replicate the similar performance. But this match is very crucial for all the teams, all the 16 teams, because if you are not going to perform in this particular game, coming back in the last match is going to be very difficult. Added pressure.
It's going to be added pressure, and it is going to be a monumental uphill task indeed. But again, it depends on how game 2 is going to unfold, because Miramar is massive, right? You have a lot of drop options, and usually, even if you are in a situation that the enemy, is going to be trying to take your position over, you still have options to either stick your ground, stand your ground, and fight them to the last man, or you still have options to, run away, to live to fight another day. Again, running away is not a bad idea as long as you come back full circle and dish out the damage yourselves. Now, we've had a look at all the teams that are going to be playing the next couple of games. Let's just focus on a couple. I know that everybody wants to talk about Blind, everybody wants to talk about Team Xbox, so let's give the viewers what they want. What is their strategy going to be this time around?
Just not be the victim of a third party, because if two teams are attacking you, they are going to make sure they get the knock and the confirmation both onto you, because they want to eliminate the top dogs out of the race so that the next stage becomes a little easier. They have to prove themselves that we are the new teams that are going to be dominating. But
it is. But again, we have a little bit of a thing. What we're going to do is take a quick little breather, and we're going to see you on the other side of this very short break.
Dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
7. Dual chip monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. We do apologize for that slight little delay over there. Of course, we had a little bit of a technical glitch, which has all been sorted out. All 64 members are in the lobby waiting to take off in that C-130. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Gel, and with me is someone who's lurking in the shadows. It's Bhavna Shokeen. Now, we've talked about the teams. We've already had a look at what's going to happen in this game, and I think we left our conversation off somewhere around X-Park and what they are going to do this game, and the spotlight is on you.
Well, like I said, just go with the zone. Try not to take the bad fights.
If I may add something, you did mention you would want them to kind of change their drop spots.
Yes, certainly, because targeting might happen. Teams want that glory for themselves. They took down the strongest team in the lobby, especially teams like Team X-Park. It does bring you glory that you were the ones who got them down on their knees. So, yeah, just change something in your plan.
Glory, yes, but on social media, it's all about the bragging rights that, I'm the one who brought you down. So, I'm going to expect a lot more of that in the near future. But again, as the next match is going to be commencing sooner or later, we are going to be flying over Miramar. Now, the thing is, the map of Miramar, has its own challenges ahead, and it is quite different to Erangel. Well, duh. A, it's bigger. B, there's not enough greenery. But again, I'm just talking about from the strategical point of view, because all those long distances, you have to maneuver in open terrain, and well, that is where all those vehicles get shot at from distances, and you have no idea where the bullets are coming from. But if that vehicle goes boom, you go down with it.
Even we saw that happening in the previous groups matches also in Miramar. But yeah, another thing with Miramar is there are very limited compounds to hold on to. Mostly there are ridges, mountain areas, and that becomes very easy for the opponent to spot you down. Because if they are having a 8x scope, they'll probably shoot you in, and you have no idea where the bullets are coming in from.
Talking from my experience, chances are if you just scope out your surroundings and you look at the mountaintops, as you said, you are going to see these silhouettes in the distance, and you're like, oh, wait a second, that's not a cacti, that thing just moved. And you can lay down some few shots, and we've seen some sharp shooters out there today. Oh, the AWM was in full use. I am a happy man. Hopefully this time around we get to see a bit more bolt action. But again, we are going to have to wait just another couple of minutes before everything gets started. Again, we want to make sure everyone over here at the iQOO BGIS 2021 tournament has a level playing field.
Well, level playing field, but the game Miramar has got a lot of terrains and mountain areas. Everybody likes to be the king of the hills when it comes to Miramar. But sometimes things don't go as planned, so you have to mold yourself according to the situation, according to the zone, whatever position you are having. Do your best, stay silent if you are not in the best position. If you have the best position, go all aggressive.
Like Bruce Lee once said, be the water, because it takes any shape of any container that you put it in, and that's what teams need to be. They need to be fluidic, they need to be adaptive, they need to be versatile. And well, let me tell you one thing, you guys are going to be a happy bunch, because all the players are going to be at the prison in Miramar, bustling with energy. But before that, let's appreciate the beautiful map of Miramar as we have a nice little bird's eye view.
Well,
holiday in the mountains, I like that.
But not a holiday for these teams. Definitely not a holiday. They are under a lot of pressure because this is the game that is going to decide their fate. Some of the dreams might shatter.
That looks almost too realistic. I mean, if you told me that, that was just a picture, a stock photograph, I would have thought that, yeah, because wow, I mean, I knew this was a beautiful map, and looks like production really has some good cinematography skills, the way they are showcasing this map to us. And again, I'm just gonna keep quiet and appreciate all the beauty in front of me.
It's your favorite, right?
I love it. Long distance shots. There goes the helmet. There goes the boy. And well, let's see if that's going to be the case this time around.
If I'm not wrong, you hate Sanhok.
I mean, see, I'm still that guy who, despite it being Sanhok, I'm going to be like, hey, I need an AWM, I need a Car 98, and it's just that I told you earlier, right? I'm good at connecting my first shot. My follow-up shots, well, we're not going to talk about them right now. But yeah, I mean, Sanhok is a complete different beast, which I'm sure we are going to see in the not-so-distant future. But for now, we aren't going to be in the tropical island of Sanhok. We are going to be in the deserts of Miramar, and I, for one, am looking forward to this action because, again, like I did mention earlier, this has been a map where, Xbox have historically done a lot better as compared to the other maps.
Well, they have to do better. I would say Xbox is in a bad position that they can't qualify or things are very risky. One good match is all gonna take for Xbox to be in the top spot or the leaderboard, at least on the top 4 position. But for now, we are heading towards the game and the blue bird, like you like calling it, but it's not blue this time.
Well, it's not blue, but it definitely is big. And well, as the C-30 is going to be soaring high above the plains, well, not the plains, the deserts of Miramar, it kind of looks like it's going to be bisecting the map in half. In fact, we are going to be flying down to the southeast, right over La Cobreria. We are going to go over San Martin, Los Leones, and well, the plane path is going to end at Puerto Paraiso. But interestingly, a couple of teams are going to be dropping out pretty early, in fact, right off the bat. And well, looks like the Ruins are going to have some action break out pretty much at the beginning.
Because two of the teams might be contesting Ruins area, but they do have a knowledge another team is also coming in towards that particular area. So maybe there are chances they can change their path, or if they are going against each other, they are going to face casualties. But on the other hand, no one is going towards El Pozo, La Cobria. No one is going for Saint Martin area. But this time, exterminators are sharing a drop.
Well, we did talk about the Ruins are going to witness some action. It looks like it's going to be exterminators. There you have it. Madara, already the devil himself with those horns, is going to let loose a few bullets. And it did look like Aniket did take some damage. However, now as they are going to be moving around, they are going to try and set up a few flanks now. Ooh, this is going to be a bit tricky for Aniket because 3 hungry Terminators are going to be heading his way. He does have a few options to jump out, but if you keep one thing in mind, there is a member of Exterminators on the other side, but looks like Aniket is going to bob and weave his way through. Oh my goodness, this guy is trying to just run away, trying to use his parkour as best as he can, but it is not going to work out as Madara is going to bring him down with his Uzi, while Crazy is going to put him down 6 feet under with that UMP again. The first one to get the guns usually wins.
Well, this is a team that is known for their aggression and perfect rotation, but this time they are a little far away from the zone. On the other hand, the players of Team JSR are quite spread out, I'll say. They are in different positions, but look like they are shying away from that fight and are now retreating. Yeah, they are retreating from that fight because they need the both position and the finish points, because they didn't have a very good outing in the first map. But talking about the circle, most of the teams are outside, but Team X-Park, the team that has the attention of every viewer out there.
Well, right now, everyone's eyes are going to be glued to their monitors, to their devices, to their phones, or whatever else you used to watch this amazing BGIS 2021 tournament. And yeah, speaking of X-Park, again, a lot of weight on their shoulders, but have a look at that little curveball coming in from the circle. Again, something similar to what we saw just moments ago in the map of Miramar. And if it goes down to Villa del Mar once again, things could be interesting. Now, as you mentioned, the majority of the teams are outside the circle. I wonder what's going to happen at the graveyard.
Well, graveyard is going to be full of bloodbath and action because so many teams are there. In fact, La Bendita also, so many teams, might be Team X-Park will also rotate from that side. WSP is already present over there. So northern side rotations are not going to be easy. In this situation, what teams can do is go for the late rotations or very early rotations, book kiosk slot somewhere near Chumas area or somewhere near southern side.
You know, at the beginning of this game, you did mention targeting. Now, I'm not really aware of WSP4 Rivals' drop spot in Miramar, but it looks like if Graveyard isn't their usual forte, they definitely had a little bit of a plan. But for now, looks like Mist Official's Hunter has a plan, as he knows the enemy is in the distance. In fact, I do see some smoke billowing out of a vehicle just behind that building, which means, well, talking of smoke, that was actually a shadow, and now OMKV are going to try and make their escape, and by the look of things, they are going to be making that escape. Now, they might just go over, get that higher ground, but oh, that vehicle is dangerously close to going boom.
Well, the vehicle is about to explode. They better find a shelter, otherwise few bullets and their whole squad will be wiped out of the lobby. But they have found a shelter, but they don't have the healings. They are a little short on the loot. Look at him. He has just a painkiller or something.
Nothing.
He has bandages they are having, but not the perfect med kit or first aid they are having that they can utilize in the later stages of the game. Especially if they go against a 4v4 classic fight against any of the team. But Team Blind is a little quick on the rotation. They are already in the centrish area of the circle nearby, somewhere between Chumasera and Los Leones. A good decision on their part to go ahead and book your slot inside a safe combat, best position inside the circle.
Baby.
they're just having fun. Their path is completely open, but the only team that can give a little trouble to them is going to be the team of Easy4. That is, they are making their rotation from the southern side somewhere.
Well, I am going to take you to your word because, of course, you know what you're talking about, but let's just take a moment and appreciate that shiny golden Marauder, which means somebody did go to the house of the boss at Hacienda del Patron. But for now, WSP. Now, we did just kind of joke about it earlier that, you know, maybe they were targeting the Team X-Spark, but it looks like this might just be their drop. And, you know, if Team X-Spark did see another team heading their way, they were not ready for a fight just yet. In fact, they changed their location just by a little bit. In fact, they went pretty much to the east near Minas Generalis. So, you know, I mean, looks like they are going to make sure they survive with their numbers till the very end. But for now, as the circle is going to be forcing people to move in, well, the blue is going to be forcing them to move further inland, we are going to join Team X-Spark as they have a Marauder of their own. It's not golden, but it still has the same oomph factor.
Will Team X-Spark better not head towards the Puerto area? Yes, they are taking eastern side rotation because in Puerto we are already having another squad present, and that might be a surprise for the players of Team X-Spark. Right now they are scouting the area of Team Los Leones. They are somewhere on the outskirts of Los Leones. The question is, will they head towards the urban city, or will they go somewhere else towards the southern side or on the eastern side? We'll have to wait for it. But some of the teams are still outside of the safe zone area, outside in the blue zone area. Teams like Team Extraction are still on Torre Emuda over there, taking the damage of the blue. In fact, another team is also present, Team OMKB, I believe it's there. They both might collide into each other during the rotation. In fact, they might face another Team Mist also, who's right in similar path.
Well, speaking of collisions, looks like Scout Swan just collided with the rock right in front of him. But for now, JSR Esports are going to try and get that little high ground advantage. Of course, just moments earlier, they did lose one of their members, Unicate, as we bear witness on our screens. But for now, again, the fact that, you know, this is a massive map and all the squads have a lot of options. No action thus far, but by the look of things, teams are going to be coming up against one another as Team X-Spark have spotted a convoy moving in the distance, and well, it is going to be WSP who are going to come under fire. Now, let's see if they are going to get a little bit of retaliation in, or whether they are just going to drive by, because again, you want to make sure you get a nice little fortified position for yourselves in the next circle, and this being the first circle, there is a lot of real estate up for grabs.
Well, there are many compounds that you can hold on to, but most of the majority of the team are still at the periphery, be at the northern eastern side or towards the western side. In fact, western side we have only two teams, but on the other hand, Team Extraction player goes down.
Looks like a fight is going to break out, and he is going to be run over. That is going to hurt as his bones go crunch under the wheels of that pickup truck. But Rambo, he did kind of stop over here because, you know, of course, you want to help your teammate. He better patch himself up before he's on the move, because if the blue isn't going to get him down, I'm sure a stray bullet from one of the teams that is going to be in front of him could spell trouble. But for now, I think he does realize what he needs to do. Gets out of his vehicle while his teammate is again just defying physics, and there you have it. The first aid is going to come in. Question is, where is the circle going to go? And wow, it's I mean, did you ask for this? Because this is what happened yesterday as well, Shadow. You asked for Via Del Mar, and well, looks like we are going to be heading down to the southwest. Now, Jumeirah is going to be the place to watch out for, because again, yes, this is an open desert, but you know, all that concrete just provides a little better cover.
My concern is how many first aids Team Thunder Emperors
Zero.
and Team OMKB are having. They are like so far away from the circle, dealing with the damage of the blue, and teams are already present in the La Bendita area also.
Also, looks like action might just break out just north of Los Leones as Team X-Spark is driving dangerously close to a couple of teams. Now, of course, we do have Spetsnaz official on our screens, but keep an eye on your kill feed, ladies and gentlemen, because any second something could happen, and there you have it. The gods are going to come under fire. Adonis, the handsome man, is going to be taken out as Apollo, the sun, is brought down in a fiery explosion as well, which means, well, the gods are going to be reduced to 2 men. Let's see if Zeus and Hades himself, or Hades itself, could produce a miracle over here. Elsewhere, MTGG are going to be moving into the circle as well with a bit of a staggered formation. but that is what you want in a map of Miramar. Again, you don't want to share your vehicle with anyone else, because if a mistake does take place, well, not just one, but two of your members could be lost, as Team X Spark realize that, you know what, we need to go further inland as well, and they are now on the prowl.
Well, they are being careful. Look at the rotation that are coming in. Most of the teams have already rotated inside the circle, and they have completely scouted the area. They had the intel information of the teams because they had the higher ground at that particular point. Now they are already inside the circle, and mind you, they are on the periphery, not in the centrish area nearby the Chummes area where I think Team Blind is present. Team Blind, not a good position.
Well, we're going to see if that position is going to come to bite them later on, but you were talking about high grounds, and it looks like Exterminator Esports have the high ground as Spetsnaz official. We're trying to climb uphill as well. Before now, Khan is going to be spotted out at distance. Fraggy over here needs to make sure the shots are going to land, because if he goes over the other side of that summit, well, that is all she wrote. But no, Khan is giving them another chance. But the thing is, at this distance, you know, usually the players, they kind of render out. The vehicles still remain elsewhere. You were talking about Team Blind. Well, their position is going to be contested as, oh my goodness, Hidden is going to be not hidden at all. He is going to be exposed as he's taken down. Again, you need to make sure you do your scouting. Maybe they should have stopped where his teammates were, and, you know, it would have been a different story. But for now, Hidden is going to be out in the open as grenades are going to go off, as Nick is going to make sure he just keeps the enemy at bay. Keep an eye on Alex here, Shadow. If Alex manages to get to that little right flank, it could be problematic to Blind. But just as I say that, have a look at that movement by Williams. I think they're already anticipating that move.
Well, they are certainly anticipating, and right now in this situation, raising Hidden is going to be a big challenge for the players of Team MTGG. In fact, this team is not even too aggressive. They are more on the position points kind of team, but Team Exterminators are also up against Team Spetsnaz.
Well, on the other side, we did say the Terminators have the high ground. Looks like they are taking the fight directly to Spetsnaz official. Of course, one of the members are going to be in a precarious situation. That buggy might blow, but for now, it's going to be grenades that are going to be blowing off inside Spetsnaz's compound. The play zone is going to come in and take Leo away. We're going to hold on to that as the push is finally coming through. Question is, are they going to lob a tremendous amount of grenades, force the enemy up? Looks like that is exactly what's happening. And you know what I want? I want two of their members to start going in, and we might just see that happen while one of them lobs down, well, rains down death and destruction from afar. But it looks like it is going to be RD, he has a grenade. I think it's cooked a bit too long. Oh, this could be devastating for Trish. In fact, Trish is going to be brought down by RRO over here as RRD, I beg your pardon, as the Spetsnaz too close to contact. You need your weapons out over here. Lucky for Fraggy, his teammates were on hand. The Terminators are going to be playing the tight unit. There you have it. Spetsnaz are going to lose another member. They are down to just one man, and well, that one man is a bit too far away to be of any help to his teammates. Exterminators, the winners of the last game, opening things up with 4 finishes to their names.
Well, they are definitely having a good start. In fact, in this situation, Crazy's position was also very good because he was a little far away, providing too much intel. But another fight is breaking out between the players of Team MTGG and Team Extraction. Team Extraction is still not able to find a knock onto the players of Team MTGG. One player was down, but he's again back on his feet. Looks like Vampire is going for a flank angle. In Miramar, flanking is the most difficult thing. Either you are going to join your team back or you're going to be a dead man. There is no other way. There is no other way.
Again, you just got to keep one thing in mind, that as you are flanking the enemy, you're exposing yourself to, you know, angles you never even thought of. I mean, someone from the distant could see you, and we did kind of bring this up. You know, you asked me a question earlier, what are the boys from OMKV doing? Looks like they are just willing to lose their lives to the play zone, because not one, but 2 of their lives have been snuffed out courtesy of the blue. Elsewhere, looks like action is going to be breaking out. This time around, it's going to be Team Unknowns going up against Team Easy 4. Let's see if it is going to be a bit too easy for them, as Scream is going to be coming in. Elsewhere, on the other side, looks like Team X Spark are going to come under fire as Madara is going to blow up somebody else. Elsewhere now, Mavi does have the grenade grenade cooked. He does have the opposition down on his knees, and that is in fact a well-placed grenade, expected to go boom, which it does. But before that, Scout OP with that mini 14 from that left flank is going to lay down some lead and, well, put another one of the opposition down on the ground. Now, Easy For You is going to be rattling off again. They have a different fight breaking out, multiple fights breaking out at this point, but Blind Esports are going to come under heavy fire from Ultron as he is going to reload that SMG to make sure he has the maximum number of bullets in his weapon. Now, Marvy moves in. Little does he know there is someone waiting for him. Might have spotted him right now, but he ducks. He ducks under the bullets. In fact, he retaliates, and with a sliver of HP, Marvy is still alive and kicking on his 2 feet, which is going to force the opposition to move just a little further back. And if that wasn't enough, Shadow, Ultron is going to come in and make sure nothing happens to his teammate.
Well, nothing is happening to his teammates. On the other hand, Team Blind, last player, is little scared right now because this is match number 2. They can't afford to face an elimination at 16th position. On the other hand, Team Unknown, that 2v2 split was not working for them, because of which they lost 2 of the crucial players in the early stage of the game. But Team Blind, Team X Park, in fact, has retreated from this position because the minute circle
Makes
shifted.
sense.
Yeah, the minute circle shifted, they left the fight and giving priority to the zone. But on the other hand, Team Exterminator, Crazy, also goes down.
You know, he does go down, but I think it is a good move from X-Park over there. Like you mentioned, the circle just shifted, so well with that, they're going to skedaddle out of there as well. But now, they do have a little bit of an uphill battle, and well, MTGG are the current kings of the hill, and that is exactly where Team X-Park wants to be. Elsewhere, looks like WSP are going to come under fire as Babatunde is going to put them in the ground. Team Hydro eliminating WSP in the 15th position without any frags. That is definitely going to come and bite them in the backside later on. But for now, it does seem like Team Xbox, they are weighing their options here, Bob. Now, they know that, you know, they have to take that hill, and it could be problematic because have a look at that. Team Hydro are going to be joining the party as well, and from behind, the last surviving member of Blind comes in, but wait a second, it's going to be the God of Thunder who strikes the Thunderbolt, and well, Scout OP is going to be taken down, which means whatever plan Team Xbox has, it is going to have to wait for now.
But the player of Team Blind is in a risky drive currently. Driving between the 2 teams is not a good decision, but somehow he survived. On the other hand, Team Hydro is going up against the players of Team MTGG. In fact, Team MTGG is grabbing so much attention. Somehow they survived, the player didn't survive those 2 grenades, but they are in a safe spot for now. Can't say the same thing from the player of Team MTGG. God will never lose. He although is dishing out a lot of damage, but can he clutch in this moment?
Well, I was going to tell you that Goku is in a bad position because Babatunde was dangerously close by, but he has dealt with that oppression, and now they do have the upper hand as Babatunde is going to come in. His teammate is going to pick him up. A good grenade over here could be devastating. Oh, you got to move right now because that is going to blow, and in fact, another grenade comes in. He does throw his nade, but it's going to be taken down by the M249 instead as Flame Cloud goes down. Now Tug, he is still alive with his teammate. Can the duo over here pull off a miracle as they are going to be taking on the Kings of the Hills? Elsewhere, remember, Team X-Spark is going to be down below as well, which means, well, Scout OP might just be up on his feet. They are still a 4-man unit. The question is, are they going to come in and spoil the party for their teams? Because for now, there is a temporary truce, and looks like Ultron did get my memo. Scout and Gil are going to make sure that everything is good down below while Ultron goes ahead and scouts this mountain.
Well, they were hearing so much commotion. They were in the mood of third party, and yes, Ultron is scouting the areas, trying to scout. Yeah, he's going to be on the top hill, get as much intel as much possible out of the players of Team Hydro and Team MTGG as well. Ultron, perfect position, but OMKV has been eliminated.
OMKV has been eliminated as well. Team X-Spark are going to be maneuvering around the terrain, hoping to find a little bit of sunshine in this eternal darkness. Before now, Team MTGG, they are going to make a little bit of a retreat because, well, looks like Team Hydro are going to be back up on their feet and the fighting shall continue. For now, Team X-Spark are going to have to make a move as Goku is going to be brought down by Team Exterminators. That is going to be a bit of a problem for him, and looks like if this grenade does find its mark, that is all she wrote for the opposition. Well, the grenades is going to find its mark, but it's going to be Marvy's bullet that do all the knocking as Sanju Zod is going to be brought down from MTGG, which means now MTGG just have that one man alive. I guess it's safe to say King of the Hills no more, but it's Scout who's going to go up against him. But Alex is going to get the better of Scout. Is he going to finish him off? Is he going to get a little bit of, adding insult to injury over here? Because Gil is going to be at hand. Gil is going to shoot a few shots. In fact, Ultron is joining him on the right. Question is, does Alex know he's right next to him? Because shots are being fired, and Ultron's SMG is going to get the better of the opposition. And well, Scout OP is back up on his feet, Shadow.
In fact, Team X-Pac is performing really good. They have a good position right now inside the circle, but there is so much congestion on their side. There are so many teams that are rotating from the northern side. In fact, Team Hydra is also one of them. But Team X-Pac has to move inside the circle. Two of the players, Mavi is already secured a spot somewhere on the periphery of the circle. But on the other hand, Team Dios has been eliminated by Easy4 at the 12th position. Mavi has definitely spotted down the players of Team Extraction, and Team Extraction is busy with the players of Team Hydro.
Well, as we say, sayonara to the boys from Dios. Looks like Team 14 are going to be taking the fight right to Team Hydro. Now, of course, the Team Extraction, I wonder if this is the right play for them, because again, this is at the edge of the northern circle, and I do not want to be caught in a little bit of a downslope, because A, the team from above could rain down death, and well, teams from afar could be a thorn in the side as well. But have a look at that circle. It is pretty much, there's only one major mansion, and that of course is Minas del Valle, which is going to be pretty much in the center, and well, that is going to be under control of Mist Official. But for now, it does seem like Team Extraction do have one of them locked down. It looks like Team Hydro are making a pull for it. They are, in fact, circling the enemy. That was a wonderful move of there. In fact, that's both helping him out. Now the M49 could do a lot of damage. But no, it's Babatunde who comes in and lays down all the lead. In fact, he's going to make sure he gets a couple of knocks. And, well, the finishes are coming in as well. And now they're just firing on their own teammates. Looks like another squad wipe is going to come in pretty early. And let me tell you one thing, Team Hydro, Shadow, are looking good. For now, it's going to be Team Mavi. He comes in. X-Pac, they are hungry. They want some blood, and in the blink of an eye, well, teamwork makes the dream work. They are going to get 9 finishes to their names. Again, Team X-Pac looking good with all 4 members alive and kicking.
And 9 finish points as well. They are in a good position. They can easily rotate inside the circle from the northern side. But on the other hand, the players of Team Mist are falling down. Gil has spotted down the players of Team Easy4 and are shooting in their direction. Let's see if they can find a pick on Easy4. One of the players is already down. On the other hand, Spetsnaz has been eliminated by JSR Esports.
A PSA, a public service announcement over here. Always make sure you check your magazines before you start firing, because Gil only had 4 in the magazine, and well, it was problematic, but it's not going to be problematic for Scout, who at range, well, he is one who came out with the M466, and it looks like he is pretty handy dandy with that weapon, as he does get a knock at this time. That looks like he is going to swap the last man standing. Queen, if he goes down, it could be problematic for the boys from Team Easy4. Elsewhere, Ultron does want the enemy into a little bit of Valley of Death situation, as Mist Official, finally, they come out of their little soft spot, and now they are in an onslaught, because have a look at that. Surrounding them, we have high ground, and they are going to be shot at from every which direction. And well, Team X-Pac are just going to try and make sure they rack up all those finish points.
Well, Team Mist is a very difficult situation. Like you mentioned, they are surrounded by higher grounds, but Scout OP is in the mood to end things little quicker and in a 1v3 situation.
Oh, he's going in. He's going hard. His teammates are going to come around. They're going to go around the decommissioned truck, and well, in the blink of an eye, it could be all over for Mist Official, but no, it's going to be the other way around. Ultron is going to be brought down. Gil has been lost. That means Scout and Mavi are now the only ones standing. Was this a good decision? Did they have to come into the Valley of Death themselves? Well, we are going to find out as the grenade is lobbed. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that just bounces out of harm's way, and Mavi could be taken down. There you have it. That means Scout OP is now the last man standing. And again, on the other side of the truck, we still have the man from Mist Official still breathing. Can he do something drastic over here? Because, well, we called it. Team Easy4, they have a field day. Another good grenade could spell trouble. Blind from behind could lob a projectile in their direction as well. But again, whew, that little gamble has paid off. I thought all was lost for Team X-Pac over here, but against all odds, Scout and one of his teammates, who is of course Ultron himself, are still alive. But the question is, Shadow, for how much longer?
Because the players of Team 2 Easy4 have already spotted down the players, and they have grabbed so much attention, and Easy4 is already on the higher ground. The moment they are going to give open spot, they are going to be shooting in that action. But for now, Exterminator Esports have also spotted down the players of Team EZ4 and Team Exterminators have a complete control of the zone.
Now have a look at this. Now it does look like Team EZ4, they do have the advantage. Oh my god, and Marlix is going to be right next to him. He does lay down a few shots, gets a knock with his Scar Rail. Now Beast is coming in, saving his opponent. But again, it's going to be just too much for him as from the distance, Madara is going to lay down some heavy shots, switching now to the AKM. And if Beast just even shows a little bit of his noggin, well, that could be all she wrote. Now we did see that Team Xbox, they were reduced to a two-man squad. However, they've managed to get back up as a Molotov is going to be thrown in the smoke. Question is someone going to burn? Because again, they are going to have to come downhill some point or the other, and well, that is where all hell is going to break loose as Exterminators do spot the enemy in the distance. And the fact that they have the entire side, in fact the entire circle to themselves, it should technically on paper go their way.
Well, it should go with their way, but like you mentioned, they are covering the complete circle. They have a good positioning, and the moment teams will start coming down from uphill, things will go better for them. But no, things are going south because one of the player, Madara, has been taken down, but the player is going for the race. On the other hand, Team Xpark has spotted down the players of Team XTR, and Ultron has his eyes set already on Fraggy over there. Fraggy, courtesy to that smoke, he has revealed his position. But look at the last player of Team Blind. He is still surviving for the position points.
Again, Blind Esports were under assault right from the beginning, but Bearded Baba is still in this game, and well, he could just surprise Scout. OP, in fact, he spots him, but he did give his sound, and now Scout has the sound, and he's going to shoot. Scout is taken out. There you have it. Ultron is going to fall at one end, while Bearded Baba is going to get the better of Scout. That means, well, Blind, they are going to come out on top as far as Team Xpark is concerned. This is just brilliant. Again, the fact that Madara went down early was the only reason Xpark could actually, rotate around them. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a 3-on-1 affair for now. Abhijit gets up, spots RRD, lays down some shots, but looks like the grenade Madara goes in, he shoots, he gets taken down. Of course, Abhijit has that M249, but the thing is, you can only do so much for so long as well. The Exterminator Esports, boy oh boy, we were joking about whether they're going to be back. Looks like they were back in this game as well, and they snatched that chicken dinner, back-to-back chicken dinners. What's happening today?
Well, the rising teams are dominating in this lobby, but yes, Team Xpark had a very good outing in this particular game. The only problem was the entry inside the circle. Last circle was not at all in their favor. They were in the higher ground. It was pretty easy for the players of Team XTR to spot every single team that was trying to come downhill.
And we were actually just talking about that, just the fact that Team Xbox were in prime position to just lay down lead. I mean, it was a valley of death down there. It was a kill situation because it was surrounded by mountains on either end, and basically the teams at the summit, all they had to do was just rain down death and destruction. It was a very risky move. I like the fact that they took the fight right to the enemy, but again, I have no idea how they survived. Now, if you missed any of the action, a silly question as I say it out loud, let's just show you the highlights once again as, well, there was action aplenty in this game.
Well, initially, XTR shared a drop location with the players of Team Zero. Team Zero on that moment decided to retreat from that fight. In fact, we saw few of the drive-bys also happening. No vehicle explosions though. But yes, few drive-bys confirmation were... I think this time we have a vehicle kill as well. But Team Blind, they picked up a fight, went down pretty badly, but good decision on the part of IGL to send the last player for the position points towards the safety. In fact, Team XTR were not stopping for anyone. They took down the players of Team Spetnaz, also lobbed few grenades. In fact, in this position, one of the player, Crazy, I believe, was a little far away distance, providing all the intel to the rest of the three players of Team XTR. But later on, EZ4 also at one point had spotted down the players of Team Xpark when they were right in the valley area. But this time, Team Blind had a good fight with Xpark, but Xpark came out as a winner.
They did come out the winners, and there you have it. Team Blind, they did go up against Xpark at the end, but it's only poetic that the Bearded Baba was the final man to, just lob that knife and just, stab it deep between Scout's scapula as well. That is all she wrote as they were taken out. And of course, Blind are going to come out on top just by way of position points. Now, this little fight was instrumental as well, because we did see MTGG, they held that high ground for quite a long time, and well, a lot of teams wanted to be crowned King of the Hill, and that is when all hell broke loose. And well, although Scout was taken down, Ultron is going to come in and make quite a spectacular save for his team. And have a look at that. Gil is going to be down below as Ultron comes in from the right flank, and well, make sure that Scout OP lives to fight for just a few moments longer. But this is going to be problematic. Again, a good game for Team Xbox, a good game for Team Hydro.
In fact, MTGG were grabbing lots of attention. They were in the thick of action, every time escaping from the fight, moving inside the circle, but in the end, they paid the price. In fact, at this moment also, when the Team Xbox were taking fight with the players of Team Mist officials, although they missed official, I have to give credit, put a very good fight against the players of Team Xpark. But later on, Team Easy4 also had a good angle onto the players of Team Xpark, but they had a good cover. But later on, Easy4 became engaged with some other team.
They did indeed, and you know, in fact, we might just see exactly what you're talking about, because have a look at that. Down below, you can see Mist Official in the Valley of Death, and well, it looks like the blue definitely did force Xbox later on, but you know, all hell broke loose over here. Now, it did kind of seem like Team Red Cross had the upper hand, but Team Easy4 was right on hand to make sure that they were living their worst nightmare. Have a look at that, all those explosions taking place, and this is the moment I was talking about. I get the idea over here. You want to make sure you go in hard and finish your opposition, because they do have all the vehicles for cover. However, the angles from up top were just instrumental, and like you mentioned, Shadow, Mist put up one heck of a fight.
In fact, an individual player who was a little far away from this position, yes, this is the guy who was putting a very good fight, shooting down the players of Team Xpark. In fact, he managed to get few confirmation, and this was the time when Easy4 had a very good angle onto the players of Team Xpark, but somehow later on they got engrossed with some other fight. They had to move inside the circle as well. They spotted down the players of Team JSR, eliminated them, but all the teams that were on the uphill, Xpark, JSR, Easy4, had a lot of trouble coming downhill because their XTR was present.
As expected, and of course, you know, I do have to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
Easy4, I mean, I do believe, Shadow, correct me if I'm wrong, they did end this game with 13 finishes, and so did Team Xbox. You know, I mean, same caliber coming in. I mean, both these teams went head to head, and unfortunately, only one can win the game, while all others must fall. But overall, I just had a good time in this game, and maybe there were a few mistakes that were made, a few indecisions that we did witness, but again, that's all going to come aside later on. Let's have a look and see how all the teams did in this game as we have a look at the point standings coming up on your screens now.
Well, the only first let's talk about Exterminators. A very good finish, 12-point finish, chicken dinner, back-to-back chicken dinner, I'll say. But Team Xpark, a very good outing, 13 finish points and 21 total points. We kind of expected this kind of a comeback from this team, but difference between Xpark and Easy4, the only is they both have the same position points, finish points. The position point difference is there, but Easy4 has match number 1 also to back them up. They had a very good outing. I believe 10 finish points they had somewhere. They had a good outing in match number 1. But JSR Esports stepped up in this particular game. Not many finish points, but good position points. On the other hand, Blind is also coming up, but on the position points. That means Team Blind and Team Xpark. Xpark is still in a safe spot, but Blind, last game is going to matter a lot for this team.
Oh, absolutely. And even now, I think all kudos must go to Bearded Baba, because he's the only reason why they even have that one finish point and, well, all those placement points. Now that we've had a look at how the teams were distributed, let's have a look and see at which one gentleman or woman is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, and it is a beast of a man. It's going to be Team Easy4's Beast with 6 finishes to his name.
And 855 damage, 0 assist, 1 headshot. A very good outing coming back to back from this particular team, Team Easy4. But the team, let's have a talk about other players who were outshining in this game. Let's have a look at the top 5 players who are going to be Fraggy from Team XTR, 5 finishes, very good performance. Then Mavi from Team Xpark, 4 finishes. but quite higher damage number, and Ultron with 4 finishes, and RRD again from Team Exterminators with 4 finishes, 596 damage and 2 assists. Good stats coming in.
Good stats coming in, and of course, you know, when you do win the chicken dinner, you expect to see your players up there. But again, like I said, Easy4 had a good game. In fact, 13 finishes coming in for them, but don't take my word for it. We are going to have the graph coming up sooner or later. Before that, let's have a look at a few more numbers and figures as well. The match summary is going to be coming up. 73 grenades used this time, 2 of which ended up in finishes, but of course, we did witness a lot of them knocking people left, right, and center.
Well, there were too many knocks from those grenades, obviously, but this time knock finish ratio is pretty decent. 55 knocks, 53 finishes. Longest finish distance is 325 meters, but when it comes to Miramar, we kind of expect 300 plus distance. On the other hand, this time one airdrop was also looted. Overall, good stats coming in. But other than Easy4, another team that had a good outing in match number 1 was OMKV. But this time they are sitting at the 14th position.
You know, speaking of the airdrop that was looted, I do believe it was Scout who had that Grotza, but unfortunately he couldn't make her sing. Let's see if that's going to change in the next game, because for now we're going to have a look at some figures, because the finish to damage performance ratio is going to be up on our screens, and well, looks like we already know who the top 4 squads are going to be, judging just by the finishes and the damage.
Exactly, I'll agree. This time it is not balanced. Only 4 teams are shining in. XTR is there, Team Xpark is there, and other teams are also there, 2 other teams, but not a balanced graph, I'll say. Not balanced finish points as well. Most of the teams are with 0 or 1 finish point. That's it.
I mean,
in fact, 1, 2, 3... Only 4 teams are there with good finish points. Otherwise, everyone is having 0, 1 or 3.
well, I mean, at least this time around, Shadow, that, you know, at least 4 teams did share in all those finishes, unlike what we saw in the previous group, where TSM pretty much wiped out half the server all by their lonesome. So, you know, sometimes we like those kind of stories. Sometimes we like a lot of other teams piling in and having all that fun. But now, here is where we are at. 2 games done and dusted with. I am going to pick a few names now. I do believe, you know, Team Xbox did have a good game as far as finishes are concerned, and of course we did have a look at their overall points.
Yes.
It's all going to come down to what's going to happen in the next game. But before that, let's just have a look and see what was happening in the world of the offline events, because the Group 14-point standings are now going to be coming up on our screens. And let's see who walked away with the chicken dinner. And, well, there you have it. 247 Gaming. Well, if you do game 24/7, chances are you are going to be good at the game. They get the podium position with the chicken dinner and 10 finish points to their name.
And Brutal Esports with second position, total 20 points, good finish points, that is 10 finish points. Liba Gang, although they were second, because of low finish points, they are sitting at the 3rd position. In fact, One-Sided Glory, previous game they were on the second half of the page, but this time they are at the 5th position. A good outing coming in from this team as well. Team Outset Esports also, previous match they didn't have a very good finish, but this time 6 finish points, total 8 points.
You know, when you have a name like Section 302, which for those of you who don't know does involve murder, you do expect a lot more finish points coming in as compared to position points, but I'm sure they are going to be happy at their slot for now. Meanwhile, on the other side of this table, a few unhappy teams.
Especially like Team Mayhem.
That is quite surprising.
Yeah, last time also they were on the bottom half of the page. This time also they are in the bottom half of the page. I don't know if they can qualify, but another team, Team Forceman, last match they were in the 2nd spot or 3rd spot somewhere, but this time they were also on the 2nd page of the leaderboard.
Well, I mean, again, it all comes down to the final game, which, let's be honest, that's just the way we love it, because that is where all the drama is, and we always love all our competition to be razor thin. But now, as I do have a look at the screen just offside, the teams are getting ready. Everyone is going to be gearing up for that final match in Erangel. But oh boy, now let's just quickly talk about Blind. Do you think they have any chance of making it to the next round?
may
Be
sound.
honest.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yeah.
Unless they do something like TSM did.
Exactly.
You know, get a 30 pop chicken dinner win. They could do something if they walk away with 40 plus points. But for now, it does look a bit problematic. And in case you missed any of the action, let me just remind you as to which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds down below, because it is going to be Group 9, which comprises of Exterminator Esports. Again, back-to-back chicken dinner winners, followed by MTGG Esports Official, OMKV Official, Team Hydro, who, if I'm being quite honest, they had a good game in Miramar. Of course, they are going to be joined by JSR Esports, Team Easy4, again, a good game for them, Spetsnaz Official, and, well, the gods themselves, Dios Esports.
Well, Dios is not having a good day today, but Team OMKV, a very good performance in match 1. Match number 2 at the bottom, JSR Esports, they stepped up in match number 2. I believe they got good position points in Miramar, but Team Extraction, followed by we have Team Unknown, Red Cross is also there, Thunder Emperors are there, Team Mist Officials, Team WSP Arrival, Team Extraction, and Team
You made that same
Esports.
mistake. I got into your head. Now, is it? Now, we're going to have to actually ask them.
Arrival or for rival?
Maybe they are 4 rivals who finally, you know, they're putting their rivalry aside and they're like, you know what, let's form a team and let's go and dish out some damage. Or maybe they've just arrived to the scene. It could be either one. We're going to find out and let you know in the days to come. But now that we've had a look at the teams that are going to be battling it out once again, I know we're tooting our own horn and beating around the same bush. Now we've talked about blind. Let's come to Team Xbox, because let's be honest, that is what all of you viewers are over here for. But let me tell you one thing. All this is going to be changing in the not so distant future, because, well, you know, once upon a time, these teams, these players were also diamonds in the rough, and that is what this event is all about, making sure we grab all that untapped potential from every corner of India. And you never know, you might just be chanting different names, like I said, in the not so distant future. But for now, in the present, Team Xbox, what do they have to do?
Play their normal gameplay. Avoid being targeted. Team Xbox is having a very high chance of qualifying for the next round. I think they can do it.
If I may, I'm going to add another question to that. How do you think they did in Miramar, you know, considering the fact, A, their drop spot was contested, and B, you know, they did adapt to the situation. Did you think they did enough in Miramar?
They did more than enough, I think. They got a second position, good finish points, double-digit finish points. I think that's a very good performance that was coming in. In fact, the rotations were also on point. They scouted the area. They made sure there is no
this
other.
Time they did.
They had intel. In fact, so many times they had intel. They had the higher ground. They saw the teams rotating, but they didn't fire in their direction because they had to make their own rotation. In fact, with Team Blind also this thing happened. They were taking a fight, circle shifted, immediately call was given, give priority to the zone and move out.
And you know, that actually did work out for them, except that even though they did, you know, find themselves in that Kill Valley situation, they did manage to come out of it with 2 members alive. Had they had maybe another one, the tables could have turned. But again, a good game for them. Let's see if they can come in game number 3 with that same momentum, because if, again, this is an if. We love our ifs and buts and coulda, shoulda, woulda, but if they have a little bit of an onslaught early on, if they lose 1 or 2 members early on, man, their chances are going to dwindle.
Well, the chances will be low, but even as a single player, all the 4 players we know are very good assaulters. Even as a single player, also they can clutch it out. Not clutch it out, at least they can get enough position points to qualify for the next round. I think they are going to do the same thing if they lose a few of the players in early stage.
Well, we are going to find out in about 30 seconds, but before that, let's have a look and see where we are going to be doing all the fighting. Of course, we are going to have a little bird's eye view of the green luscious map of Erangel. And funnily enough, we start things at the prison.
Prison, beautiful place. We haven't seen a prison's final circle. I would love to see that, but let's talk about North Georgiapol. Also a very good place to hold on to. Last time we saw some of the teams like Thunder Emperors and so many other squads, also Team Extraction also dropped in towards North Georgiapol area. Later on they changed their rotation path and went towards on their separate ways, and that's where they survived for quite a long time. But Team OMKV had a good outing in match number 1. I believe they can do it in match number 2 as well. Match number 3, as well. But on the other hand, northern side, there are so many teams that were dropping in nearby the Georgopol area. XP, are they going to change their drops, or are they going for the same?
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm supposed to be asking you these questions, and you're going to try and put me on the spot? All right. See, I think, again, since... especially in the last game, all right, the competition was not razor thin, right? A couple of teams, in fact, 4 teams pretty much outperformed everyone else. Now, there still is a chance, because if you want to take some lessons from history, you don't have to go too far back. Just have a look at what TSM did in game number 3, because looks like getting those 30 frags in one game is a possibility now. Of course, a new high. So, if you get those 40 points, by all means, you could still go to the next round. But do they have what it takes? Because in about 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be done with all the beautiful shots as the Big Bird is in the sky. There you have it, as once again, for the last time on day 3 in round 3, we are going to be soaring high above the beautiful grounds of Erangel, and by the look of things, it's a nice day for some fighting.
And the plane captain is none other than blind esports player. Let's hope things go their way. For now, this flight path. XP, you want to say something?
I don't want my pilot to be blind here, Shadow.
Yeah. But even the teams are not blind this time.
Of course.
Yeah. If we talk about the plane trajectory, it is going from towards the Kamishki area towards the hospital, from Kamishki to hospital. Good flight path, but we know Spetsnaz likes dropping in towards the military base. They might have to take a longer path for the rotation. In fact, Novo Rupner also is not that easily glidable. So let's see if Team Easy 4 goes for Novo, or are they going for a drop that is easily glidable?
Oh, you just pretty much read my mind right now, because that's what I was going to say. It all depends on what is going to be easiest for them, as well, the majority of the teams have already exited the plane, and a few of them are already going to be looting up there in Kameshki. Of course, it is going to be MTGG who are going to have Kameshki and the surrounding areas all to themselves, but looks like Severny could see some action, as a couple of teams are going to be dropping dangerously close to one another. Now, we did see Baba Tunde and the boys from Team Hydro put up quite a show in the last game, but this time they are going to go up against Team Extraction. And now the thing that isn't possibly in Team Extraction's favor, unless they quickly move out and cover some more real estate, is if they get cornered, that could be GGWP for them. It looks like they have got a few options, as King is going to make his way to one of the enemies. Now, the thing for Team Hydro is they are in that 2-2 split. I wonder if they're going to sync up, or are the gentlemen from Team Extraction, well, going to extract their souls from their bodies.
For now, Team Hydro is in a good position. That 2v2 split should work for them if they don't commit any mistake. In fact, Team Xpark also, they are in a split drop location. One of the player nearby somewhere school area, 2 are in the water city. One of the player is in the ruins area. Nothing to complain. Get as many intel information around your vicinity area.
Talking of Team Xpark, I guess no one is going to target them, because again, no one wants to spoil their games. And like you said, each and every member can hold his own. So for now, Team Xpark can do pretty much whatever they want.
Well, they can do whatever they want, because Circle is favoring them, Zone is in their favor. They can easily rotate towards the northern side as well. Anywhere they can go.
Now, it's interesting. Something interesting might happen. If we could have the map on our screens, it looks like Xpark might be heading in a bit of a collision course, but Scout is still going to be in the ruins, because what's happening is this team was headed towards Georgopol, and, well, Georgopol, North Georgie, and the containers itself are already occupied. Looks like, whoa, I think you just read our minds. They just read our minds, or maybe they heard us. We have to check something. Maybe my voice is leaking on to their radios over here, but they have made a quick U-turn, and, well, I guess all that excitement is going to be ending up in nothing. But for now, it seems like the tables could be turned, as Team Extraction, they still have a couple of their members in the same building that they landed. I wonder what they have at hand, because if they do have weapons, by all means, wait for the enemy to make a few mistakes. But if you just have, well, a pan and a shoddy in your hands, maybe you want to traverse around and go and do a bit more. But looks like Thug is going to be opening things up, as Ninja is going to be brought down to his knees. But there you have it. From the other side, Team Extraction is going to put a few lead in the backs of their enemies, and the first pick is going to come for Blade YT.
Well, Team Extraction is retaliating in a good way, the way they are spread out, making best use of their position. But look at the position of Bamla Boy. He is also in a good spot if the rotations are coming in from the players right in front of him, especially King OP. The moment he's going to come out of that shack area, he's going to get spotted on and Bamla Boy will shoot in this direction. But on the other hand, one of the player far away from his teammates is also in a bit of problem, but another fight is also breaking in.
Well, on the other side, it looks like Team Easy4 are going to be opening up the enemy, and the enemy is none other than WSP4 Rival, and there you have it. They are hungry. They are going to come in. I do believe they've already lost one of their members, and now, oh, that skull is going to be crushed under the wheels of that buggy, which means, well, Easy4, I beg your pardon, they do have 2 finishes to their names, but that's not going to be good for WSP4 Rival, who are now reduced to a 2-man squad again. Surya, all he can do, actually, at this point, without any helmet, is just let the enemy go by and, well, not make a single peek.
But WSP has been reduced to 2-man squad. Like you mentioned, just go away from this position, just fight for the position points. But that's not going to be so easy. They don't have a vehicle and it's an open field. Anyhow, the players of Easy4 are going to spot them down any minute. If they have a scope, things are going to be much more easier for the players of Team Easy4. All they can do is stay silent because Easy4 is already hunting for them, searching for the last 2 players of WSP over there. And they are also in a good position also. They are pretty much fighting as a pack. On the other hand, stalemate situation in Sivorni.
Well, the white flags are being fluttered from the rooftops as we've pretty much left them in the same position we saw them earlier. Not a lot of movement over here in Sivorni. And again, you know, the easy thing is the circle, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a bit to the north. In fact, Sivorni is in the center of the circle. Not the center, is going to be in the circle. But for now, Ninja is going to swat the enemy and looks like one of them is going to go down. And well, it's going to be Hydro Bamla Boy who is going to be brought down to his knees again. King is making a lot of noise as far as Team Extraction is concerned, which of course is going to be relayed on to Cloud. Now Cloud, well, all he can do is just pretty much hold his position because target's going to come under fire elsewhere. Looks like they are finally making a move, and now Cloud is going to get the better of Vampire. He does take out quite a bit of his HP. But King and Vampire, if they move in tandem, it could spell trouble. They are zigzagging their way inside, outside the building, but now it is going to be a beautiful stalemate. In fact, right on the other side of the window, the enemies is going to be revealing himself as he finally goes up to the attic for some respite. Now, if they have a few grenades here, Shadow, it could be problematic for Team Hydro because, by the look of things, one of his teammates is going to be bleeding on his knees while the other is in a galaxy far, far away.
But why Galaxy is so far away? Yes, one of the player is right towards the church area from Team Exterminators, but he can do something, provide cover fire, anything, deploy smokes or take longer rotation, help your teammate out there.
Just to add a point over here, oh, that AK almost rattling off and getting the better of the opposition. In fact, his speed are going to be spotted, but Ninja is going to be taken down. Now King comes in, can he get a little bit of a knock on the enemy? Well, he doesn't need to wait for it because the squad has been wiped out. Of course, Thug was taken out on the other side as well, which means Team Hydro are going to be the first ones to exit this game. Elsewhere, Team X-Spark are going to be finally witnessing some action, as is Dios, as they are going to be colliding with the Thunder Emperors.
But XP, look at the military base bridge area. One of the single player of Spetnaz is there, on all the teammates of XTR are also present, but X-Spark is exciting things by taking fight against the players of Team Unknowns.
Well, before we head to the military bridge, let's have a look at another bridge which is occupied by Team X-Spark for now, as again, this is an area where they are comfortable with, right? I mean, how many times have we seen them drop at the Water City and the surrounding area? So, you know, they should know every single nook and cranny, and, well, they should definitely know the lay of the land. But for now, the problem is they are going up against an unknown team, well, with the name Team Unknowns as well. And again, when you don't have enough information on the enemy, I beg your pardon, and you don't have all that homework, it could be a bit problematic. Let's see if the Unknowns are going to come out on top, or whether the Old Guard is going to weather yet another fight.
Well, it's a stalemate situation. Team Xpac can't blindly rush into the compound. Yeah, Team Unknown, if they commit a mistake over peak, the knock will come in, and then that is the moment where the rush will come in. But look at the northwestern side. So many teams are rotating from that particular area. That means fights are breaking in, and we can already see over there. One grenade, that is all required.
Well, Dios is going to go on the side. It's going to be Hades who is going to actually get the better of the opposition with a bit of help from the Lord of Thunder, as well as Zeus from distance was providing some much needed attention. He knows where the enemy is. Rambo, can he live up to his name? Can he be a one-man army? He does see the enemy coming in. Scarwell in hand. He does lay down a few shots, but one good grenade could be problematic as 4 gods are going to be heading his way. Now the question is it going to be Hades? Is it going to be Zeus? Is it going to be the Apollo, god of the sun? Or is it going to be Adonis, who one day, if you know, is called a very handsome man? But for now, looks like Zeus is going to be taken down. Oh my goodness, the gods are going to come under fire, but again, 4 numbers are always going to be better than 1. A good effort coming in by Rambo. Unfortunately, just a bit too short, as Dios are going to be back up on their feet as a 4-man squad with 4 finishes to their names.
And Team Unknown might realize that the team present in the vicinity is going to be Team Xbox, so they have already decided to change their position, go for a better positioning, go for a better compound where they don't have to engage in an early action, because like you mentioned, it is the home of Team Xbox. But the circle is making things interesting because it might head towards the northern island, and that means team in the Severny is going to be pretty happy. Already Red Cross is heading towards shooting range. That is also going to be a safe spot. But OMKV also, they had one bad match, but their rotation from Yasna is pretty on point. That means they can also have a very good outing. But on their tail, they have Team XGR. What if they collide into each other?
What if, talking about collisions, what if Mist Official in fact head towards, or rather, what if Mist Official's compound comes under fire? Because for now, we're going to avert our attention a bit further down south as Blind Esports. For now, still a 4-man squad, of course. Beard Barber, the man of the moment for the last game, making sure that he did get them that 1 finish point and, 10 different placements, which means despite having a bad first game here, Shadow, they might still just have a bit of a chance elsewhere. Team Xbox getting ready for some trench warfare.
On the other hand, Team Easy4 is also taking things pretty easy, I'll say. They are still in the blues, so far away from the safe zone area.
They gotta live up to their name, Shadow.
Yeah, but they have consistent performance. They have to play safe in this game because look at that. All the 14 teams, 54 players are still in the lobby, but Team MTGG, not a good position. They are somewhere, I'll say, towards southeastern side of Severny. They have a compound, but Team OMKV, Team Mist, is already there.
Let me ask you a question. Now, normally we've seen southern battles take place in circles down south. Now, you have a lot of compounds, you have flat terrain. Now, we're going to be doing a lot of fighting along mountain slopes. What should a team do? Of course, you need to have vehicles. What else?
Height.
There you go.
You need to have the height, but I'm liking what Team Xbox is also doing. They have the complete control of the little island between the central and the northern, between the water city and the northern island. They have got the complete bridge control. Their position is pretty much very good. They have to just eliminate squads on the western side, and that means they have the complete northern control. But XP is so damn excited and happy to see an AWM.
But the thing is, no one is close by, so by the look of things, that AWM is going to go unnoticed and nobody shall get their hands
is close
on that weapon. But are they going to take a chance to stop and take the pickup? That is what the question is. But for now, you know what? I'm over it. The ARM is no longer my favorite weapon. It is the M46X. I can't believe I just said that. I take my words back. It is still the AWM. But for now, the gods themselves, Dios Esports, are in a good position. It looks like Spetsnaz are going to be heading their way as Saurav suddenly realizes, wait a second, the Crash Bird is going to have some people within. And, well, in the nick of time, he is going to be averting all that danger. Elsewhere, JSR's Abhijit is going to be put 6 feet under, and all of this action is going to be taking place by Team Red Cross. I mean, if you think about real life, Red Cross wouldn't really do anything like that. In fact, they would do quite the opposite. But in the world of BGMI, they are out for blood now. Team Scouts. Well, Xbox is going to be coming in. Scout is going to lay down a first grenade. Looks like Abhi is going to be knocked down from Team Unknowns. We were expecting this fight to to take place a bit earlier, but finally, it seems like the two teams have caught up with one another as grenades are going to be going off in either compound. The question is, where are the remaining members of Team Xbox? I can see them coming in slowly and steadily. I wonder if they are going to go for a little bit of a flank, because we do have those high grounds on either side. But for now, Ultron is going to be the first one in the enemy's building.
Well, definitely, and this grenade can be deadly for the players of Team Unknown. The way the players of Team Expert are not making direct rush, and beautiful grenade finds a knock onto the player of Team Unknown. Follow-up grenade coming in from Kill.
Well, as soon as that fire dissipates, they are going to go in, and Ultron is not going to wait for that to even happen. As Shivram, he was just surprised, caught by surprise indeed, and now both these gentlemen, they know their game is over, so they just came down and, well, let Team Xbox do what they do best. But for now, they still have 2 more members remaining. Can Team Unknown pull up the miracle over here? As, well, correction, 1 man standing in the house, and, well, his position has been given away. Gil is going to be going in. Gil shoots. Gil does connect, and Gil is going to get that knock and finish. And with that, another one bites the dust as well. Team Unknowns, unfortunately, are going to drift into oblivion.
And Team Xbox also find a very good compound and position inside the circle. Mind you, there is no other squad that is present in the vicinity. All the teams are either on the shooting range area or towards the Rozak Bridge area. That means they have very good spot to fight against. In fact, Team EXT are also on the northern side. They just have to hold on to the position. If they rotate somewhere on the western side, they might be in a trouble where Team Red X Cross is for now.
Well, look, let's see if that is going to be the case, because meanwhile, on the other side, it looks like Dios are in a similar situation where we left them out, but now, Spetsnaz official, they are applying the pressure, and in fact, if you have a look, Dios had to kind of fall back from their position. Now, the problem is on the other side, although it's just a 2-man squad, JSR Esports could spell trouble for them. Elsewhere, the map is going to have a little bit of a curveball as it shifts down south, and well, Team Xbox and all their fans out there are going to be a happy bunch of people.
Well, looks like Team Xbox can replicate what TSM did in the last match, because the zone is there, they have the compound, they have the positioning, they have got everything to go for the double-digit finishes and the chicken dinner also. On the other hand, fight is breaking between Spetsnaz and Team Dios. Team Dios near the main crash area, shooting the players of Team Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz don't have the much space needed to move or shoot in their direction of Dios.
In fact, it looks like they kind of cornered themselves in, because now they are going to be in a little bit of a pit situation, and one good grenade could knock them off their feet, but looks like Blind Psycho is going a bit psychotic as he does get the better of the opposition. Meanwhile, we are going to stick over here as Khan is going to be the first to make his escape with Hades. Oh, Hades knows that someone is still over there as Trish is going to back that buggy up, and interesting choice over here, but they do have some smoke. Forget that. Looks like Blind are going to take the fight to the enemy, and well, the enemy are OMKV official. Can they do something miraculous this time? Because looks like they are going to get the better of William. T-Bow's down. Now Nick is going to try and go in as well. No! Nick is going to be taken down as well, which means, well, all the weight is going to come onto the shoulders of 2 members from Blind Esports. That is, of course, Beard Barber and Psycho 47. Now, the thing about Psycho 47 is, oh boy, the car has a mind of its own. Maybe the vehicle is a bit psychotic as well, because that is going to be time lost. That is going to be valuable seconds lost, because Beard Barber goes up against the opposition, manages to get 1 knock. Unfortunately, he is going to be taken down. Now, this is where numbers do count for, and Blind Esports Bhavna are losing their members 1 by 1, and Psycho is going to be caught in the crossfire as well. There you have it. Cher, the lion himself, knows exactly where he is, and sooner or later, the blue zone is going to force him out.
Well, the blue zone is going to deal with him, and the players of OMKV do realize that, because they are giving priority to the circle right now. Another fight is breaking between the players of Dios and Team Xbox. Ultron is already down in the lead.
Oh my goodness, looks like Spetsnaz, although they were eliminated by Team Red Cross, there's another one lurking behind them, and I wonder if Dios' Deuce knows what's happening, because looks like he doesn't. Hades is going to be brought down, and there you have it. The respite is coming in. Team Xbox are going to be hitting them with everything that they have, and looks like the revive is going to come on in. Now, good move by Ultron here for making sure he did not make a single peek. That is what teamwork is, ladies and gentlemen, as Dios are going to be exiting in the 12th position with 4 finishes finishes to their name, and well, Team Xbox, they are definitely firing on all cylinders.
Well, they certainly are. Scout, although having the complete control of that compound area, other players are on the periphery of the circle. They are in a 1v3 split situation, but that is still working for them because they can't afford to lose the control of the compound area. They can't give it away to any other enemy, but Team Mist officials are also in a quite trouble because they are falling down. Two of the players are already down, and Team XTR is already shooting.
Great transfer.
Great Cross also joins the party, doing third party onto the players of Team Mist official. On the other hand, Blind has been eliminated at 11th position.
Well, talking about joining the party, I want to jump at the game as well, but for now, Zeref knows where the enemy is. Can Hunter pull off a miracle here? Because, well, although his buggy is going to be shrouded in some smoke, getting to it could be tricky as grenades are going to be flung in his direction. Elsewhere, you got to keep one thing in mind. Exterminator Esports now, they are going to be without one man. Nope, just as I say that, they do get their fallen comrade back up on their feet, which means once again they are going to be, for now, a 3-man squad. But the question is, are they going to be back for yet another chicken dinner? We are going to have to wait and find out, as now the zone is going to be shifting further up north, and like you said, Team X Spark are in prime position to rack up heck of a lot of finishes and maybe go for a few more records. But for now, it is going to be Team Red Cross laying down all the damage in Mist official's direction.
In fact, Red Cross is also in a best position to get as many finish points as possible because the flows of Team Mist are quite in the open area. XTR is also not in the best of the best position. In fact, Mist is at the receiving end of the shots. It's a matter of time. Mist is going to fall apart, and XTR.
That's it.
Yeah, they were in a very bad position.
They were in a terrible position indeed, and it looks like they aren't going to be back for this chicken dinner. But right now, Otto is going to be making sure that Mist lose yet another member, as Pavan is going to be put 6 feet under now. Otto knows that one of the enemies is coming through. Oh, that was a big mistake. In fact, Zeref, his teammate, gets that knock. Can he finish what his teammates started? And short answer is yes, because, well, Zeref is a one-man army all by himself as he eliminates Mist official out of the 7th position. But now, OMKV, they did have a good outing just moments ago. They are going to come under heavy fire as JSR's man is going to be brought down as well. Team Xbox, again, we mentioned this, 11 finishes to their names already, and all they have to do is hold their heads and keep calm under pressure because, well, a lot of teams are going to be heading their way, and if they play smart here, Shadow, they could rack up a few kills. But for now, I do not like how OMKV are stacked up. They are staggered. They are pretty much just clumped together, and we've seen in the past one good grenade could be devastating. And talking about Team Xbox, you know what? They're like, forget it. We don't want the compound. We are going to go out further and make sure nobody even dares come our way, as JSR are finding out. Now the last man standing, Marvy goes around. He shoots, he hits, he connects, and there you have it. Another one bites the dust as, well, Team Xbox have amassed 13 finishes for themselves.
In fact, the split is also working. Scout not leaving the compound area. Gil along with Ultron keeping an eye on the periphery. Other player is right at the center area. They have the most of the control of the zone. On the other hand, EZ4 is not in a good position, but OMKV right now is at the receiving end. One of them going for the flank angle with that vehicle, but Sher is deploying grenades in the direction of EZ4. Let's see if he can find a connection. Can he find a knock? No, it was a little ahead. Can he get second time lucky? That is the main question. But Mavi is going for the rotations, and those rotations are going to be very crucial.
Well, all this is doing is making sure that Team Xbox know exactly where the enemy is, and now finally the circle is going to shift away from them. Question is, can they survive that onslaught? Because like you mentioned, you know, Scout is going to be a bit far away as Mavi. Oh boy, he is going head on with the enemy. He does have his teammate for backup, which is of course something that you want, as Ultron is going to pick a fight with the enemy himself, and there you have it. Cher, the lion itself, is going to be brought down as they are going to make a little bit of a hasty retreat elsewhere. Now this is where Scout's position comes in handy, because as teams are going to be driving past with his pinpoint accuracy, he might just bring someone down. Team MTGG could be in a world of trouble, but against all odds, they managed to survive the 4-man squad for now. And just as I say that, Gil with the massive left flank is going to be laying down some lead as well. Mavi making sure he batches himself up as EZ4 Screen gets the better of AK from another team, and well, Looks like bodies are going to be dropping sooner or later. Teams are going to be toppling as Easy Scream does spot the enemy. In fact, it is going to be a drive-by. No, the drive was taken out, and now Scream was lucky to be on hand. And well, he still is going to make sure his team is in this game as Xbox Ultron comes under fire, and he makes it to safety.
Well, he's certainly making it to safety, but a very good coordination coming in from the players of Team X-Park. The way they are split up, yet having the most control and well calculated split, I'll say, and a very tactical split coming in from Mavi especially. But MTGG, they are at the receiving end of the grenades coming in from Red Cross, but it is the players of Team Red Cross that are falling apart. But Scout having the information, all the information onto the players of Team Red Cross, has spotted them down. Is he going to fire the shots? Because they have to move inside the circle also.
Well, someone who is firing shots, in fact, rattling off bullets left, right, and center is Gil from Team X-Park. As one after the other, he is going to be dwindling the numbers of the opposition, and smokes are going to be deployed, making sure they obscure their vision. Now, Hidden is going to be hidden behind a smoke plume over there, which means he does have a few options. Ultron coming under fire as Alex is going to be taken down instead. Now, Sanju Zod behind the rock, he sees something. He definitely has something. The question is, where is all that noise coming from? There you have it. Visual confirmation coming in. Gil under fire. Oh, a few precise shots could have spelled trouble, but now this is where that grenade could be lobbed. And let's see if Sanju is better at the grenade. Well, it is going to be a little Molotov coming in. Definitely making sure that they have to go in for that revive once again. And there you have it. The grenade is going to come on the left. As Gil might just get that revive here, Shadow.
Well, he is definitely going for the revive. Even Team MTGG, they have the numbers advantage, but they have to be careful of Red Cross also, who are making rotation.
Mind you, Scout OP is still in that compound, still outside the circle again. That is going to be that unexpected position that no one is going to be like, wait a second, why is there someone behind him? Have a look at that. Atop the roof, it is not Santa, it is not the Fiddler. It is going to be Scout OP from Team X-Park, and from that position, oh baby, he could lay down some hurt on the enemies as final 3 teams are still alive. 10 people vying to walk away with that chicken dinner, but Team X-Park, they are making sure they book a berth for themselves in the next round because, well, they are in the top 4 and they already have 17 finishes to their names.
Well, 17 finishes, and here comes another one in the form of a grenade because Hidden goes down. Another follow-up grenade is coming in, and MTGG is not at all looking good, but this time Ultron is going to rely on his M416 going pretty
Oh my goodness!
But Gil goes down, and his teammate is going to help him out.
Gil goes down, but now Mavi's going to be coming in, and Ultron is going to be joining the party as well as Sanju is going to be brought down, and well, he is going to be paid for the mistakes that he's made. Scout OP coming under fire, courtesy the boys from Team Red Cross. Now they still have 3 members alive again. Zerif and the boys are going to be versatile in this game. Scout OP is going to make sure he keeps them at bay while his teammates patch themselves up. Now the thing is, there is still 1 man alive from Team MTGG, and that man is Alex, pretty much in no man's land right in the center. Oh boy, if he gets spotted, it could be problematic for him, or maybe he could swat out, but looks like Scout is going to go down, courtesy of our medics from Team Red Cross. And now this is where Red Cross needs to push in if they want to walk away with that chicken dinner. Now the thing is, they do have those empty 4.9s, and as far as Scout OP is concerned, let me be honest, yes, he does have that, you know, the drop for cover. I wonder if his teammates are going to come in, because that could be problematic. They still have that man advantage on the other side. If anyone decides to go to Scout's position, Alex could be in a wonderful spot to lay down some lead in their back, and judging by what I'm seeing right now, every team is not going to budge. They are going to keep silent, waiting for the other team to make a mistake. And well, speaking of mistakes, Scout OP is going to be put 6 feet under.
But still a very good gameplay coming in from Team X-Park, and Alex has spotted down the player of Team X-Park, Ultron, but Ultron has no idea where Alex is. But Alex is still not shouting. Look at the backside. Mavi is present. He can instantly provide the cover fire and eliminate Alex if he is going to make any sound. He needs to be very, very silent and calm, because it's a 1v2 situation.
But
1v2, 1v3 against TX.
The thing is, Ultron has a little bit of a height advantage. He might just spot him in the distance first, and if Zerif does do something from his angle, looks like, wait a second, an optimistic grenade has been flung, so they do have an idea that the enemy is nearby. For now, Ultron is going to be hiding behind a bush. Of course, they do not want to they want to make sure they do not give their positions away. As Alex, I got to give it up to him. He did have that smart plan, because yes, you're right. If he had let a few shots loose at Ultron, Gil and even Mavi
Yeah.
could have been in a position to put down some hurt. But for now, it is going to be a 3-way tie. Looks like shots are going to be fired. Mavi did spot some commotion in the distance. I did see a couple of trace bullets leave his weapon. But for now, ooh, it could go either way. And in fact, you can see the green laser sight from Zerif's weapon as well in his direction. Looks like Mavi is going to be spotted out as Team Red Cross come under fire.
Well, Team Red Cross is making the sound. They are taking the fight, and here Mavi goes down. Mavi is already down, but Ultron is resting.
This is where
but Ultron also goes down, and now it's all on.
Are you kidding me? It's going to be all coming down to this one-man Gil going up against the opposition, and well, when the enemy is hungry, they are going to be coming out on top. We were not expecting this as well. Again, TX, they let it a bit too late, and with Scout going down on the other side, we were thinking, should the 3 remaining members do something at their end? Well, the answer is yes, but a lovely, lovely game for Team Xbox. I do believe 19, maybe 20 finish points for them, but the winner chicken dinner is going to go Red Cross's way. What an amazing game here, Shadow.
Well, amazing gameplay, and in fact, I'll have to say, if you have to learn about coordination, synergy, and rotation, learn something from Team Xbox, what they did in this game. Scout was present in the compound. He made sure no team was coming in the vicinity of the compound area. He was providing all the intel to Ultron and Mavi over there, who were picking most of the fights and winning over there. And Gil was right in the center to provide backup to the Scout or towards the Ultron if needed.
You said it. I mean, Ultron, of course, thrives on information, if you catch my drift. So I guess that was the right setup. Again, every single man in Team Xbox had a job, and they did their job to perfection. But kudos to the boys, Zerif and the boys from Team Red Cross, because, again, I wouldn't say they had a quiet game because they have racked up quite a few finishes. But if by any chance you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered with the highlights right about now.
Well, things started in Severny between the players of Team Extraction and Team Hydra. Team Hydra initially looked good, but they failed to coordinate or provide cover fire or rotate to help their teammate. That's why they paid the price. Few drive-bys also coming into the picture. Easy4, again, a very good head start. Consistent performance in all 3 games coming in from Easy4. Not easy rotations coming in, although like we talked about, but yeah, North Georgopol again heavily contested. So many teams were present. Team Dios were coming on the top. That means they had a very good outing. In fact, this time, yes, Ramboy did a almost clutch, but he could have done a lot more. He was in a position he could have provided cover fire to his teammates right across the road, but somehow that was missing. But still a very good gameplay coming in from that player. In fact, Team JSR, every time in Erangel, this team is having trouble coming from Zarki area because of all the teams that are present in North Georgopol. In fact, Team Xbox, this is the moment they got complete control of this squad house. Man, Scout was in fact, they were not going for the individual kills. They were going for the team kills. That's why they were not blind rushing towards any of the enemy. They were providing intel to the 2 assaulters, that is Ultron and Mavi.
Alright, now break this down for me. Of course, we did see Blind Esports, a couple of mistakes made on their part, especially as they went up against the opposition on your screens now. What could they have done better here, Shadow?
Deploy smokes or grenades.
Nothing was used, right?
Yeah, nothing was used. In fact, they were coming solo towards the players of OMKB. They could have done much more. Yes, Ultron, his wave was almost blocked. He made sure he took down one of the player, but instant backup was coming. Instant. That was the placement of the players. In fact, Gil was right in the perfect position to provide backup either to Scout or to Mavi or Ultron, and he exactly did that.
And well, that is the way you want your teammates to be. Of course, Team Red Cross having a good game as well, as you see them getting a few knocks and finishes indeed of the gentleman from Mist Official. Now, Mist Official, they were having a good game. Unfortunately, they were in the thick and thin of the action. I do believe they came in 7th, but they don't have any finishes to boot. But again, Team Xbox, boy, once they just started letting off some steam, they really did, because in the blink of an eye, well, over the course of a couple of minutes, they did rack up quite a few finishes. And of course, you did mention individual performances coming out as well, but also teamwork was on display for all of us.
Exactly. They didn't fight for the MVP.
There you go.
think they wanted the kills, the finishes, the most finishes in the game, and chicken dinner as well. And exactly, they played for that.
See, I guess because game 2 went as it went, and of course game 1 they didn't even make the top 5. They knew one thing: forget placement points. We got to make sure we are going to be out on a hunt. We need to make sure we get all those finish points, and boy, oh boy, did they rack up those finish points. 19, I believe, to be exact.
Well, I think it is 19. I'll take your word for that. But look at Scout. He made sure no one is coming nearby the vicinity of that compound area, and that is why they held their ground. Scout, although he's not having many finishes to his name.
I don't think he had a single finish, but he did a tremendous amount of damage.
Intel wise, he was providing so much intel to his teammates. And Ultron and Mavi, what a coordination. 2v4 fight again and again.
Okay, although right now, look, he is deploying smokes. He was taken down. Keep in mind, he stayed on the roof for such a long time. He did not shoot from there. He kept telling his teammates where the enemy are, and it was almost like they had some radar on them, or they had some, guided missiles or something working out for them, or heat-seeking bullets. Call it whatever you like, because again, he was commanding. It was like Command and Conquerors, right? He was basically commanding his team to go and do a job, and boy, oh boy, did they do a good job. But again, in the end, it finally did come up. It was a David versus Goliath situation, and although the Goliath hath fallen, the Goliath took around a lot of Davids with them, 19 to be exact. But of course, the winner chicken dinner did go Team Red Cross's way.
Well, certainly. Red Cross also having a very good outing. They were consistent in round 1 and round 2. But we'll see in the points. Let's have a look at the point standings. Which team got how many points? And Team Xbox, they don't have a chicken dinner, but 19 finish points, 31 points. They are having quite a lead.
Just to let you know,
5-point lead.
What Team Xbox has done right now is replicate what TSM did in their first game. Now, I do believe, not in the first game, I mean, they just pretty much dominated entirely through the beginning. In the third game, I beg your pardon, and that is what they wanted. They knew they had to go for those finishes, and well, the finishes is what they got. But of course, Team Red Cross in the second position, despite that chicken dinner. I'm pretty sure they are going to be happy with their outing in this game. MTGG Esports coming up third with 17. Team EZ4, brilliant game last time around in Miramar. This time, although they have 8 position points and 7 finish points, which makes it a total of 15, we know this team can do a hell of a lot better.
Well, EZ4 are pretty consistent. OMKV, one bad game only. But Team MTGG, they changed their game style. Previous round, they used to go for the position points, but this time they have the finish points, they have the position points as well. On the other hand, Team JSR Esports, I would say they were consistent. This time, because of the zone being on the northern side, they have few good position points to back them up. Other than that, JSR not a very good gameplay. But Team XTR, Exterminator.
There you go. Looks like the Exterminators were exterminated in this round. Again, the back-to-back chicken dinners should be enough to see them through to the next round. But again, the wow factor is normally you see 1, maybe 2 teams walking away without any point. This time we have 4 that walk away with nada.
And Team Lion Esports, 1 point only.
I mean, you called it. I think it is safe to say that Blind Esports, well, they have been blinded by the spotlight that was actually shown on them tonight, and they unfortunately aren't going to be joining us in the next round. And again, the thing is, you got to learn from your mistakes, right? I mean, yes, fine. Again, you come in with all those expectations. It can weigh you down. It is what it is, and you've got to let bygones be bygones, and move on and live to fight another day. But again, lovely day of action. I do believe day 3 has to go down as one of the favorites in this tournament so far, largely because there was this particular team. I don't know if you've heard about them, TSM, right? So what they did was they came, they saw, they didn't just conquer, they decimated everyone within sight.
They completely annihilated the complete lobby, in fact, not just one single team. I think that is the best. That was the best game of this particular day, day 3, the Team TSM. But Team Xbox, what a coordination. IGL, Mavi being the MVP also. What a mind game, what a tactical gameplay coming from this team. 8 finishes, 1000+ damage is there, 4 assists and 2 headshots.
Well, a leader of men in and outside the game. Mavi definitely standing up to his full potential this time. 8 finishes as you mentioned, and of course the assists coming in as well. Now, on a whole, let me just say one thing. Yes, he has 8 finishes, but his teammates are pretty much going to be joining him as we have a look at the top 5 players, which should be coming up sooner or later. And you know what? Despite the fact that Scout OP does not have a single finish in this game, you got to keep one thing in mind, especially that compound position that you talked about. Oh, he was all by his lonesome, but he kept about 8 to 10 members of different squads at bay, knocking them out again and again and again. Of course, the damage is going to speak for itself. There you have it. 1, 2, 3 are going to go Xbox way as Mavi, Gil, and Ultron take the podium positions.
Well, podium position and followed by MTGG. Anuj Zord is there with 4 finishes, 709 damage, followed by Easy4 Scrim with 4 finishes and 500 plus damage. Good performance from Easy4 overall on all 3 games.
Overall, all 3 games, and again, let's see if it's going to be enough to take them to the next round, because we like being a bit sneaky over here. We are going to let you dwell in all the suspense as to which all teams go forward. But before that, let's have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures. You know what I'm talking about. It is going to be the match summary that's going to be popping up on your screens. And well, speaking of grenades, oh la la, we have 102 used this time, and a lot more finishes, 9 coming in via grenades.
Well, high number of grenade finishes, but this time no one is going for the airdrops.
Because
Longest
there was an
finish-
AWM in it.
Every time we have
Right?
a
It just
drop-
happens. See, Bhavna, what I've learned is you just got to accept whatever fate is dealt with you, and well, let's see if the BGMI gods will shine down upon me later on. But for now, I think they favor you the most.
Maybe they are waiting for the finals to give you your gift, or maybe newer gift. We'll see in the later stage. But having a look at the finish damage graph, we'll get an idea which of the teams are standing the most in that area. And this time, the damage ratios are pretty high for too many teams.
I mean, if you just look at Xbox, they basically almost ran out of room up there. 3,200 points of damage, almost, of course, just 1 point shy of that 3,200 mark. Now, the 19 finishes is what we are going to talk about, and I do believe it is going to be enough to propel them to the next round. Of course, this is what greatness is all about.
I'll have to agree with you. Team Xbox exactly did what TSM did. Look at the damage, 3,000 plus damage. TSM also had close to 3,900 damage. Yeah, 3,900 damage something, but they are also not far behind. 3,100, almost 3,200.
Also, TSM had 12 more finishes.
12 more points. Damage doesn't give you points.
I mean,
Finishes give you-
imagine if you did get, damage points for every 500 damage points, you get a point. Maybe we could see something like that in the future. But for now, this is how the points are going to be distributed. And well, that is all she wrote. Now, although this is an end to the action online over here, we are going to have a few more stats come up for you in regards to the offline matches. Because again, I'm sure a lot of you are waiting with bated breath to see if your favorite team is going to be making it to the next round. But again, before that, lovely game coming in from quite a few teams over here. And, the thing is, only 4 from each group are going to be moving forward. So over the course of time, we kind of have some of these players, they kind of steal our hearts, right? I mean, they kind of steal our hearts, and we are talking about them. Unfortunately, they don't make it to the next round. But this is what the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India series is all about. You get the opportunity, better go and grab it. But again, anything that we're taking away from today, except TSM just wreaking havoc all around.
This particular group, the way the rising teams were showing up, in fact, not just rising teams, the top teams, invited teams.
I like how you put that. Not the underdogs, the rising teams.
Yeah,
I
they
like that.
are rising. They are the future. You don't know. In the next year, we are rooting for one of these teams. You never know.
What if we've only witnessed the next big scout, the next mortal? It all could
Exactly.
happen. Yeah, there you go. Again, you were saying, yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty balanced game. There was no one shying away. There was no team that was under the pressure. Yeah, the game pressure was there, but the name pressure was not there.
I like that. The game pressure was there, but of course, you can't get intimidated by what's ahead of you, because if you want to be the best of the best, well, you are going to have to topple the best before you can take that crown for yourselves. And, I have to agree with you, because Well, the fact that we started things off with TSM and the way they dominated everyone else, it just goes to show that, sometimes the old guard definitely, has that oomph factor. But now, let's have a look and see at, which one player in this last game had all the shining lights on him. Well, it has to be Gil OP from Team Xbox. And let me say one thing, Shadow, I'm sure you're going to agree with me. He has been instrumental in all their games today.
Yeah, every single game he was on the rescue every single time. Even when Ultron went down in that track area, he was the one who went for the help immediately. That way he was in the center where Scout was, Ultron and Mavi were on the other side. He was in the centrist position to immediately help any of the teammate. But
oh, that's what you meant by he could go either way.
Yeah,
Got
he
you.
could go either way. If Scout needs help, he can go exactly very easily. But
What happens if Gil needs help? Well, we never saw that happening.
he's alone enough. The way he pops grenades,
Oh,
he
yeah.
he has got golden hands. with
He's a
grenades.
one-man army, and of course he is a Punjabi lad, which makes it just a little bit extra. Now, let's have a look and see which squad we are going to be putting the spotlight on. And of course, when you have an amazing performance like that after a few upside downs, well, Team Xbox are going to have all the lights shining bright upon them. 19 finishes, almost 3,200 points of damage.
And 8 assists.
That is
and
ridiculous.
yeah, their stats are ridiculous, almost matching to TSM. But apart from Team Xbox, Team Exterminators had a very good outing. Back-to-back 2 chicken dinners in a lobby where one of the old veterans, Team Xbox, is present. Then you are not even in a fight. They took down the players of Team Xbox also in match number 1.
Goes to show that, it doesn't matter about the game. You don't have to care about the names, as you said early on. And even though, they would pop up on your kill feed, if you get intimidated by them in that position, well, what are you doing here in the first place, right? Because you are here to try and make a name for yourselves. But of course, this is the squad that everyone is going to be talking about after TSM, and well, they rightly deserve all this spotlight shining bright on them. And just quickly talking about it, we are going to see maybe just a little bit of a head-to-head come out, because it did seem like they did have a couple of teams that put up some good competition.
Well, they were putting good competition, be it Exterminators, be it OMKV, be it Easy4. They were not shying away from any single fight, even if it was with the players of Team Blind or Xbox. The name didn't matter at all. But in the previous lobby, I felt the players were shying away from the fights. Especially the players of Team 7 Mosquitoes. They had a good outing in round 1, round 2, but they were pretty much off today.
Well, because TSM was in that lobby, and what can you really do? But now let's have a look and see, as we are going to pit 2 squads against one another just to, see who is going to come out on top. Well, although it was Team Red Cross that did win that chicken dinner, they ended things with 11 finishes again. Nothing to laugh about. That is no small amount, but Xbox, they just outdid them with 19 to their name.
In fact, Red Cross were also pretty consistent. They had a good outing. I think 10 finishes in the first Erangel. Match number 2, Miramar, also somewhere close to 10 finishes, if I'm not wrong, if my memory is correct. But
I'm not going to blame you, because it's been a long and winding day.
I think. But overall, they had a very good day in match 1, match 2, match 3, also pretty consistent with 11 finishes. In fact, the finish point difference is not too much, 8 finish, but the damage speaks for itself.
The damage does speak for itself, and well, this just goes to show that what lies ahead in store for all of us. In fact, at this stage, yes, we are over here casting these games, but we are viewers as well. I mean, we get all the information in real time, just as you lot do, sitting back in the comfort of your homes. But oh boy, I want to see Team Xbox go up against TSM so bad. When will that happen, Shadow?
Maybe in the next round?
Maybe in the next round, or maybe we might have to wait until the finals. And again, anything can happen. You never know. The quarterfinals, just because you made it to the quarterfinals does not mean you have made it to the finals. Again, the competition is only going to keep getting better.
Well, the competition is going to keep getting better, and I'm liking the fact the way these qualified teams are making it more difficult for the invited teams.
They are indeed. And again, well, you would expect that at round 3, right? Because, all right, maybe the creme de la creme is going to be coming through in these rounds, but of course that is still going to be shortened and the numbers are going to dwindle as we go to the qualifiers, because let me just remind you, this whole affair started with, well, thousands and thousands of teams registering for the online qualifiers, from which 1,024 teams did come through to the stages. Now, round 3 is almost at an end, and I do believe, how many teams are going to go forward, just remind me?
I think 24.
64, I believe, at this
64,
stage.
yeah,
And then,
and
of
then
course,
24.
the numbers are going to be dwindling down. So, only a few spots remain as, of course, day 4 is going to be the last day of action. And that is going to be the end of it for this year. And then we're going to see you next year. Kind of sounds funny, but it's not that far away, of course. We just have a couple of days of break in between, and we want to make sure all the players are fresh, recharged, and of course all of you get to spend New Year's with your friends and your families. But before we do bid you adieu, anything that you would like to add? I mean, okay, we can talk about TSM now.
No, we have day 4 also, before New Year.
We do have another day, of course. That's what I
Yeah.
was saying. We still have one more day of action-packed mayhem in store for all our lovely viewers. But again, that's going to be a story that's going to be told tomorrow. Now, before we do call it a night, let's actually have a look and see what happened in the offline world, as Group 14's point standings for the third match are going to be coming up on our screens right about. Let me see now. Well, a bit late, but okay, I'm going to accept it. But there you have it, one-sided glory walking away the winners with 29 points, 14 of which came via finishes.
Well, finally, one-sided glory is stepping up, because it was one of the good teams that has qualified. But Team Mayhem has also stepped up. They are right at the 4th position with 11 finish points. That means they were playing pretty aggressive.
Is it enough, though?
That's the hurtful question. Do the maths, I'll say.
Well, I mean, I'm
Do
pretty
the
sure
maths,
everyone
be the-
watching right now, they already know the answer. Bhavna, let's not be bearers of bad news. Let's just call out the stats and just be journalistic as we can. But now, of course, 24/7 Gaming, they did get the chicken in the last time around. This time, they are going to be in the 8th position. And once again, 4 teams walking away without any points, as Do It Easy, Glitzone Ninjas, Topper, and Assault, well, they have nada.
In fact, Force One also, they started the day with very good performance, being in the top 4 position, match 2, match 3, continuously at the bottom or on the second page of the leaderboard. I don't think they can qualify. But Section 302, same story. Previous game, they had a good outing, but this time again in the bottom half.
See, that's the thing. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, it is going to be about that little balance that, you and I are just yapping about day in and day out. But it's all about the balance, and, you got to get the placement points. But it's also about the momentum. Like we said earlier, you can't just have good games. Well, you can have good games back to back, as TSM did show. But again, TSM is an entirely different beast, because they have been together for a few months now. Like I said, ever since BGIS took India by storm, you've all known about this particular squad. And when you are a tight-knit unit, it becomes easier to perform, even though you are doing it under immense pressure. That is something that all these new teams, or the rising teams, as you like calling them, can take notes from.
Exactly, but I don't think they need any notes, because the way Red Cross and XTR played in this particular game, I think they are already prepared for the next round.
They are prepared for the next round. Again, before that happens, as we were talking about earlier, this is an opportunity that is literally gifted to all these teams that have made it thus far. iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series has been a tremendous, affair over here. And before we do go, let me just remind you of what we're talking about, because, well, this bad boy in my hand has a monster inside. Let's have a look and see what lies beneath it.
Are you ready for this? Check this out.
Well, you've seen it time in and time out. You've seen it once more. And again, we are just trying to make sure we imprint on your brains. If you want to be at this stage, as all these players are, you need to have something like this. You need to have this monster inside if you want to make sure all your gaming needs are met. Now, again, we've been talking about this. An amazing day of action unfurled just before our eyes moments ago. And I do believe, Team Xbox, against all odds, they did kind of leave it just a little bit too late. I'm sure a lot of you out there had their hearts pounding, the adrenaline coursing through the veins. Will they or won't they? Turns out they will make it to the next round. But again, I'm a happy camper. I'm satisfied with all the action that I've seen today.
Oh, even I'm happy as long as the invited teams are performing, the qualified teams are performing. I'm happy. It's a balance. That it has to be exactly that way. I don't like a lobby where only one-sided teams are playing either the invited or the qualified teams. That usually doesn't happen, and the invited teams does perform. But yeah, it's always happy for me to see the teams that have been grinding for so long, because I have been seeing the teams grinding day and night, the players changing, looking for the lineups and everything. Then moment they get a chance, they grab it and they perform and they get the spotlight. And it's always what should I say? Nostalgic or something, because after doing so much of the tier, I can say tier 2, I think.
You can, of course. I mean, let's be blunt. Why hold back?
I'm always happy when I see those teams performing really well.
Go back to the first day you started casting. I mean, we were unknowns. I mean, we also started at the bottom, and well, now we are here. That is the same situation for all these teams.
Exactly.
Now, we are just going to stick around for a few moments longer. I wonder if our viewers know that, there is a pretty special interview taking place elsewhere. Let's see if you know what I'm talking about, because you might just want to visit the Hindi section for a little bit, because your boy Scout OP might have a few words to say. But those of you who do want to stick with us, we are going to show you a couple of more stats, a couple of more figures. We might just show you, I'm not promising anything. We might just show you a few overall standings as well, but don't take my word for it. I'm going to build up all that suspense.
Don't leave us. We are not going to bore you.
Oh, and we don't want to be left alone as well.
Yeah.
Come on, mate. Of course, now we're just joking around. But, before we do call it a night, anything else that we want to take away from this day of BGMI action?
Teams like Blind, they have the experience. They can't crumble under the pressure. That is not acceptable.
Talking of teams, you mentioned Blind. Let's put the spotlight again on a couple of more squads, as once again, we are going to shine that light bright. Question is, who are we talking about? Well, it is going to be Team Red Cross. 11 finishes to their name.
Well, 11 finishes to their name. Pretty consistent performance in the previous rounds as well. Round 1, round 2, they had a very good outing. But this time also they are, I'm very sure they are qualifying for the next round. But they were also pretty much engaged in the thin and thick of the action. That's why 11 finishes are already there. 5 assists, 2 headshots. Good stats coming in from this particular team.
Oh, amazing stats. In fact, this is just, the squad spotlight for the last game. Now, if we were to add up all their finishes, the number would definitely be a lot higher. But it is what it is, and we're going to work with what we are given on our screens. And, sooner or later, again, you got to keep one thing in mind. There is an entire data pool right now, because, we have all the stats, we have all the figures, and talking about players again, although we did kind of bring this up moments ago, a player spotlight is going to be shining on the team IGL again, as Mavi did walk away with 8 finishes to his name.
But XP, I would ask you, if you were in the shoes of the qualified teams, what would you do?
Well, I mean, thank you for putting me in that position. That was once upon a time, a long time ago, when I had my, professional gaming days. I've left them far behind. But, you got to understand one thing. For the newer teams, the mental pressure to perform on the big stage is tremendous. I mean, I remember my first time when I did go, and I saw the big stage. I saw the grand stage setup. I saw all the different seating locations. I saw the audience. I saw the bright lights. Now, one thing that is going to work for them in their favor, we don't have the audiences yet. We might have that next year. We don't have the bright lights yet, although as I look up, I am kind of blinded. But again, for the players, they are still playing either in the comfort of their homes, and since there are new teams, boot camps must be springing up all over the place as well. So, they do have that little comfort factor coming in. But I get it, the adrenaline, it's just, you finally made it, but then that's just the beginning of your journey. So you are basically constantly just pressurizing yourself, because if you want to succeed, you do have to have that little giddy feeling before anything you do, because that only goes to show that you actually care about what the outcome is going to be.
Well, exactly, and you have to care about the outcome because you have to qualify for the next rounds as well. And like you mentioned, keep your calm head. But any advice for the teams that are qualifying for the next round? How should they prepare?
You've made it to the next round, right? There you go. Half the battle is already done with. Half the battle is already done and dusted with. Now, the thing is, the competition, like we mentioned earlier, is only going to keep on increasing. I mean, if you thought this was easy or if you thought this was tough, oh, brother, you better watch out, because it is going to get a lot more tougher in the next few rounds. And if, suppose you make it to the next round after that, again, that means you're doing something right. Keep that in mind. Yes, you might have some good days. Yes, you might have some bad days. But again, you've made it this far. Make it count for something. But again, I mean, I was just looking at you. We just had a little bit of a moment over here. But, that's what it's all about. You got to make everything count. But again, keep one thing in mind. We still have one more day of intense action with a few of your favorite teams making an appearance tomorrow, which is going to be day 4 of round 3, after which we are going to see you next year. I love saying that. Although it is just a few days ago, I'm going to see you next year has a different bit of a ring to it.
Well, definitely new day, new teams, new lobby, new expectations are going to be there. And let's hope for the best and prepare for the worst, I'll say.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As Bhavna Shadow Shakeen has said, let's hope for the best and, well, prepare for the worst. I wonder if the teams are going to listen to this, because, again, all they have to do is go back, watch the videos, do their homework, and, well, they just might have a little bit of an advantage. But here, from Bhavna and from me and iQOO BGIS, we're going to say good night to you. We are going to see you tomorrow.